Chapter 251 Bibi Dong was obedient under surprise. Why are you running to me instead of staying in Tiandu city with your woman who is about to give birth? Bibi Dong didn't give Guyi any good face. She sat on the Pope's chair and looked down at Guyi who was constantly approaching below. There was a bit of smugness in her worry. Bibi Dong hated and scolded herself in her heart, saying that she was simply a useless woman. Step by step, every step was very solid. I suddenly thought of something and wanted to tell you about it. Bibi Dong didn't understand what Guyi wanted to tell her. Wasn't it she who went to him to talk about the things between them? Especially the first intimate contact, she was the one who took the initiative. Go ahead. Looking at the bastard standing 3 steps away from her, Bibi Dong had gotten used to it. She always liked to act according to her own will. She had the most say in this. Guyi looked at the graceful Bibi Dong with a faint smile on his face. Close your eyes, there will definitely be a surprise for you. Surprise, as long as it's not a shock, Bibi Dong is not interested in the surprise that Guyi mentioned. In her eyes, Guyi is not a person who can bring surprises. In the days of knowing each other, he only brought her endless shocks, not to mention that time in the martial god temple. She and Guyi were inside, and Qian Rongxue was outside. It was almost scary to her heart. Even so, Bibi Dong still gently closed her eyes, raised her head, as if waiting for something. She was deprived of her vision, and it was dark. She subconsciously wanted to expand her mental power, but found that a force directly suppressed her perception in the sea of a mind, and she couldn't get out at all. She subconsciously wanted to open her eyes. Don't open your eyes. Guyi's voice came. For some reason, after hearing Guyi's voice, she very obediently released the power to open her eyes. As long as she thought of a man who had conquered her standing in front of her, even a strong woman like Bibi Dong, who could rank among the top 3 in the world, her breathing became faster. The legs that were originally raised high were unnaturally lowered, and she sat on the Pope's chair in an orderly manner. Putting her hands below her lower abdomen, she unnaturally buttoned her clothes. Suddenly, she felt a heat. Bibi Dong, who was very familiar with Guyi, could feel that this heat came from Guyi even if she lost her mental power perception. It was indeed like this. Even if she had no hope at all, that woman didn't have the genes for surprise and romance in her heart. She felt a little disappointed. Okay, Donger. You can open your eyes now. Bibi Dong opened her eyes with some disappointment, and as expected, she saw Guyi's face. A handsome face. There was no change in his expression. If you want it, hurry up. I still have a lot of official business to complete. Bibi Dong knew that she couldn't beat Guyi, so she gave her body to him directly. It seems that Donger, you don't want to see me, so what about this? As soon as the voice fell, Guyi pulled his body back instantly, and took out 99 red roses from behind. The fragrance of flowers came to her face, and the red roses of good quality came into her eyes. Then she performed an extreme change of expression, from disappointment to surprise, and in a very short time, she became expressionless again. If it weren't for Guyi who had been paying attention to her, she would have missed this extreme operation. What are you doing? Bibi Dong still had a blank expression, but if her eyes hadn't been looking at the flowers all the time, maybe there would be some persuasiveness. Can't I come to you if there's nothing to do, Donger? Guyi stuffed the flower in his hand into Bibi Dong's arms, and his words were more gentle than ever before, even making Bibi Dong doubt whether this person was Guyi. Let's go, I finally came here, you can't let me stay alone in the empty room. Guyi finally showed his fangs hidden behind the flowers. Bibi Dong hugged the flower tightly, and after hearing Guyi's words, she finally understood that this bastard was not so kind. Under the guise of a surprise, he just wanted to do that kind of thing, but for the sake of this flower, Bibi Dong planned to satisfy him once. Wait for me in my bedroom, and I'll come to you after I finish my official business. How could Guyi be willing? It was impossible for him to stay alone in the empty room in this life. Official business, I'll deal with it tomorrow, now come with me. Guyi directly took Bibi Dong's jade hand, and the two of them disappeared in the palace. Only a faint flower fragrance was left. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm not saying no to you. Bibi Dong showed some impatience on her face. She shook off Guyi's hand and carefully placed the flowers on the table. She closed her eyes and smelled them again, with a faint smile on her lips, and then walked to the bathtub behind the screen. Come and prepare the water. Bibi Dong turned around and said to Guyi who was standing there motionless with dissatisfaction. Guyi didn't expect that the power of a bouquet of flowers would be so great that Bibi Dong was willing to offer herself. It turned out that sometimes the romance and surprises that should be there are still needed, especially for a woman like her who lacks love. Mandarin ducks play in the water, and the water hits 3,000 miles. The bedroom was messy again. How long will you take? Bibi Dong stood in front of the door. She really didn't understand why Guyi was crazy today. She was full of energy. Before Guyi could answer, a charming voice suddenly came from outside the door. Teacher, are you there? Bibi Dong turned her head and looked at Guyi behind her, with a look of pleading in her eyes. Hulina, who was standing outside, knocked on the door gently, still a little confused. Shouldn't the teacher be in the Pope's palace at this time? Why is he not here now? After waiting for a while, Hulina still didn't get a response. Looking at the closed door, she really couldn't figure out where the teacher had gone. Hearing the noise outside go away, Bibi Dong let go of her hand covering her lips and hit Guyi behind her hard. Are you here again? Didn't you have enough fun last time? Guyi smiled and knew clearly that Bibi Dong was talking about the time in the Martial God Palace, but this time it was closer, just a door away. Okay, don't you want to handle official business? I'll take you there now. Bibi Dong was not happy at all when she heard Guyi's words. Although it was a bit boring to handle official business alone, if there was Guyi, it would not be boring, but suffering from hypertremor. Before she could refuse, Guyi had already sat on the Pope's chair. Revisiting the old place again, does it feel different? Guyi stretched out his head and whispered softly in her ear. Don't be too pushy. If it weren't for the bouquet of flowers, don't expect me to agree. Guyi didn't intend to expose Bibi Dong's arrogant and stubborn mouth. After all, this was also one of her characteristics. Keeping her uniqueness would be better for her future life. Do you want to be like Douluo? Finally, Guyi asked an ultimate question in her ear. Bibi Dong was stunned. She had never thought about this question. Does she want to? Chapter 252 3 days. In the end, Bibi Dong still did not choose to be like Douluo. She is not like Douluo, who is free and unfettered. She controls 80% of the soul masters in Douluo continent, and in the near future, she may even unify the entire Douluo continent. At this critical moment, she cannot and should not take such a body to the battlefield. Guyi did not force her, but since she chose to refuse, she could only change places. This time he did not leave directly, but rested in the Pope's palace for a night. After all, when he condensed the second soul core before, it was an unprecedented great pressure on his mind and body. He has not rested well yet. When he returns to Tiandu City, there are many things that need him to deal with, and he can't stop at all. The next morning, he rarely kept Bibi Dong, but talked to her again about conquering the Tiandu Empire. How long is your plan? Bibi Dong was surprised after taking a look at him. She never thought that Guyi would care about such a thing. In her eyes, Guyi has always been focused on cultivation and has never paid attention to such things. Otherwise, with Guyi's current strength, even Qian Daoliu may not be his opponent. As for herself, needless to say, the unparalleled mental power displayed by Guyi yesterday made her understand. After absorbing 300,000-year soul rings, she did not narrow the gap between her and Guyi. On the contrary, the gap became bigger. I am afraid it will take another 3 to 5 years to prepare. In order to be able to take over the entire Tiandu Empire, we have been secretly training people who can take charge of the city. This process takes so much time. Before Bibi Dong came to find her, Guyi thought the time was almost up, but she didn't expect it to take so long. Oh, someone last time. Before Guyi finished speaking, she was punched by Bibi Dong, and her little thoughts were exposed. As a generation of empress, how could she be the kind of person who would put aside all affairs and travel thousands of miles to find a man just because she was jealous? Bibi Dong used quite a bit of strength to attack with her pink fist, but it was just a tickle to him. Not only did he not feel any pain, but he felt that Bibi Dong in this state was inexplicably cute. You should know that Bibi Dong had always been treated as a noble queen in front of him. How are you going to deal with Jian Rongxiu? With her talent, she should not continue to be buried in the struggle for power. Becoming a god is inevitable for her. Bibi Dong was stunned. How could he not know his daughter's talent, but as soon as he saw her, he could not help but think of Jian Sunji, that bastard, and the anger in his heart could not be eliminated. I will find someone to replace her, but it will take time. Since Guyi brought it up this time, Bibi Dong did not intend to hesitate any longer. In any case, Qian Rongxue was her own flesh and blood. Seeing that Bibi Dong was not very interested in this, he did not talk about this topic anymore. I'll remind you, don't choose to become a god too quickly, try to compress your power to the strongest, and only choose to become a god when there is no more room for improvement. The cultivation path on Douluo continent, even from soul warrior to the most powerful titled Douluo, is just the starting point of laying the foundation in his opinion. Only after becoming a god can you enter another level. After all, the space on Douluo continent is too fragile, so the stronger the power cultivated at this stage, the further you can go in the future. Even if Bibi Dong inherits the first level godhood now, it is possible to further improve the godhood to the realm of God King in the future. Also, don't act on your own when cultivating soul cores, especially when condensing the second soul core. No matter what the situation is, you must notify me. Listening to Guyi's nagging, Bibi Dong unexpectedly didn't feel bored, but listened with relish. Why didn't I think you were so nagging before? Bibi Dong found a comfortable position in his arms with a little smile on her face. Finally, I felt some care in Guyi's heart. There is no doubt that this is love. For such a person who lacks love, the word love is better than thousands of words. If I don't talk too much, I'm afraid your mouth will not be able to bear it. Guyi slapped her hips fiercely and said viciously. Bibi Dong smiled charmingly, really? I want to see how I can't bear it. As a woman, Bibi Dong knew that Guyi would leave here soon. She was just a stopover for him. Only that academy was his real home. Bibi Dong had nothing to show for her lover who was about to leave, except. This time, Guyi stayed in Wuhan City for 3 days. It must be said that Bibi Dong was completely let go, so wild that even he was a little surprised. Even Duguyan couldn't compare to this. In 3 days, Guyi seemed to feel the bliss of the world and finally understood the sentence. Women are made of water. It is simply a wise saying. With just 2 space shifts, Guyi returned from Wuhan City to Tiandu City. The time consumed during the period was only a few breaths. And the distance he crossed was not necessarily reached by ordinary people in 10 days or half a month. Now he is gradually about to cross the distance between man and God. Especially after the second soul core was successfully condensed, this feeling is particularly obvious. I'm back. Zhu Zuqing looked at Guyi who was as good as new, and just 3 words expressed all his thoughts and worries. I'm back. Guyi also replied with the same 3 words. Zhu Zuqing, who was delicate and soft, could no longer restrain herself and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly like a kitten affectionate to its owner. After a while, Zhu Zuqing pushed him away cruelly. Guyi was confused and thought that there was still the smell of Bibi Dong on his body, but he had checked it before coming back and there was nothing wrong. In fact, at this moment, you only need to use your mind. The eye of the soul is enough to see through everything, but he doesn't want to do that. He is already a scumbag, and if he uses the eye of the soul, it's simply unbearable to look at. And even if he has the smell of other women on him, Zhu Zuqing shouldn't react like this. Even if he has said it countless times, Zhu Zuqing still puts her status very low. As long as he is by her side, he is satisfied. Go find Sister Yan quickly, she needs you more now. I'll leave the door for you at night. After saying that, Zhu Zuqing ran away with a red face. A woman can do this, it can be said that she has paid a lot. Guyi looked at Zhu Zuqing who disappeared from his sight, and did not chase after her. As she said, Duguyan needs him more at this moment, and the child also needs him as a father. Take a day off. On the first day of the new year. Book friends, Happy New Year! Chapter 253 The Real Purpose of the Power of the Soul. When she came to Duguyan's room, she had been pregnant for several months and her pregnancy was already a little obvious, but her beautiful figure was not affected at all, but became more plump, and was developing towards a mature wife. But now he didn't have any other thoughts. In fact, what he did was a little unfair to these women, especially to Duguyan. During her pregnancy, he even had little time to accompany her. He didn't deliberately create surprises, nor did he say sweet words, but just said it with a bit of ease. I'm back. Duguyan, who was standing in front of the full-length mirror and didn't know what to look at, heard a familiar voice and turned around in surprise. She was excited about Guyi's sudden return. You're back. Duguyan threw herself into Guyi's arms like a young swallow returning to the nest, hugged Guyi's waist and back tightly, and her eyes were red. You've been pregnant for several months, and you don't know how to be careful, and you're still so impulsive. Guyi stroked her hair behind her head and said lovingly. Anyway, you are here. No matter what happens, you can protect me. He held her and sat down on the bed. What were you looking at just now? I didn't even notice someone coming in. Speaking of this, Duguyan was a little depressed. I shouldn't have had a child so early. Look, my figure has changed. I have gained weight. My previous clothes are a little tight. Hearing Duguyan's complaints, if there were other malnourished women here, I am afraid they would beat her to death here. You can only say this here. If those malnourished women outside hear it, they might scold you behind your back. How can you call it fat? It's obviously more plump. Duguyan, who was sticking to Guyi, was obviously excited by this sentence. Women dress to please themselves. If Guyi thinks it looks good, she will naturally not feel anxious. After getting up, Duguyan put her head close to his ear and asked softly, do you like it? You make me like you more now. Guyi told the truth. He never liked thin women. They didn't have much flesh on their bodies. They might look very slim, but they didn't have any beauty. On the contrary, the fleshy look now made him more interested. Then I won't lose weight in the future. Duguyan thought Guyi would dislike her when he saw her like this, but she liked her even more. The two talked a lot more, from the past to the future, from the name of the child to the daughter-in-law. All the thoughts turned into deep feelings in these thousands of words. Until Duguyan couldn't help the sleepiness and fell asleep in Guyi's arms. Guyi didn't leave, but maintained this posture and looked at her with pity. Then he set his sights on the second soul core in his body. The two soul cores in the body rotated in opposite directions in an orderly manner, and powerful forces were constantly generated in it, integrated into the meridians, and repeated over and over again. After fusing the heart and soul cores, Guyi completely understood that the power of faith is definitely a kind of spiritual power, there is no doubt about this. Perhaps the power generated by the human mind is truly powerful. If it is true, perhaps this thing is really possible. The spirit sank into the sea of a euro spirit. Tianmeng still clung to Bingdi, and Bingdi still did not respond. But perhaps after that incident, they were all frightened, and when they had nothing to do, they refined and purified the power of faith. Although it has not reached the level of the previous one, it is also as high as 2 people. Thanks to you for the previous things. No matter what, I will definitely let you go free after I become a god and give you eternal life. Guyi will naturally not hold back on his enemies, but he will naturally not treat his friends, especially those who have helped him, unfairly. I did this just to protect myself, not just to save you. Becoming a god as soon as possible is the greatest help to me. Bingdi was still merciless, but the sacrifice she made before seemed to be saying that she was hypocritical. What do you say? I only believe what I see with these eyes. Guyi did not expose Bingdi. He smiled mysteriously and walked towards the light ball of faith power. After the second soul core was successfully condensed, the mysterious power of faith became less strange in his eyes. The eye of the soul above the sea of a euro spirit opened quietly, emitting a light that could see through everything. Bingdi frowned subconsciously when she was exposed. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. It made her feel like she was completely seen through. It is true. Through the eyes of the soul, Guyi truly understood the power of faith, and thousands of ideas kept bursting out in his heart. Guyi turned around suddenly, and his deep eyes seemed to be able to see things in reality through the sea of a euro spirit, and strands of faith power kept flowing into the sea of a euro spirit from the outside world. He cast his eyes on those who believed in him. Tracing back to the source, he can now see the source of faith power with the eyes of the soul. It's amazing. A magical idea came into his mind, and Guyi focused his eyes on his statue in Tiandu City. It was magical to see the surrounding situation with the vision of the statue. Maybe it really works. The idea kept spreading in his heart and gradually became perfect. Turning around and looking at Bingdi and Tianmeng I's silkworm behind him. Perhaps, we can create a new era. There was endless madness on his handsome face, which made Bingdi and Tianmeng stunned. It was the first time I saw Guyi's crazy side. This spiritual eye in the sky is our most powerful tool to create a new era. How about participating in this unprecedented change? What are you talking about? Don't go crazy alone. Bingdi really didn't understand what Guyi was thinking that could make him so crazy. After the last condensation of the soul core, I have greatly improved the power of the mind and have a better understanding of it. This new power has the same origin as the power of faith, and can even be said to be of the same clan. Now I can't directly convert these turbid powers of faith into pure powers of faith, but if I use the eye of the mind as the foundation, create an illusion with the core of the power of the mind, let people from all over the world enter it, and let them help me provide power of faith, or even purify the power of faith. If it develops to the end, I can even turn this illusion into a real world, and turn the illusory world into a real world. Once I do it, I will become the master of the world. You, Tianmeng, Bingdi will be the first gods of that world. Are you coming? Chapter 254 Creating the World. Guyi, are you crazy? Tianmeng looked at the crazy man in front of him, and really didn't know if he was missing a brain or something was wrong recently. Why did he have these strange ideas recently? Creating the world? The first gods? Are these all achievable things? Tianmeng admitted that Guyi's talent was the strongest and most powerful of all the humans he had ever seen. Even now, it was possible that even the Snow Emperor, the leader of the three kings of the far north, might not be Guyi's opponent. But what he wanted to do now was to create a world. Is it possible to do this? Isn't it better to just complete the assessment honestly? Why do you have to do these weird things? Last time, you made a second soul core, and it almost killed all three of us. Tianmeng really didn't recommend Guyi to do this. At the beginning, she became Guyi's soul ring because she wanted him to take her to the god realm, so she tried her best to help him. But now she doesn't do serious things, doesn't complete the god examination, and has to do these pipe dreams. Guyi won't listen to Tianmen's opinion. Even if the two of them disagree, it doesn't matter to him. After all, these two people are just his soul rings now, and all the decision-making power is in his hands. The reason why he told them is completely because he wants to share with one more person. If there are too many things weighing on one's heart, it is easy to make one depressed. Guyi doesn't want to be like this. Okay, what should we do next? Bingdi made a decision that even Guyi felt puzzled. After all, like Tianmeng, she is now only a soul body. Although she can temporarily live in his spiritual sea, it is still very risky. Bing, don't be impulsive. This kind of thing is impossible to do. Don't follow him to be stupid. Have you forgotten that it was because of his recklessness that we both almost lost our souls before? Now you have to follow him to do such an extremely risky thing. Tianmeng doesn't understand why Bingdi would agree to such an outrageous thing. Is there any other choice besides accepting it? Bingdi obviously sees deeper than Tianmeng Binkan. Her and Tianmen's wills are not important at all. The reason why she asked for their opinions is just to have one more person in the same way. Whether they agree or not, they will do it. Joining in from the earliest moment, if they succeed, the benefits they can obtain will be unprecedented. Tianmeng was speechless for a moment. Bingdi was right. It didn't matter what they thought. I agree too. What's the plan? Guyi looked at Bingdi deeply. She was indeed a well-deserved emperor in terms of courage. No wonder she looked down on Tianmeng Bingkan, a dog. Eye of the soul, although only the first soul ring is attached, it is a million-year soul ring, and it also brought me 4 soul skills. One of the soul skills, illusion evolution, can create an illusion that is almost real. With my current strength and vast spiritual power, almost no one can destroy it unless a peak Douluo of level 99 forcibly destroys it with soul power. I plan to use this soul skill as a starting point, and use my statues scattered throughout the Douluo continent as the core to set up a complete illusion. In this way, I can harvest the power of faith from all over the world, and even harvest evil thoughts to upgrade the evil god beads. And constantly accumulate the power of faith, and after reaching a certain level, directly use the power of faith to materialize the entire world. Refine the false and make it true. €. As soon as Guyi finished speaking, Tianmeng began to ask, first of all, let's not talk about how difficult this is. How to let people from the whole world enter your illusion, and how much spiritual power or even spiritual power is needed to maintain such a huge illusion. From what you said, you plan to open this illusion 24 hours a day. I admit that your current spiritual power is even greater than mine before, but you want to maintain such a large illusion. It is simply impossible to do it. The base is too large and the coverage area is too wide. Tianmeng asked a lot of questions in a row. This time, Bingdi rarely interrupted Tianmeng, because these were exactly what she wanted to say. According to Guyi's idea, even a god might not be able to complete such a large project. Even if Guyi's mental power could cover the entire world, it could not reach such a level, not to mention that it was impossible for Guyi to cover the entire Tiandu Empire with his mental power now. It is impossible to do it. The first question, if I say that they can obtain spirit rings by killing spirit beasts in the illusion, do you think there will be spirit masters who are unwilling to take the initiative to enter this environment? Impossible. Tianmeng and Bing Di said at the same time. This is impossible to achieve. Even if Guyi has the power of faith, it is impossible to support the entire world by himself. The power consumed during the period is completely impossible for Guyi to support. Let's not talk about whether it is possible for the time being, now I will answer your second question. It is indeed impossible for me to have such a large amount of spiritual power. I have never thought of creating an environment that covers the whole world from the beginning. Instead, I plan to use Tiandu City as the starting point and continuously cover the surrounding areas. As long as the power of faith is sufficient, these things can be done. As soon as these words came out, Tianmeng and Bingdi fell into deep thought. If they really did it according to Guyi's words, it would really be possible to do it. The last question. I do plan to open this illusion for 24 hours. One person can't do this, but what if there are more people? Guyi smiled at this time. This is also one of the reasons why he told Tianmeng and Bingdi. It is impossible to maintain the illusion for 24 hours by himself, but if there is the help of Tianmeng and Bingdi, these problems will be solved. And after that, he plans to find a stronger person to help him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tianmeng realized Guyi's purpose and said a few words in a hurry. If he and Bing Di really had to maintain the illusion, it would be even more strenuous and tiring than refining the power of faith before. This is a huge challenge for Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, who has been sleeping for 1,000,000 years. It is impossible to do it. You agreed just now, but there is no regret medicine. Even if the three of us can take turns to maintain the illusion, it is only temporary. When the illusion covers more and more places, one day even the three of us will not be able to complete it. Bing Di is obviously much calmer than Tianmeng. In the past 300,000 years, she has never been as bored as she is now. She has nothing to do in this huge sea of a euro spirit. I thought of this too. So I plan to look for the second soul ring of the soul eye martial spirit in a while. If she joins, our strength will increase greatly. Chapter 255 10 months of pregnancy. Who can be more powerful than the two of us? Bingdi and Tianmeng were a little confused. It's not that Tianmeng and Bingdi think highly of themselves, but because there are very few beings in this world who are stronger than them. In the Xingda Great Forest, there are almost all ferocious beasts surrounding it. Even if Guyi is extremely powerful, it is impossible for him to get any benefits from it. Sweetie. Guyi uttered 2 words. Immediately, he was opposed by Bingdi. No. The reason why I became your spirit ring so easily at the beginning was because I felt that I could not withstand the 400,000 year heavenly tribulation. Sweetie is different from me. She has a very strong talent, although I don't want to admit it. But no matter in terms of talent or cultivation, she is not as good as Sweetie. Her pride will not allow herself to become a human spirit ring. Even if her current strength is not as good as yours, the special environment of ice and snow in the far north will greatly increase her strength. Even if you can defeat her in the end and want to self-destruct, we can't stop her at all. The power of a soul beast of hundreds of thousands of years level self-detonation may even cause us unprecedented harm. Don't do stupid things. Ice Emperor analyzed very rationally that it was not so easy for Snow Emperor to become a human soul ring. I'm not stupid, of course I won't go to her so soon. Wait until I complete the construction of the illusion in Tiandu City. Wait until my strength is improved a little bit, and wait until I have complete confidence, then I will go to her. Guyi also understood that it might be really difficult for him to make Snow Emperor his soul ring with his current strength, and it was voluntary. If he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't do this at all. In the next few months, we still need to continue to discuss this plan, and this plan will be implemented only after Yanyan gives birth. With his current strength, basically no one in this world can cause him any harm, unless the injured and dying Silver Dragon King hiding in the depths of the Stardo Great Forest chooses to attack him. In his prime, the Silver Dragon King was no less powerful than the God King. Even if he was seriously injured, it was not too difficult to kill him, a soul master who did not yet have God-level strength. Guyi was very clear that his current strength was at most equivalent to that of Huo Yuhao who had not ascended to the God realm. It might even be a little inferior. After all, Huo Yuhao had already condensed the third soul core before ascending to the God realm, and he had just condensed complete the second soul core. If there are other abilities to assist, plus the meridian martial soul is really strong, otherwise it would not have such a strong strength now. Although Tianmeng and Bingdi did not understand Gu Yi's approach, they were relieved when they heard that he was not in a hurry. You can still slowly outline these things. After confirming these things, Gu Yi also left the sea of a spirituality. He just had a break in the next few months. In fact, from the time he traveled to now, he has not had a real rest. It is just right to take advantage of this time to let go and stop thinking about cultivation. Yan, do you want to go out for a walk? He has been in the sea of a spirituality for a long time, and Duguyan has also woken up. Where to go? Duguyan didn't quite understand what Gu Yi meant by this, and where he wanted to go. I thought about it. Since we have been together, I haven't taken good care of it. It just so happens that we can't practice well during this period. Going out for a walk and seeing the beautiful scenery will also be good for your mood. Duguyan's eyes sparkled. Okay, take Zuking with you, and the three of us will go out together. Duguyan was very considerate and knew that her current physical condition could not satisfy Gu Yi at all. Besides, if she and Gu Yi went out to play alone, leaving Zhu Zuking in the academy would not be a deliberate attempt to provoke a war between the two. Although Duguyan understood that Zhu Zuking would not have any temper, she would only be sad and upset in her heart. The next day, Gu Yi, who had just settled down, hurriedly took Duguyan and Zhu Zuking away from the academy. As a cultivator, especially a powerful cultivator like him, travel is extremely convenient. You only need to use your spatial ability to cross the tiring and boring journey. In the past few months, Gu Yi took the two women to many picturesque places in Douluo continent. I have been to the far north to enjoy the beautiful snow scenery, and I have also been to the vast sea. Among them, Gu Yi seemed to see an island from the seashore, an island with strong energy fluctuations. I also went to see the red cherry blossoms all over the mountains. For several months, Gu Yi had not thought about practicing. He was surrounded by them, he also enjoyed it. Every day, Duguyan and Zhu Zuking's faces were filled with happy smiles. However, the happy life will eventually end. As her belly grew bigger, Duguyan's spirit became worse and worse, and she became more and more sleepy. Every day, Gu Yi used his mental power to check the situation in Duguyan's body, and if there was any problem, he could find it immediately. Half a month before the birth, Gu Yi took Duguyan and Zhu Zuking back to the academy, allowing her to prepare for the birth with peace of mind. Gu Yi's judgment was very accurate. Half a month later, Duguyan successfully welcomed the most important moment in her life. The crystallization of love between her and Gu Yi will also be born. Listening to Duguyan's screams in the room, Gu Yi was no longer the peerless strong man who had no rivals in the entire continent, but a husband anxiously waiting for his wife to give birth. He didn't even use his mental power to detect the situation inside. Brother Yi, don't worry so much. Sister Yan's body is protected by your energy, so there will be no problem. Zhu Zuking stood beside Gu Yi and said comfortingly. Yes, Yan will be fine. But even though he said so, after hearing Duguyan's scream, he still walked back and forth anxiously in the yard, as if this could relieve his anxiety. After such a tormenting time. Wah. With the cry of a baby, Gu Yi finally couldn't help but rushed in. Just watched a midwife holding the child in her arms and washing the blood off the child. Gu Yi just took a look and put the child behind his mind. He came to the bedside and looked at Duguyan, whose face was extremely pale, and whose lips were a little white. The originally neatly tidied his hair was also stuck to his forehead and skin because of the sweat. Yan, you've worked hard. Gu Yi sat by the bed. It was the first time he saw Duguyan so tired, and he felt very distressed. It's okay. I'm very happy to give birth to a child for you. Duguyan forced a smile with difficulty. It was a very happy thing to be able to give birth to a child with the one he loved. The daily routine was over. The matter of the child came to an end, and a new plot began. Chapter 256 What kind of world? By the way, have you chosen a name for the child? Duguyan asked tiredly. The vitality that Gu Yi had infused into his body in advance began to take effect, and his face gradually became ruddy. Giving birth to a child didn't help much, but it was a very simple thing for Duguyan to recover. For him, vitality was something that could be easily handled. I've thought about this matter. Since Grandpa has been talking about it for so long, Let him name the child. It just happened to make him happy. Guyi told Duguyan his thoughts. Duguyan was really shocked this time. Guyi was willing to give the right to name her child to someone else, even if that person was her grandfather. Have a good rest. Guyi gently stroked Duguyan's cheek, with a bit of heartache and love in his eyes. Well, I will have a good rest. I have been holding it in for a long time. Duguyan smiled charmingly. For her and Guyi, the child was just an accident, and the love between them was true love. If Douluo hadn't kept urging her, she really wouldn't have had a child so early. In the future, she would have had a child in her life, and many things would be hindered. Douluo finally arrived. Yan Yan, my good granddaughter, Grandpa is late. Douluo rushed in and looked at the room where everything had been completed, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. You little brat, you have such a convenient ability as spatial ability, but you didn't even inform me. Douluo scolded Guyi, and then walked to the bedside. Compared with the paleness before, Duguyan now looked no different from ordinary people, and even more rosy than ordinary people. Grandpa, I'm fine. You go see the child first. Duguyan wanted to enjoy more time alone with Guyi. After all, such an opportunity hasn't appeared for a long time. This is the time for the two to release their emotions. Douluo also heard the disgust in his granddaughter's words, and didn't see any problem, so he happily went to find the child. By the way, old poison, please help me think of a name for the child. Douluo turned around suddenly, not expecting Guyi to say such a thing, and then turned to look at his granddaughter lying on the bed, and was even more overjoyed after waiting for his affirmative answer. God has mercy on us. The Douluo family finally has another descendant. Although they are not named Douluo, they have the blood of the Douluo clan, which means they have blood left in the world. When the two came out of the room, Duguyan's face had already returned to normal, her breath was stable, and she was not weak after giving birth. It seemed that Guyi took good care of her. Guyi, come here and see how my great-grandson looks like. Does he look like Yan Yan? Douluo held the child in his arms very intimately, with a kind look in his eyes all the time. He was no longer the dreaded poison Douluo, but an old man enjoying the joy of family. It is said that a son looks like his mother and a daughter looks like her husband. He inherited Yan Yan's appearance. This child will definitely attract many girls when he grows up. Douluo talked to himself, and the excitement in his heart made him particularly excited. Congratulations, Sister Yan, for giving birth to such a cute fat boy. Zhu Zuqing said with envy. If Guyi hadn't always disagreed, she would have been pregnant now. Don't envy me, it's only a matter of time. Duguyan held Zhu Zuqing's arms in her arms very intimately, and her breasts became taller because of her pregnancy. By the way, old poison, have you thought of a name for the child? Guyi asked. This is a big deal. Although I didn't know that Guyi would leave the naming to me, I had already thought of hundreds of names in my mind. I had already thought of it. Gu Qing, the disciple is better than the master. I 1/2 a superscript 1 EEOC 3/4 a. Plus or minus a 1/2. Douluo looked at Guyi expectantly. This was a name he had thought of for a long time. Duguyan and Guyi looked at each other, and then said in unison, okay, let's call the child this name. From then on, there were two more people in this family. One was the baby who had just been born in this family, that is, Gu Qing. The other was Gu Dubo, who would never return to the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian. Now he was concentrating on raising the child. He loved him so much that he would take his great-grandson with him wherever he went. His face was filled with a happy smile, and he was no longer gloomy and vicious. As for Guyi and Duguyan, they successfully became hands-off shopkeepers. Except for every apart from daily rest, they lived their three-person life. The child was just an accident. 7 days after Duguyan gave birth, she calmed her lonely heart, and Guyi finally started his long-awaited plan. Create an illusion. Are you ready? Once this illusion is created, it will not stop. That means one of us must stay at the post at all times. Otherwise, the illusion will collapse, and all our efforts will be in vain. Tianmeng and Bing nodded in unison. Guyi had been traveling for the past few months, but they had been researching the Sea of a Euro spirit for too long. They would only be more in-depth than Guyi about this plan. Naturally, they understood the reason. Okay, a new era will officially begin from today. The spiritual eye between Guyi's eyebrows opened, and suddenly the whole room bloomed with incomparable brilliance. Countless spiritual power instantly poured out of his room, and in a very short time, the entire Tiandu city was wrapped in it in a spherical state. No one noticed all this, because the power of the mind and the power of faith are not much different. This kind of power can only be perceived by the top strong or people with this kind of power, otherwise other people can't detect the slightest change. What kind of world do you want to create? Or do you plan to replicate the Douluo continent in this illusion? Things have come to this point, but Guyi still hasn't said what kind of world he wants to build. If I really plan to re-replicate the Douluo continent, will I say that a new era has arrived? That would be too boring. When you see that world, you will know what a new era is. Guyi kept it a secret and didn't tell Bingdi and Tianmeng what kind of world he wanted to create this time. Although the ability of illusion evolution gives Guyi the foundation to build a perfect illusion, if he wants to create a completely strange world, he still needs to move some details into this environment. After all, the imagination in the mind is impossible to be perfect, and can only be filled and improved in the later stage. Chapter 257 Game World. The Sea of a Euro Spirit. Guyi sat cross-legged in it, and the eye of the soul floating above the Sea of a Euro Spirit was in an open state, and the light it emitted covered the Tiandu city wrapped in the power of the soul. The outside world. A third eye also appeared between the eyebrows, shining with golden light, looking like a god descending to the earth, showing an inexplicable power. The light seemed to be unaffected by the room and penetrated out. A platinum soul ring on the body, with golden lines on it, was shining. The eye of the soul, the illusion evolution in the first soul skill was being used crazily. In his mind, Guyi hooked out the world that he had buried in his heart for a long time bit by bit. He discovered the strangeness of this world when he came to Douluo continent and started practicing. It seems that this is not an orthodox fantasy practice world, but a route similar to killing monsters and upgrading in games. After practicing until now, Guyi also has a clear understanding of this world. Although Douluo continent looks like a game world, it is not a real game world, and what he wants to create this time is a real game world. There will be a new way to fight monsters, level up and get equipment. It is no longer a seemingly game world. It will be full of all kinds of magical props, strange monsters, and of course, an orderly system. The reason why this world is set up as a new game world is because of the most important reason, the power of faith. Guyi is not a great good man, nor can he be a saint. All he can do is to benefit himself and others at the same time. The most fundamental and main reason for creating a fantasy world is to collect and purify the power of faith. This is the most fundamental source of all his actions. If there is no such thing, why do these thankless things? And the most fundamental and main power for him to do all this comes from faith, or the power of the mind. It is not difficult to imprint the images in the mind into the illusion. The only thing to do is to polish these images carefully and refine some of the vague concepts. Fortunately, over the years, Guyi has almost memorized all the existing soul beasts in the entire Douluo continent, including some monster patterns that he had seen on the internet in his previous life, which were imprinted in his mind and transformed into the first batch of monsters in this illusion world. In this created world, there is only one currency and energy in circulation, that is, the power of faith. Only by allowing a kind of power to circulate can more power be generated. Only when the power of faith is continuously generated can this world become more perfect and powerful. Complement each other. It is also fortunate that there is such a large amount of information source in the previous life. Otherwise, if Guyi imagines it out of thin air, it would be extremely difficult to create a relatively perfect world. And he is not in a hurry to build the entire perfect game world now. After all, the current environment can only affect the people in Tiandu city. That's all. There's no need to build such a huge world. This is the first time to build an illusion. Guyi doesn't plan to do too many or too perfect things. After all, this is just an experiment. There will definitely be many difficulties to overcome on this road to creating a world, and the difficulty they are facing now is how to build this world. As an initial investment, Guyi plans to put the pure power of faith refined by Tianmeng and Bingdi in the Sea of a Euro Spirit into it, so that people who enter this illusion can get substantial benefits. For example, soul ring condensation. Human nature is to pursue interests. Even if others say it in a fancy way and say how beautiful this illusion is, it is not as real as the most substantial interests in front of them. If this illusion can really make people condense the soul rings and soul skills that are most suitable for them, who would risk their lives to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest? As long as the situation is opened, the future will be smooth. Even when Guyi had the strength to confront the Silver Dragon King, he would go to meet the Lord of Soul Beasts. After all, what he was going to do now might end the problem that humans had to hunt soul beasts to advance. Humans have always been at the forefront of progress. From the beginning, it was difficult to obtain even a 10,000 year soul ring, and now a 100,000 year soul ring is truly rare. But if it is 10,000 years later, a 100,000 year soul ring is no longer so rare, at least it is no longer a diluted treasure level. And after 20,000 years, soul beasts will face the crisis of extinction. I believe that everyone can calculate this account. So Guyi wants to include the Silver Dragon King in the list of world creation in the future. After all, their current strength is still too weak. It is not that their strength is weak, but that individuals are weak in front of the whole world. If you really want to affect the illusion of the entire Douluo continent, it must not be accomplished by a few simple people. Even if you add the Snow Queen, it is impossible to do it. So seeking help is the most important thing. Of course, these are things that will happen a long time later. When dawn appeared, Tiandu city regained its vitality, and a fantasy world quietly covered the entire Tiandu city, and the changes in the whole world will start from here. Already possessing invincible strength, Guyi naturally did not intend to do all this secretly, as the speed and efficiency would be too slow. When the sun rose, Guyi also soared from Tianwen Academy, and his martial soul true body began to appear. He had already been able to condense his martial soul true body, and at this moment, he condensed his martial soul true body to be more like a real person, just as majestic as the statue, like a god descending from heaven. The powerful mental power spread throughout Tiandu city from this huge martial soul true body. It was not an aggressive behavior, but it made everyone's eyes focus here. Martial God, it's Lord Martial God. The vendors who had already gone to the streets to sell their goods all put down their work and set their eyes on the giant, and some even began to kowtow and kneel. Although Guyi did not have a very good reputation among the nobles, in the eyes of the common people, he was a real god, a god who came to save them. How many people who were born without soul power successfully became a soul master after practicing the martial arts passed down by Guyi? What do you want to do now? Qian Rongxiu stood outside the hall, looking at the huge figure, feeling anxious and angry. Because she was really unsure of the purpose of Guyi's behavior. Before doing anything, he didn't even discuss it with her in advance. Your Majesty, do you need to go and investigate? The subordinates around Qian Rongxiu asked. No, it seems that he has something to say, and I also want to see what he is going to do. Chapter 258 Tiandu City in shock. At this moment, the person who attracted the entire Tiandu city finally spoke. Following the path of martial arts, the number of soul masters on the entire Douluo continent has increased exponentially. Today, I will reopen the world. Anyone who believes in me can experience another world by silently reciting the word illusion in their hearts. It contains everything, money, wealth, strength, as long as you enter it, all of this can be obtained. I wish everyone in the world is like a dragon, and can control their own destiny. The earlier you enter it, the more treasure you can get. After saying these words, Guyi's martial soul embodied in the air also disappeared. Creating this game world, Guyi naturally would not let those who have no faith in him enter it. As the saying goes, those who believe in me can get eternal life. There is no obligation to let everyone in this world enter it. Although Guyi's words were hearty and touching, there were still people who sneered. After all, although the people on Douluo continent respectfully call him the god of war, Guyi is still immortal after all. He has not truly become the legendary god. He still lives in the same world with them, without any level of separation. He is very powerful, but in the end, he still cannot make people submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. When the gods appear, all spirits bow down. But some Peoplesh also took this as her guiding principle. The moment Guyi finished speaking, she had already silently said in her heart, illusion. The whole person's spirit was invested in another brand new city. Qian Rongxiu had known Guyi for many years and learned a lot from talking with him. Although this person was really infuriating sometimes, she had never heard any false words from him. It was precisely because of this that she also silently said illusion in her heart. For a while, a city in the illusion world that was almost the same size as Tiandu city was settled in hundreds of outsiders. Guyi also kept his promise and distributed a weapon to the first 10 people who entered this world. Let them have the capital far beyond their companions. Here, the power is suppressed. Qian Rongxiu felt so weak for the first time. This was also the first time she felt so weak since awakening her martial soul. After all, she was born with a 20th level innate soul power. From the moment she awakened her martial soul, she had surpassed 90% of the people on Douluo continent. She had never felt the taste of losing power. Soon, there was an additional piece of information in her mind, an introduction to this world. Game panel. Qian Rongxiu muttered in her heart. Then a most basic game panel appeared in front of her. Name, unnamed. Level, 0. Energy, none. Weapons, no novice weapons selected. Props, none. Qian Rongxiu was very curious about all this. Although she entered this world very early, she was still not as good as the believers who worshipped Guyi crazily. Naturally, she had no share of extra weapons. Name, Qian Rongxiu. Because this was a human form made up of a spiritual body, it meant that she was now entering this illusion with her true body, and naturally revealed that peerless face. Here she can expose her true appearance without restraint, no one will know her true identity, and she can walk around here as she pleases. After solving these problems, Qian Rongxiu set her sights on the plants and trees in this illusion. It is so real, all the feelings in her body are telling her that everything is real, but the sacred power in her heart is reminding her that everything is false, just because her feelings are wrong. The power of the mind is a kind of power that comes from the depths of people's hearts. It can change infinitely and has all kinds of incredible abilities. I am afraid that even the gods in the sky may not be able to transform all the plants and trees in the illusion into real feelings. Guyi naturally cannot do it. The reason why there are such real feelings in this illusion world is actually derived from the feelings they have experienced in their hearts. Just like smelling the fragrance of flowers, this feeling will leave an impression in the mind, and when you see it again, you will have a preconceived idea. This is the power of the mind. Guyi just guides this power out through the power of the mind. Every blade of grass and every tree that Qian Rongxiu feels now is his real feeling in the past, or her impression of the world. However, Guyi is confident that in the near future, as more and more people enter this world, the power of faith will increase, and everything in it will become more real, and it will no longer be limited to the feelings in reality, but will be touched and felt in reality. After understanding the basic operating rules of this world, everyone who entered this fantasy world was boiling. Especially when it comes to getting soul rings that can be absorbed in the real world by fighting monsters and collecting energy, you will get the best years and the best soul rings. There is even a chance to get the high-level martial arts created by Guyi. As he said, in this world, as long as you can do it, you can get amazing gains. Everyone is standing at the same starting line, and it will be a real competition. Although Guyi cannot guarantee absolute fairness, relative fairness can still be guaranteed. You will not completely lose all hope because of a martial soul awakening. In just one day, the faith power that he had placed in various monsters was taken by the crazy hunters, and the pure faith power he had prepared was now less than 30%. However, the turbid faith power was increasing, and the ratio even reached 10 to 1. Every time you consume a pure faith power, you can get 10 or even more turbid faith power. However, if you continue to consume it like this, Guyi can only give them turbid faith power in the end. And even if these turbid faith powers can condense into soul rings, they are enough to make the people who absorb these faith powers crazy. Guyi naturally would not do such a thing of exhausting the pond to catch fish, and the solution was naturally thought of by him, Tianmeng, and Bingdi people. The faith power itself is pure, but it becomes turbid because it is mixed with too many other emotions. As long as these turbid emotions are consumed, you can get pure faith power. Although the spiritual power of hundreds or thousands of people entering the illusion world is not as strong as that of Guyi. But they are also condensed by spiritual power after all, and can directly affect other emotions in the power of faith. Combined with his previous research on the power of the mind and evil thoughts, plus the evil field, it is enough to give these spirits the ability to wipe out these emotions. At that time, you only need to condense a monster body with the turbid power of faith, reveal the complicated emotions outside the body surface, and then let these spirits kill it, which is enough to eliminate these complicated emotions. Thus you can get the pure power of faith. Chapter 259 Qian Rongxiu's Visit. What's the situation now? The Ice Emperor in the Sea of a spirit asked curiously. After all, if you can't even get started smoothly, how can you grow bigger and stronger? You might as well give up. Good, it couldn't be better. The pure faith I released before has almost been consumed by them, and the person who has gained the most faith has enough to condense 100-year soul ring. As long as he condenses the soul ring in reality, this fantasy world will become the most popular thing in the world. Maybe the fate of your soul beast clan will change a little. Guyi didn't dare to say that he could completely change their fate. After all, his understanding of the power of faith was not too in-depth now. He could use the power of faith as a basis to allow other soul masters to obtain soul rings without hunting soul beasts. It was already a very good method. But there are always some things he can't do now. For example, soul bones. This kind of thing really can't be achieved through the power of faith. Even if soul masters in the future will not lack soul rings, they will still hunt soul beasts because of the lack of soul bones. Even with the increase in human soul masters, the speed of the soul beast clan's extinction will be even faster than before. With his help, soul masters have gradually escaped from the vicious circle of relying on soul beasts to become stronger, which means that the greatest role of soul beasts for humans no longer exists. Now the only role is to produce soul bones with powerful abilities. However, Guyi believes that in the near future, these things will be completed with his help, and it is also his bargaining chip to subdue the Silver Dragon King to help him improve this world. The next thing will be much more difficult. We must pay attention to the changes in the illusion at all times, especially after those turbid powers of faith enter. We must maintain the scene well. These are humans who hunt monsters, and we can't let them earn nothing. For every pure power of faith we earn, we will give them 2. If it weren't for the worry that the power of faith was too difficult to obtain, Guyi would even make this ratio 10 to 1. Instead of 1/5. Got it. The next thing is up to us. There are still many people outside looking for you. Ice Emperor took over the control of the illusion world. Although she did not contain the power of the mind, the current Ice Emperor could also be regarded as Guyi's soul ring. Although she did not disappear like other soul beasts, her most important control was still in Guyi's hands. With just one thought, Ice Emperor was enough to be shattered to pieces, and naturally she could mobilize some of Guyi's power. The same is true for Tianmeng, and the connection between the two is even greater than that of Ice Emperor. After returning from the Sea of A spirits, someone was already waiting for him in the waiting room. What are you doing here? Guyi looked at Qian Rongxiu who suddenly arrived, and he did not feel strange in his heart. After all, he had noticed her entry and exit when he was detecting the illusion just now. Almost nothing was done. There was only one reason why Qian Rongxiu could return to reality so quickly, and that was to come to him to ask about the situation. What do you want to do? After Guyi came in, Qian Rongxiu had already returned to her original appearance, but she could not hide the curiosity in her eyes. She could clearly feel whether Guyi had become a god or not. But such a huge illusion appeared vividly in front of her. Even the soul master with the most powerful ability to create illusions in the world might not be able to do it to this extent. The realistic scene, the grand city, and the various strange monsters outside belonged to another world. If it were not for the constant reminder from the angel soul bone in her body, all this was false. With her current strength, she could not detect any abnormal situation at all. Including the 2 titled Douluo, Snake Spear, and Thorny Porpoise, they also entered it, and were even worse than her. They could not detect whether it was a false or real world. Didn't I say it before? I wish everyone could be like a dragon and control their own destiny. Facing Qian Rongxiu, Guyi still gave a very decent answer, without any change. Don't tell me these empty words, I know your purpose is definitely not that simple. You are not the kind of saint who gives everything for the people of the world. Recalling that you asked me to promulgate a festival in the Tiandu Empire, dedicated to worshipping you. There is definitely a necessary connection between them. So what is the reason for your desire to believe? Although Qian Rongxiu's cultivation has been delayed in these years, his mind is not weaker than anyone else. If he hadn't been too in love, he would not have lost to Tang San in the original timeline, even though his cultivation had been delayed for more than 10 years. Douluo continent Tian being gifted with the first place is not just talk, and not everyone can have the innate soul power reaching level 20. It has nothing to do with you. Don't be too eager to explore other people's affairs. Your top priority now is to practice well. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to participate in future events. Once what he did was completed, the strong men of the entire Douluo continent would emerge like mushrooms after rain. The titled Douluo that once dominated the entire Douluo continent is no longer so rare. Qian Rongxiu didn't understand Guyi's attitude towards her at all. After all, their relationship was relatively harmonious before that. It was only after being warned during the tracking that their relationship took a sharp turn for the worse, and it never returned to the way it was before. When facing himself, Guyi always looked cold. Okay, I won't ask these questions anymore. Can you answer me a private question? Qian Rongxiu's tone changed, and it was very gentle. As long as it doesn't involve my secrets, I can answer you. Why do you reject me? Don't lie to me. You have to believe a woman's intuition in this regard. Qian Rongxiu's eyes were burning, and she looked at him closely. Guyi was a little embarrassed for a moment. Could he tell Qian Rongxiu that his relationship with Bibi Dong was not simple before? According to the current relationship, he had to call him dad. I don't reject you, leave. The relationship between Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu was already very bad. If he got involved, things would only become more complicated. Guyi ignored Qian Rongxiu and disappeared directly in the room, leaving Qian Rongxiu alone. Asshole, one day I will know what the secret is. Qian Rongxiu cursed. Still didn't get the answer he wanted to know. Practice, you must become stronger as soon as possible. Only by being stronger than Guyi can you keep everything firmly in your hands. Chapter 260 The Impact of the Fantasy World. The world will not stop because of Qian Rongxiu's departure. On the contrary, the entire fantasy world has become more vibrant. However, people who come to this world have gradually discovered that the monsters they encounter in this world are becoming stronger and more violent. Sometimes one person cannot kill these monsters alone. They have also begun to form teams, forming a form similar to the soul hunting team in the outside world. However, there is no difference in martial arts here, because they can't even open martial arts here. The most challenging thing in the fantasy world is one's own ability to understand the battle, and the determination to dare to fight and die. Although the world created by Guyi is an illusory world, there is one thing that is true. That is, after the death of the spirit body in this world, it will feel the pain of death, and its own mental power will be halved. It will take at least 1 month to enter this world again. At the same time, its own level will fall to the bottom. And these powers scattered due to death are naturally absorbed by the evil god beads hidden in the fantasy world. The evil god pearl was originally a special pearl that absorbed all negative emotions and evil forces. Although it looks like it has a physical body now, it is actually between a physical body and an illusion. Guyi is very optimistic about the future of the evil god pearl. It is definitely not a problem to evolve into a super artifact, and it will take all living beings as its nourishment. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. As more and more people believe in him, the faith light group in the spiritual sea is getting bigger and bigger. The pure faith power that was almost consumed is increasing day by day, almost every moment. Tianmeng and Bingdi, you finally understand how correct Guyi's decision is. The power of an individual cannot match the power of a group after all. In this world, mortals can also provide him with considerable help. Time is passing day by day. The fantasy world set up by the god of war in Tiandu city is spreading more and more, attracting a large number of fanatics to come here. Even some believers of the god of war in the Xingluo Empire have come here from afar. A month later, Tiandu city was almost overcrowded, with soul masters and ordinary people crowded into the originally huge Tiandu city. In the eyes of those ordinary civilians, there was something called hope. One evening, Guyi looked at one of the faith chains connecting the fantasy world through the eyes of his mind. There was a teenager sitting cross-legged, and in front of him was a pure white soul ring, white without any impurities. Although it looks very similar to the 10-year soul ring, it is essentially different. This is the first soul master who has gathered enough faith power, and the soul power level has also reached the conditions. Bingdi watched curiously. After all, this moment is also very important for their soul beasts. If they can really condense into a soul ring with the power of faith, it means that their soul beasts may be able to be reborn. It's him. He is the first person to enter the fantasy world and was rewarded with a unique weapon. The key is that this kid dares to fight and is really not afraid of death. Perhaps because he has no worries in his heart, he has surpassed a group of powerful soul masters and achieved what he has achieved now. In fact, Guyi understands that there are many more things in this fantasy world he created. Loopholes. Although everyone's most basic attributes are almost the same, their understanding of combat is different. After all, their status and strength in reality are very different, so it is naturally impossible to achieve perfect unity. No matter how bad a soul master is, he has experience fighting against powerful soul beasts, so he can naturally get rid of ordinary people who don't know how to fight. But in this case, this boy who has not yet become a soul master has surpassed everyone. Of course, This boy has special weapons and works very hard, but it is enough to show that people on Douluo continent rely too much on soul skills, and they are even too lazy to study deeper combat skills. It is precisely because of this that a monster with outstanding talent like Tang Chen appeared decades ago. Can transcend the world's vision and comprehend absolutely powerful power. From this point of view, neither Qian Daoliu nor Poseidon can compare to Tang Chen. If he had not been secretly disturbed by the Rakshasa god when he inherited the throne, he would not have been trapped in the city of slaughter for so many years, becoming the king of slaughter and losing his own nature. Although from the current situation, he and Tang Chen are already in a hostile relationship, it does not affect Guyi's great admiration for him. Ask yourself, if Guyi did not have those memories of his previous life, it would be almost impossible to surpass Tang Chen in achievement. That was the glory of an era, which influenced an entire era. It's a pity that such a young man with such a mind has only an ordinary knife as his martial soul, otherwise his achievements would certainly be extraordinary. Ice Emperor couldn't help but sigh for this young man. Who said the knife is weak? If he can get the flying knife secret book I put in the fantasy world, even if it is just a knife, it is enough to make him occupy a place in the Soul Master world. Guyi is very confident about this. Although he rarely uses the flying knife skills now, it is not because the flying knife is weak, but because there is a more convenient way to fight. Then do you want to help him? Bingdi asked curiously. Now she was bored to death in the sea of Euro spirits, and she looked down on Tianmeng, a coward. Now the only one who could talk to her was Guyi. Guyi shook his head gently. No, if he is destined, he can get his chance even without my guidance. Maybe I can help this young man for a while, but I can't help him forever. People have to walk their own way after all. Guyi's thoughts are now somewhat close to God. Maybe he would choose to lead this young man to the flying knife skills in the past, but he doesn't plan to do so now. Well, we have also gained a lot of pure faith during this period, and it's time to strengthen ourselves. Although more than a month has passed, Guyi has not forgotten his original plan to take Xuedi into his pocket, and now with the increasing number of people in the fantasy world, it is becoming more and more difficult to control this fantasy world. Sometimes Tianmeng and Bingdi are even needed to stabilize this world together. It is urgent to increase manpower. After the power is upgraded this time, Guyi plans to go to the far north in person to meet the Ice and Snow Girl, who ranks third among the 10 fierce beasts. It would be the best if he could defeat the enemy without fighting like he did when he subdued the Ice Emperor. However, these things can only be thought about, and a big battle is probably inevitable. Chapter 261 Soul Ring Evolution, Large Chapter. The power of faith is the most important thing for him now. Up to now, Guyi has basically not used the power of faith except for the initial experiments and the condensation of soul cores. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, 8 soul rings appeared on his body. 3 purple, 3 black, 1 platinum, and 1 blood red. This soul ring ratio may not be so perfect even if you search through the past and present. And after condensing the second soul core last time, Guyi's soul master cultivation has reached level 89. If he wants to upgrade to level 90, it will only take 1 or 2 months, but it is not necessary now. The improvement of cultivation by the dual soul cores can be said to be extremely fast. However, Guyi, the 9th soul ring of the Meridian Martial Soul, does not intend to absorb the soul rings of soul beasts anymore, but uses the power of faith to condense the 9th soul ring. This time, he must surpass the limit. This is also the last soul ring that the Meridian Martial Soul can absorb. Naturally, he must plan it well to make his own strength reach the strongest level. Tianmeng and Bingdi in the sea of Euro spirits looked at Guyi quietly. It was also a good thing for them that Guyi could improve his strength. The 3 of them shared honor and disgrace. Only when Guyi became better, they would be safer. The power of faith began to mobilize. It flowed from the sea of Euro spirits into the body and into the meridians. The age of the first soul ring began to increase, and the power in the body became stronger because of the improvement of the soul ring. The soul power was improving bit by bit. But at his current level, this little improvement in power was almost insignificant and could not make a qualitative change in his cultivation. The power of faith was continuously injected, and the color of the first soul ring gradually changed from purple to black. Half an hour later, the first soul ring completely transformed into black and became a 10,000-year soul ring. Guyi did not stop, and felt the pure power of faith in the sea of Euro spirit, and continued to improve the age of the first soul ring until it showed a faint red, and then stopped transmitting the power of faith. Although the power of faith is a panacea, it is also consumed a lot. The power required to upgrade to a 100,000 year soul ring is not small. Now if all his power of faith is used to upgrade the first soul ring, it will be difficult for other soul rings to have a chance to upgrade. In the final analysis, it is because of the lack of power of faith that this result occurred. The sun rises and sets, and Guyi sits in the room for 3 days. All the soul rings on his body have transformed into 10,000-year soul rings. It's still a little short. Guyi set his eyes on his 6th soul ring, which is also the soul ring closest to the 100,000-year soul ring. After 3 days of improvement, his cultivation is infinitely close to level 90, but he is still a step away from the final step and cannot pass it. There was still some pure faith power left in the sea of a euro spirit. Since he was going to improve himself, he should do it thoroughly and directly enter a new level. Tianmeng and Bing Di also knew what Guyi was thinking. They were worried that the remaining faith power was insufficient, so they returned to their old business and began to refine the faith power to provide Guyi with the most powerful support. Bang! Guyi exuded an amazing aura, and directly opened the door of the training room from the inside. The room suddenly became clear and sunny. The 6th soul ring on his body turned blood red, which symbolized the strongest soul ring in the Soul Master world. With the power increase brought by the 6th soul ring becoming a 100,000 year soul ring, Guyi did not let go of this impact force and directly broke through the 90-level barrier, entering a new realm and condensing the last soul ring. But this time, Guyi planned to impact the soul ring of tens of millions of years. Are you okay? Zhu Zuqing came out of the shadows in the room and asked worriedly. No matter what time it was, she was always the first person to rush to Guyi's side. Don't worry, I'm fine. Guyi disappeared from the spot, and came to Zhu Zuqing and held her in his arms affectionately. His voice was very gentle and full of affection. If you want to say who he likes, there is no doubt that Zhu Zuqing is the first one. Although he can treat every woman fairly, Zhu Zuqing is the one he wants to wait for in this life. Zhu Zuqing also put her head on Guyi's chest, enjoying his affection until others came here. Humph, old man, I care about you so much, but you are here talking about love. Douluo is a titled Douluo, and a titled Douluo with a cultivation level of 94. Even if he is not famous for his speed, he is not comparable to other soul masters. Except for Zhu Zuqing, her ability is very special anywhere. Zhu Zuqing can be very open when she is alone with Guyi, but once there are people around, she will be alert like a cat, her hair standing on end, pushing away Guyi's warm embrace, standing beside him shyly with her head down. Old poison, I think it's time for you to remarry. Since you like children so much, why don't you give birth to one yourself while your blood and chi are restored to youth, so as to avoid doing nothing all day? Guyi was not shy at all, and gave Douluo advice seriously. Last time, after taking his elixir, Douluo's blood and chi grew inversely. Not only did he get rid of corruption and aging, but he also regained vitality, like an old tree with twisted roots, and had the ability to show his masculinity. Stinky boy, get out of here. Douluo's old face blushed when Guyi said that. Speaking of which, he had never touched a woman since Yanyan's grandmother passed away. Now that his blood and chi were rekindled, Douluo was a little distressed every morning. Douluo left. Brother Yi, why do you suggest that Senior Douluo remarry? Zhu Zuqing was a little puzzled, but she threw herself into Guyi's arms again. If possible, she wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. Guyi was not talking nonsense. In the future, whether his plan can succeed or not, becoming an immortal is almost a foregone conclusion, and even death is difficult. After all, he is the heir that the evil God King has found with great difficulty. He is always paying attention to him. As long as there is a real danger of death, he will definitely save his life. Just like the sea god to Tang San. Becoming an immortal may be good, but a long life will also create too many things. Without experiencing the taste of immortality, Guyi dare not guarantee what will happen. But he has read a lot of novels in his previous life and has come into contact with the most words about immortals. The last wish of immortals is death. Watching the people around you grow old and leave you one by one, while your face remains unchanged, watching the sea dry up and the rocks crumble, still moving forward alone. In the future, when he has the ability, he will naturally give his friends, family, and lovers the ability to live forever. In order to prevent Douluo from being depressed in the future, Guyi will naturally find a home for him. It's for his better life in the future. Zhu Zuqing is the kind of woman who doesn't ask questions, and he has a low self-esteem when facing Gu Yi, so he naturally listens to what he says. By the way, I have to go out for a while. Now that his strength has been improved to a higher level, it is natural for him to look for Xue Di, who has long been regarded as a target. This matter has been delayed for long enough. If it is not for the absolute certainty, it will not be possible. It wouldn't have taken so long. The reason why he was so confident was not because his level had been raised by one level. After all, the level of the Soul Master had long been useless in front of him. In addition to allowing him to add soul rings, body fat and some basic attributes were actually of limited help to him. It was entirely because, in the past month or so, the evil god pearl had undergone a great transformation. Perhaps it was because it had added some spiritual power, and the evil thoughts in it were even more bizarre and unpredictable. Even if it could not reach the level of a divine weapon, it was at least a demigod-level existence. Now he could leave the sea of a spirituality and go to the outside world. Combined with the evil realm that had already been mastered to the perfect state, Gu Yi was absolutely sure that even if the Snow Queen self-destructed, she could be suppressed by force. This was the strong confidence that the evil god Pearl brought him after its evolution. I will be with Sister Yan tonight. Zhu Zuqing left his arms and said with a bit of shame, lowering her head. Gu Yi's eyes were shining. He had wanted to do some things for a long time, but Zhu Zuqing and Du Yan had never agreed, and he would not force them. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing actually brought it up today. How could she not be shocked? Yan Shi. Just after saying these three words, Gu Yi's voice stopped abruptly, because he made a mistake. If Du Yan didn't want to, how could Zhu Zuqing say it? This was completely inconsistent with her character. Zhu Zuqing left. Leaving only Gu Yi standing in the room, Gu Yi suddenly thought of something, disappeared from the room, and appeared in his office. On the windowsill there, a blue-silver grass shining with golden light was swaying and relaxing. She actually forgot such an important thing. The power of faith can directly improve people's cultivation, although Gu Yi did not intend to do so. After all, some things are only real if they are cultivated by themselves. If he wanted to, relying on the pure power of faith he had stored before, it would be enough to improve his own cultivation to above level 95. But he did not choose to do so. If he relied on this method to improve his cultivation, it would leave too many knots in his heart, which would definitely affect his future cultivation. Levels have long been ineffective for him. However, he was unwilling to use it, but some people or things needed it very much, such as the blue-silver emperor in front of him. She had a cultivation of 100,000 years. If it were not for a sacrifice, her cultivation would have become a small grass, and even her human form would be difficult to maintain. My lord, you are here. The moment Gu Yi appeared, several blue-gold gases flew out of the blue-silver emperor on the windowsill, slowly gathered into a human form, outlining a beautiful face, blue pupils, blue hair, and even the clothes on her body were blue, as if this could better indicate her identity. Yin was still happy about Gu Yi's arrival. After all, he had not been here for a long time, and he even missed him a little in his heart. Missed his domineering, his strength, and everything about him. If possible, she could dedicate everything to Gu Yi at any time, even her soul. Go back. Gu Yi did not instruct her to do this or that as usual, but directly told her to go back mercilessly without saying anything. Yin heard this and silently returned to her body, but she was filled with endless sorrow in her heart. Is the master tired of her and no longer wants her? Is there something wrong with her? This series of questions filled Yin's mind, making her unable to think of anything else, as if everything had become meaningless in this matter. The blue-silver emperor, which had stretched out its branches and leaves, also became somewhat weak, drooping its branches and leaves, looking listless. Boom! The branches and leaves instantly became upright, and Yin immediately felt something entering her body. It was very big and strong, rushing through her narrow branches and leaves. Concentrate your mind and absorb these energy essences seriously. Gu Yi's voice passed through the branches and leaves, through reality, and reached Yin's ears in her spiritual body. The master did not give up on her. The master was here to help her recover her cultivation. Unprecedented happiness filled Yin's heart, just like her current body was carrying an extremely powerful energy essence. I can't let you down, I absolutely can't let you down. With this belief, Yin carefully refined the energy, as if it was endless. She didn't need to break through the realm little by little like ordinary soul beasts. The realm of 100,000 years of cultivation did not fall, but she just lost her cultivation. As long as there is enough cultivation, 100,000 years of cultivation will be over in a blink of an eye. The power of faith in the sea of a euro spirit is constantly consumed, but Guyi doesn't feel bad. After all, Ayin has no credit but hard work, especially bringing him a different kind of fun, which is enough for Guyi to completely restore her body. There are actually only a few people who are really related to him. Zhu Zuqing, Duguyan, Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua. As for Ayin, she can only be considered half, and Lu Erlong can't even be considered half. Guyi is free and easy, but the ones who suffer are Tianmeng and Bingdi in the sea of a euro spirit, who are constantly replenishing their energy. Continuously help him obtain more pure power of faith. Although Guyi is now improving the cultivation of Blue Silver Emperor, 70% of his consciousness is still maintaining the fantasy world. The fantasy world must be maintained at all times, otherwise it will dissipate. Fortunately, he is now strong enough, and it is very simple to do two things at the same time, and it is not too difficult. The refinement of Tianmeng and Bingdi. The fantasy world continuously produces the power of faith. It can barely achieve a balance between income and expenditure, and there will be no problem of insufficient energy. The breath of Blue Silver Emperor is getting heavier and heavier. Guyi also laid a layer of protection in the room to prevent energy fluctuations from leaking out and causing unnecessary things. The power of faith is constantly integrated into it, and gradually the Blue Silver Emperor in the room gradually began to disappear, and a fresh figure condensed from the air. Feet, calves, thighs until the last head. Seeing the end, Guyi couldn't help swallowing his throat, obviously shocked by the scenery in front of him. Chapter 262 The Snow Girl Born by Heaven and Earth. Thank you, sir. Ayin has recovered her cultivation of 100,000 years and can transform into a human form again. She will be with you in the future. The blue-gold long skirt covers her whole body, with blue as the main color and gold as the auxiliary color, which perfectly shows the characteristics of the Blue Silver Emperor. Her noble temperament, coupled with her appearance that is not like the mortal world, looks like a goddess descending to the earth. Her azure eyes are like a pool of autumn water, which is particularly attractive. A pair of blue high heels also appeared on her snow-white jade feet. Her legs moved slightly unconsciously. Through the hem of the skirt, you can vaguely see her snow-white and slender legs. She is even more beautiful than before. Guyi sat on the chair and watched in fascination, and was very satisfied with Ayin's appearance. Ayin floating in the air slowly fell down, making two da-da sounds. Guyi's method really shocked Ayin. With just a few gestures, he could make her surpass tens of thousands of years of cultivation and reach 100,000 years. It was too incredible. In the next period of time, you should consolidate your cultivation. When I return to the academy, I will give you something to do. Choosing to consume the pure power of faith at this time to help the Blue Silver Emperor improve his cultivation, it is not only because of her body, but also because of the talent of their clan. Ayin was stunned. She didn't expect Guyi to go out again not long after returning. Just when Guyi was about to leave here, Ayin, who was originally standing near the windowsill, rushed over directly and buried her body firmly in Guyi's arms. Greedily feeling his breath, her body was like a vine, tightly entangled with him, fully exerting the entanglement ability of the blue-silver grass. What? Guyi looked down at Ayin buried in his arms and asked in confusion. Ayin's voice trembled, but she said a sentence firmly. Please, sir, have mercy. As the voice fell, Guyi suddenly felt that the body in his arms seemed to be missing something, and looked down. Finally found out what was missing. It turned out that the clothes on Ayin were all condensed by energy. Guyi did not intend to touch Ayin today. After all, there were more important things waiting for him to do in the evening, and he really didn't want to waste this energy. But if he didn't taste the delicious food that was delivered to his door, it would be unreasonable. Ayin seemed to feel the eyes containing flames, and raised her head slightly, eager to get Guyi's reward. The past disappeared at this moment. Now Ayin, who was reborn, existed only for Guyi in this life. A battle also started. She had raised her cultivation to 100,000 years, and she turned into a human form again. This time, she did not need to practice again like last time, but perfectly inherited the cultivation of the previous life. Her soul power had exceeded level 70, and with her own powerful racial talent, even Soul Douluo might not be her opponent. If Ayin had not been seeking death, and her cultivation was too weak at that time, even King Sunji and several titled Douluo would not have let her choose the path of sacrifice. Now this vigorous vitality that can be called against the sky is playing a different role, and her energy is quickly restored. Now it is approaching winter, and the temperature in the room seems to be gradually rising because of the presence of the two. A layer of mist is gradually condensed on the windowsill, with a bit of hazy beauty. It is just that I don't trademark know who ruthlessly destroyed this haze and left a palm print on the glass of the windowsill. Although Ayuna trademark's racial talent is strong, it is still not enough for Guyi, especially after he condensed the blood and chi soul ring. The vigor of his blood and chi is not weaker than that of a 100,000-year soul beast. After all, this battle ended with 7 wins and no losses. Now it is sunset. Half an hour after the battle, Guyi walked out of the room with Ayin. Ayin, who had successfully transformed into a human form, could no longer transform into a soul beast form. However, she had now completely entered the mature stage and no longer had to worry about being killed to take her ring. Her body was no different from that of a real human. After arranging Ayin in an empty house, just as Guyi was about to leave, Ayin, who was standing in the room, lowered her head and said, "Sir, Ayin will wait for you here." "Got it." After leaving these words, Guyi slowly disappeared from Ayin's sight. In the wild, Ayin, with a happy look on her face, turned back to the house only after she could no longer see Guyi. She had been silent for too long, and her people had paid too much. Now that she had returned, it was time for him, the emperor, to pay back. She had only run the Zhoutian Lu Hijing a few times, and the energy she had consumed before was restored. What followed was the key to today. Ayin was just an appetizer. After the dead of night, no one knew what had happened that night. Only the parties involved knew how crazy that night was. Despite Guyi's extremely strong body, he actually had one hand on the wall and one hand on his waist the next morning and returned to his practice room. Guyi, who always maintained a full spirit, showed his weakness for the first time on his face. Dark circles under his eyes, eyes that had lost focus, and a sense of being drained all over his body. Sitting in the training room, Guyi really didn't expect that Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan would have so many tricks, although they were completely vulnerable in a real fight. But nay, he had mastered many evil ways, and various means emerged one after another. I didn't even know how I spent that night. Last night, how could Guyi be so weak? The Ice Emperor in the Sea of a Spirit asked puzzledly. Except for the time when he condensed the second soul core, the Ice Emperor had never seen a day when Guyi's body was so weak, and it was not caused by fighting. For an Ice Emperor who had been single for more than 300,000 years, it was completely incredible and unimaginable. Guyi did not answer, but just circulated the Zhoutian Liuyi Sutra blindly to restore his own energy. It's bad. Guyi stopped circulating the Zhoutian Liuyi Sutra. When Bingdi saw this scene in the Sea of a Spirit, he became more curious about what happened last night that could distract such a strong man from cultivation and almost go crazy. "Hey, you want to die, but I don't want to die yet. Going crazy is not a small matter. If you can't practice, take a rest first." Guyi also blamed himself severely. He didn't expect that his control was so low that he hadn't even stepped over the most ordinary desire. However, as long as he thought of the scenes last night, he couldn't concentrate at all. What a sin! Guyi fell to the ground weakly, and knocked his forehead lightly with one fist, as if he wanted to throw all these distracting thoughts out of his mind. But the more he did this, the clearer the picture in his mind became. Then he meditated for a while, and Guyi recovered his previous state. He ran the Zhoutian Liuyi Sutra for a whole morning before his own energy was completely restored to its peak state. It has to be said that the combination of cat-eared girl and snake spirit is simply life-threatening. No matter how high your cultivation is, you will be trapped in it and can't get out. Guyi didn't waste too much time, but with his departure this time, the fantasy world will eventually be closed for a while. After all, the current fantasy world is supported by his power. Once you leave too far away, it is impossible to maintain such a huge fantasy. If you think so, many people will probably live in a boring environment. After all, more and more people have entered the fantasy world during this period. So far, there are as many as 150,000 people. This is because Tiandu City is so big, otherwise the number of people will increase crazily. Nowadays, the housing prices in Tiandu City are also rising steadily. Speaking of it, all this is because of the fantasy built by Guyi. It only exists in Tiandu City. The price of buying houses in other places has dropped drastically, However, after returning from the far north this time, Guyi plans to expand the fantasy world and has started the second experiment. Can he use his own statue as the base point to radiate the fantasy world connected to each other? This time he did not intend to be as high profile as before. He announced a message directly in the fantasy world, and then closed the entire fantasy world. The evil god bead that was originally buried in the fantasy world also flew back to the sea of a euro spirit. Compared to it, the evil god bead became more profound, and the power contained in it even made Guyi feel a little frightened. There were too many evil thoughts contained in it. If it was detonated, I am afraid that the entire Tiandu city and even the surrounding cities would be affected by the evil thoughts and become like a devil. Fortunately, because of the tricky operation of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, Guyi has basically not been affected by any evil thoughts until now. Departure to the far north. Guyi's figure disappeared in Tiandu city, but left behind the wailing Tiandu subjects all over the ground. Since the first person successfully condensed a soul ring through the fantasy world, the entire Tiandu city has been completely boiling. When the first person obtained powerful martial arts from the fantasy world, everyone believed that the fantasy world would satisfy all your wishes. Wealth, power, beauty, as long as you have power, they will come to you. When the fantasy world was closed, everyone forgot what they should do. He acted a bit confused. Guyi had no idea about all this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't feel anything. At this moment, he was on his way to the far north, using his spatial ability to quickly cross the farthest distance. One day later, Guyi came to the outskirts of the far north. What do you two say? Do you want to perform the charm of language again? Guyi didn't rush in, but asked the two in his spiritual sea. After all, Xuede has nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, and her strength is probably not much inferior to Ditian in the far north. I'm afraid it's difficult, but I can try. Bing Di spoke first. Among the three of them, only Bing Di was more familiar with Xuede and understood her better. Although he knew that Xuede would not choose to become a human spirit ring with her arrogance, and a battle was inevitable, Bing Di still wanted to persuade her and see what position he had in Xuede's heart. After all, when she was still a soul beast, Tianmeng liked her, but she liked Xuede. But just like the dream, there was no substantial progress. Then let's go. The next moment, Guyi disappeared at the edge of the far north and appeared in the depths. With his current spiritual power and mental strength, it was not difficult to sense the existence of the Snow Emperor. Who? Just after appearing in a strange place, Guyi heard a cold roar. Looking up, he saw only a snow-white back, with long snow-white hair extending all the way to the waist, and there seemed to be no other color except snow-white. The surrounding falling snow formed a beautiful picture, and there was no sense of disobedience at all. Just by seeing the back, he could imagine what kind of goddess this was. Before Guyi finished admiring, the snow-white woman turned around and revealed the face that made Guyi fantasize. The eyes seemed to be born for this world, sharing the blue with the vast sky, without any emotion, as if everything in the world was just a passing cloud, and could not escape these eyes. The snow-white face was even more favored by the world, as if all the beauty was applied to this face, it was not enough. But at this moment, because the snow scene she was admiring was destroyed, she frowned slightly, but it made her show another side. The snow-white long skirt did not have too many decorations, as if it needed to stand there, and anything else was just superfluous. Standing in the wind and snow, it was more beautiful than the snow. No matter how beautiful the snow scene was, it was just a background board in front of her. Human, you shouldn't come here. Leave this land. The cold voice entered Guyi's mind. Guyi once again experienced what it meant to be truly perfect. No matter in which aspect, the Snow Emperor was so perfect. The voice was cold and indifferent, as if everything in the world was just a passing moment in his eyes, as indifferent as the 1,000-year-old black ice. Guyi did not speak, and the Ice Emperor who was originally in his spiritual sea could no longer hold back and flew out. Snow Emperor, long time no see. Resisting the excitement, the Ice Emperor's eyes floating in the air were particularly warm, and the ice and snow in the sky could not cover it. The Snow Emperor's eyes changed. It became sharp and murderous. The ice and snow in the sky changed with her, as if they had turned into sharp swords at this moment, ruthlessly cutting Guyi's body. The whole world became her domain in an instant. One thought of murderous intent, one thought of controlling the world. The Ice Emperor at the beginning could not do this, as if the world around him had become hers. Guyi even felt that he had lost control of the ice element at this moment. No, not lost, but suppressed, almost to the point of being unusable. Strong, too strong. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor are completely two levels of existence. The leader of the three kings of the far north, his reputation is well deserved. Chapter 263 The Strength of the Snow Emperor. Ice Emperor, actually became a human spirit ring. When did it happen? Snow Emperor exuded a fierce murderous intent. In the entire far north, her cultivation could be considered invincible. Although Ice Emperor's strength was not as good as hers, she was definitely not weak. Even if I wanted to deal with her, it would definitely not be easy. During this period, I did not retreat. Once the far north had a too strong fighting atmosphere, I, who lived with the far north, would definitely not be able to feel the fluctuations of the battle, no matter where I was. Snow Emperor, this is what happened. Ice Emperor flew over. As friends for many years, the two naturally trusted Ice Emperor very much, and did not stop her from coming. Perhaps because Snow Emperor controlled this area, Guyi could not hear what they were talking about. I really didn't expect that the Snow Emperor, who was born in the ice and snow, would have such a stunning appearance. I'm afraid that even Qian Rongxiu, with such a cold and lonely temperament, would be inferior to the Snow Emperor by 3 points. If the Snow Emperor is the darling among the real soul beasts, then Qian Rongxiu is the darling among humans. They are completely different in their own ways. The two did not talk for long, and soon the Ice Emperor flew back, but shook his head at Guyi. It seems that they did not reach an agreement. However, if only a few words from the Ice Emperor could make a person who has practiced for nearly 700,000 years the Ice and Snow Girl gave up her life and dedicated her life's cultivation to a human she had never seen before. No one would agree to this. Go back first. The next battle will easily affect you. Once you are affected, you will die in your current state. The Ice Emperor shook his head again. Don't rush to do it. The Snow Emperor has something to say to the alliance. After saying this, the Ice Emperor disappeared in the ice and snow. Only 2 figures were left in the vast snow scene. If you want me to become your soul ring, show your strength that convinces me. Otherwise, no matter how much potential the Ice Emperor says you have, it is impossible for me to surrender. The Snow Emperor's voice was still cold, like the winter plum on the mountain, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Do it. I also want to see how strong the leader of the 3 kings of the extreme north is. Guyi didn't expect that the effect of the Ice Emperor's appearance would be so good. Although he didn't let the Snow Emperor turn into a spirit ring directly, it also gave him a chance. Otherwise, even if he defeated her after this, he would not be able to get her help. It was naturally a very good thing to be able to decide the outcome in one battle. That was all he had to say. The aura of the 2 people was also rising, and the original Fixu was even more furious at this moment. Emperor Hantian Swu Ye Yang. The extremely powerful energy instantly swept the whole scene, and the Snow Emperor rose up, with her hands slightly raised on both sides of her body, and powerful spirit power emanated from her body. Guyi felt the changes around him, and the area within a radius of thousands of miles turned into the domain of the Snow Emperor. The ice and snow world that was originally very friendly to him now carried an incomparable killing intent. The opportunity, even without the slightest control ability. All-round crushing. In the way of ice, Guyi is no match for the Snow Queen. She is really worthy of being the Ice Snow Girl, so scary. However, I am not so easy to deal with. In this environment, there is no chance of winning by using the original energy field, but he has more than one field. Evil field, unfold. The cold and evil aura emanated from him, directly producing an extremely powerful collision with the Snow Queen's field. In terms of strength, the Snow Queen in the far north is not inferior to Guyi, who has condensed the second soul ring. In this world of ice and snow, it is almost impossible to defeat this natural snow girl. Yes, your strength is probably the best among all soul masters. The Snow Emperor said with appreciation. Her voice was still cold and there was no change. If the heir of the legendary god can't even resist this, then he is really blind. The endless flying snow was erratic. Guyi felt that the wind and sand blinded his eyes, and he couldn't see the Snow Emperor not far away. But, it can only stop here. The Emperor's palm, great cold and no snow. The flying snow in the entire area seemed to be attracted, and all the power was gathered in this palm. Guyi had no time to make any counterattacks. The only thing he could do was to leave. Without any hesitation, he flashed away from the original place in an instant. Space. The palm fell into the air, retracted the snow-white palm, and the Snow Emperor looked at Guyi, who appeared a few hundred meters away, and his sky-blue eyes showed some interest. In addition to Ditien, a this human also dodged this palm. Don't let your guard down. The strength of the Snow Emperor will be greatly improved in the far north. Even if Ditien comes, he may not be able to win the battle. Especially when the Snow Emperor used her unique skills, it was even more powerful. If you were hit by that palm just now, you would probably lose your combat effectiveness. The Ice Emperor reminded in the sea of a spirit. Guyi had no chance to respond to the Ice Emperor at this moment, and his figure disappeared again, but this time he was almost hit. The Snow Emperor chased after him in a flash. What a fast speed! Guyi really didn't expect that the Snow Emperor's strength would be so strong, too unsolvable, and it seemed that he was not affected by the evil domain at all. Is this the pure mind born and raised? And he also found that his body and mind became stiff in this blizzard, his movements were a little slower, and he was almost hit when he used his space ability. But he still planned to fight first, and then sacrifice the evil god bead. The Snow Emperor is undoubtedly a person who can the existence that squeezed his potential. A mere snowstorm blinded my eyes, what's the big deal? Close your eyes, and use your whole body to expand your perception to the maximum. Here it comes. Guyi knew very well that he must not be hit by the Snow Emperor's attack, otherwise he would really have no chance. Ignite the chi and blood. The red gold soul ring appeared, and the moment it appeared, even the flying snow around was melted a little, and the invincible overlord's body completely ignited the chi and blood. The Snow Emperor was a little shocked. Looking at Guyi, whose aura had completely changed, she didn't expect that his chi and blood could burn to such an extent that even the flying snow she cast could melt. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor, as the undisputed kings of the far north, they represent the extreme of ice. The ice with the ultimate attribute can freeze everything in the world, but now it has been melted by the chi and blood. This human is really powerful. No wonder the Ice Emperor chose to agree to this method. But if you want me to agree, show more strength. The Snow Queen was even more eager to fight. Her long legs were faintly visible in the snow under her snow-white dress, revealing her skin that was whiter than frost. Guyi used a powerful killing move, and the Snow Queen was not to be outdone. In addition to the Emperor Palm, Great Cold Without Snow and the Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dance Shining in the Sun, the Snow Queen also had a sword. These three powerful moves not only made her a powerful cultivator in the far north, but also made her combat power unmatched. The Emperor's sword, Ice Extreme unparalleled. She stretched out her right hand, and a dark blue long sword like ice crystals appeared in the Snow Queen's hand. What a condensed ice, it is worthy of being the ultimate ice. The long sword condensed from ice crystals can actually condense into a long sword of such strength. Guyi also saw the Emperor's sword for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh. But in the next moment, the Snow Queen's figure became ethereal, and her speed was so fast that even Guyi's eyes could not catch her trace, and her figure completely melted in the ice and snow. This can't go on any longer. Guyi knew that he could not be so passive anymore, otherwise he would have to use the evil god bead to turn the tables. Behind him, the Snow Emperor appeared, swinging the Emperor's sword in his hand. A deep blue sword energy, no, it would be more appropriate to use the power of ice. This fierce attack changed from deep blue to light blue, and finally to a touch of white that blended into the space. The space along the way seemed to be frozen by this attack, and the space he passed through cracked. Looking at this attack, Guyi did not intend to hide anymore. The blood, soul power, and even the power of the mind were highly concentrated at this moment. The powerful force was condensed on this punch. Even in this extremely cold place with flying snow, the flame on the fist could not disappear. Although he could not use the power of the ice element at this moment, he could still use other elements to attack, such as fire. The flame that Guyi could use now was not a simple flame, but the phoenix fire that could burn everything. Fire Fury Fist. The fiery red fist did not hesitate to hit the power that had turned into Snow White. The force generated by the collision of two forces that are naturally incompatible can be imagined, directly exceeding the tolerance of Douluo continent. The space vibrates, and space cracks continue to emerge where the forces gather. The tolerance of Douluo continent has its limits, just like when he fought with Tang Hao who burned everything. This kind of thing happened, but he was not as strong as he is now. Xuedi and Guyi stopped very tacitly. Instead of stalemate, it is better to continue to look for weaknesses. God Realm. Your successor is really worrying. It has not been long since you triggered such a war. However, The aptitude of this ice snow girl is really good. It's a pity that although she is an elf, she is also a soul beast. The kind God King looked at the battle in the lower world and shook his head with some regret, but he seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, with his current strength, except for the black dragon with 800,000 years of cultivation, is there anyone else who can be his opponent? Why hasn't he completed the third test yet? The kind God King was puzzled and really didn't understand. I don't believe that a mortal can resist the temptation of the throne and immortality. How should I know? Maybe he has something to do in the lower world. You know, my successor is less than 19 years old. Who can guess the mind of a genius? The good God King caught the unnaturalness in the eyes of the evil. As a companion who has been with him for many years, how could he not see that he was hiding something from him? You didn't do anything in it, did you, evil? You think too much. I have wanted to leave the God realm for a long time. I finally found the successor. How could I do anything? Hearing the explanation of the evil, the good stopped asking questions. It seemed that he believed it. But when he turned his head, his eyes were a little frustrated. Everything was unspoken. Okay, let's watch it. If they really let them completely crack the space, it will cause great harm. The evil changed the subject and set his eyes on the Douluo continent seriously. Douluo continent. The battle between Guyi and Xuede continued, and the powerful battle fluctuations remained unabated, but this time they did not hold on, and they all retreated at the first touch, and the offensive was very fierce. Every time he took an attack from Xuede, Guyi could feel a cold breath from the outside world drilling into his body, trying to freeze his body and slow down his movements. It's a pity that Xuede's extreme ice power is very strong, but when he came to his territory, he could only surrender obediently. All the influences of Zhou Tian Liu Hijing only need to be slightly circulated, and he has a deeper understanding of the extreme ice power. You are very strong, stronger than any human I have ever seen. But if it is only this level, we will be really angry if we continue to fight, and we must not want to see the result at that time. You want me to become your soul ring, but your current strength is not enough. It's over, you can go. Xuede stood in the air, her face was normal, as if the previous battle had no effect on her, and the endless wind and snow were the source of her power. She proudly let the wind and snow blow her white hair, which made her look even more beautiful. The ice crystal sword in her hand made her look like a peerless swordsman standing alone on the top of a mountain. After the battle just now, Xuede realized that even if she put all her strength into it, she might not be able to defeat Guyi. This was in the far north. If it was somewhere else, she might have already lost. Guyi dispersed the blood and qi in his body and gathered aura, and turned into an ordinary person. Xuede turned around with satisfaction. This human was quite obedient and didn't make trouble. It was good. Relying on others to become a god, the pride of being a snow girl made it impossible for her to agree. It's time to end, and it's time to leave. But this time, we'll go together. Xuede's beautiful face froze. She didn't expect this human to change his mind at the last minute. ISD exists by relying on you. I don't want to kill you. But don't be shameless. Xuede was really angry. If you can take this move, I will turn around and leave, and never bother you again. As he said, a dark evil god bead with patterns flew out of the sea of a spirit and floated beside him. Xuede's eyes were also attracted by the evil god bead at the first time. After just a glance, she forced her eyes to shift away. Just a glance, she even felt that her soul was attracted to it. He was extremely alert, and his fear of this bead was even higher than that of Guyi. He even felt a higher power. What is this? For the first time, Xuede showed other emotions besides murderous intent and indifference, curiosity, and fear. Guyi did not hide it. When he took out this bead, Xuede's defeat was certain. It's only one step away from being called a divine weapon. Guyi was very proud. This was his great achievement. Even in terms of strength, even he was not as good as the evil god bead. How could the power gathered by the people of the world be comparable to that of Guyi now? Soul Master is just an extraordinary profession. In essence, he is still a human being. If he is a human being, he cannot transcend the definition of a human being. Only by becoming a god can he transcend all the mortal world, and no longer be an existence that can be surpassed by simple accumulation of quantity. Chapter 264 Endless Depravity. Semi-Divine Weapon. Xuede was surprised. No matter what is related to God, it is a very terrifying thing. No matter what the function of this bead is, we must be careful. In this case, come on. Let me see how this bead makes me fail. The Snow Queen opened her domain again, and the endless flying snow was under her control again. Even the sky of the entire far north turned white at this moment. This time, she will fight with all her might. The long sword was across the sky, and both hands tightly grasped the ice blue long sword. The Emperor sword plus the Snow Dance Yang domain. At this moment, the Snow Queen tried her best. Seeing this scene, Guyi also opened his domain, and a pupil bloomed between his eyebrows, emitting an unprecedented dark light. The evil god beads surrounding him flew high into the sky, releasing light indiscriminately, and even the flying snow in the sky could not block the black light. Even if the Snow Queen was full of defense, she could not block the black light, and could only be illuminated by it. Just when she thought something would happen, both her soul power and mental power were extremely cautious, but after waiting for a few breaths, nothing happened. For a moment, white and black described a strange picture of you and me and you in this area. Endless sinking. Guyi uttered 4 words calmly, and the light between his eyebrows rose up. A ray of light shot out, but it did not shoot at Xuedi, but towards the evil god Pearl. Xuedi secretly said not good, and swung the Emperor sword in her hand, but it was too late. She only felt that her mind became drowsy, and the whole person became dizzy. She actually let go of the Emperor sword in her hand and let it fall casually. No. Xuedi tried hard to control her own state, but her body became more and more out of control. The body fell and hit the snow heavily, and the endless wind and snow buried her. Endless darkness, as if falling into an endless hell, constantly falling, consciousness constantly confused, all kinds of information drilled into her mind, making it impossible for her to control her body at all. Fuck, what kind of ability do you have? You made her lose consciousness with just one move. Tianmeng couldn't imagine when Guyi mastered such a powerful ability that could make the originally evenly matched Snow Emperor lose the ability to resist in an instant. Bing Di was also extremely shocked. This ability was too terrifying. It's not a powerful ability, but a combination of spiritual power and evil thoughts. Snow Emperor received sensory information far beyond her upper limit in an instant. Her mental power was not strong enough to process this information in a short time, so it became like this. Tianmeng and Bing Di still didn't understand. Guyi shook his head helplessly and changed their words. In short, Snow Emperor's brain crashed. Although I don't understand, you win. Guyi nodded, walked over and hugged Snow Emperor buried under the snow. The white hair and cold face were stained with white snow, but she didn't look embarrassed. Instead, she looked more peaceful and beautiful against the background of white snow. At this moment, Snow Emperor didn't have the coldness before. As expected of my Snow Queen, so beautiful. Except for certain critical moments, Guyi basically did not block the perception of the outside world from the Ice Queen, so the Ice Queen naturally saw the Snow Queen as an icy beauty. For hundreds of thousands of years, she had never seen the Ice Queen look like this, and she was obviously excited. She is beautiful, but Bing Bing, you are no worse. Tianmeng flattered her. Get away, your breathing disturbs me. Bingdi didn't give Tianmeng a good look, and her eyes were fixed on the flawless face outside. Her body was so perfect. Guyi ignored the two people, holding Xuedi's neck with one hand and her well-proportioned snow-white legs with the other. Feeling the tenderness of her skin, Guyi put her on a piece of ice, and sat on another piece of ice, waiting for her to wake up. It took at least 5 minutes for Xuedi to digest the information she absorbed just now. After only 3 minutes, her eyes trembled slightly, and then she opened her eyes, sat up from the ice, and looked at Guyi with sky-blue pupils. You win. When will it start? Xuedi was not the kind of person who would go back on her words, and was willing to accept defeat. If Guyi had hunted her down when she lost consciousness just now, she would have lost her life long ago. The law of the jungle is the law here. No hurry, you should deal with the soul beasts that are surrounding you first. Even if Guyi didn't deliberately release her perception ability, she could know that a large number of powerful soul beasts were constantly running over. Xuedi nodded. Flying into the sky, a strong breath emanated from her body, and her lips opened slightly. Retreat. With just one sound, all the soul beasts approaching this side seemed to be suppressed. There was no soul beast within 100 meters. This is the powerful deterrence of the beast of the three kings of the extreme north. Xuedi fell from the sky, looking at the man who defeated her. Shi Qing said coldly, Okay, here or go to my cave. Go to your cave, there is your breath left there, other soul beasts dare not approach there. Shwedi nodded. Along the way, Guyi thought that Shwedi's residence was not good and too luxurious, but when he came here, he was still shocked. It was just a cave, a bed, and the surroundings were completely made of ice crystals. Ice blue and white made up her residence. You live here? Guyi asked in shock. As the absolutely powerful emperor of the far north, the residence of the Snow Emperor was extremely simple, which was totally incompatible with her status. The Snow Emperor, who was walking in front, looked at Guyi in confusion, not understanding what was so shocking, as she had lived here for so many years. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Guyi didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, he looked at everything from his human perspective, so he naturally didn't know the hobbies of the Snow Emperor. But there was something he wanted to ask. Snow Emperor, don't you think it's too monotonous to live here? And how did you spend these long years? Guyi was a little confused now. Hundreds of thousands of years was an extremely long time. She had existed since humans didn't exist, and she had been facing the snowy scene all day long. It's not that the snow scenery in the far north is not beautiful, on the contrary, it is very shocking. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, there will be a time when you get tired of it. How can you stay calm if you live in this environment day after day? Guyi admits that he feels that he can't live in this environment for a long time. It's too monotonous and empty, as if he can see the end at a glance. Monotonous? I was born in the flying snow, the daughter of the far north. Will you feel bored with your home? Shwedi asked back. Guyi was speechless for a while. How do you plan to integrate? I will cooperate with you. Guyi did not answer his question, and Shwedi did not continue to ask, but continued to speak. Why are you so anxious? Guyi didn't understand, but since Shwedi was so proactive, how could he refuse? Sacrifice to me. In the process, I will preserve the essence of your soul, so that you can survive in my spiritual sea. The Snow Emperor looked at Guyi with cold eyes, and then devoted all her strength with determination in her eyes. For a moment, the whole world was wrapped in the power of the Snow Emperor. Guyi's thoughts stopped for a moment at this moment. It was hard to imagine that the power of the Snow Emperor could cause such a strong fluctuation. If it weren't for the persuasion of the Ice Emperor, and he now mastered the very powerful trick of endless sinking, it would really be possible that he and the Snow Emperor would die together because of the self-explosion of the Snow Emperor. Fortunately, he didn't rush over directly in a fit of anger. The strength of the Snow Emperor was far beyond his imagination. In the original work, if she hadn't been injured in order to impact the dual soul cores, she had no choice but to choose to transform and be reborn, and was intercepted by a human soul master. Otherwise, with her strength, no one could really beat her in the far north. The sacrifice began, and nearly 700,000 years of cultivation directly flowed into Guyi's body. Although the Snow Queen's cultivation was extremely powerful, the quality was also very high, and she also possessed the ultimate ice attribute. It did not exceed the limit of 1 million years after all, and it did not cause much pressure on Guyi. On the contrary, it was more difficult to preserve her soul origin. However, this was not a difficult task for Guyi, who had already mastered the eye of the mind. The powerful ultimate ice soul power continued to merge into the soul core, and the elemental soul core in the lower Danshan continued to grow under the blessing of this power, and the power became stronger and stronger. Most of Guyi's all his attention was focused on preserving the soul essence of Shwedi. After all, Shwedi was a capable person he had chosen to help him stabilize the fantasy world. He couldn't let her die in vain. Besides, if he killed this ice and snow girl who was born from heaven and earth, it would be a great sin, and the world would have lost a beauty from then on. With the guidance of the eye of the heart, Shwedi's soul essence successfully entered the sea of a spirit, while recovering her overconsumed soul essence. After all, sacrifice is not only about cultivation, but also about spiritual power. If it weren't for a strong man like Guyi, it would be almost impossible to intercept the soul essence from it. Shwedi, long time no see. The excitement in the eyes of Bing De looking at the newly born Shwedi could be seen by everyone. But he didn't notice the jealousy in Tianmeng's eyes at all. If Bing De could look at him with such eyes one day, wouldn't he be so excited? Long time no see, I didn't expect Tianmeng to be here too. Shwedi naturally knew about Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, but was not interested in him. The new student looked at the vast sea of a spirit and was surprised to find that Guyi's sea of a spirit was even more vast than hers. It was terrifying. Do humans really have such a unique talent? As an elf born from heaven and earth, Shweti's talent was not inferior to any soul beast, but she was still surpassed by a human who had practiced for only more than 10 years. Hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation were defeated by more than 10 years. What a great irony! After absorbing Shweti's soul ring, the eye of the mind once again raised a blood-red soul ring with 6 circles of gold patterns. That's right, Guyi put Shweti's soul ring on the eye of the mind. Guyi didn't plan to use the last soul ring of his meridian martial soul on Shweti. Although Shweti's age was very high, it was not enough for him. Absorbing the spirit ring of the Snow Emperor can break through the bottleneck of level 90, but for him, the level is just an external performance. His strength has already surpassed the 90th level, but has not reached the 100th level. The gap between the two is even greater than the gap between the first level and the 90th level. It is not a fact that can be changed by the amount of spirit power. Even if Guyi absorbs all the heaven and earth energy on the entire Douluo continent, it is probably difficult to reach the threshold of the 100th level. It is like Douluo continent was originally just a martial arts world, and after becoming a god, it suddenly jumped into the fantasy world. The two are not products of the same dimension at all, and all the differences are particularly vivid in this level. With a thought, Guyi appeared in the sea of a spirit. At this moment, his sea of a spirit plus himself can already make up a mahjong table. It must be said that as his cultivation level improves, the spirit rings absorbed are getting higher and higher, and more characters are intercepted. Shweti, you can freely create your own world in this spiritual sea, as long as you don't disturb my plan and I won't interfere with your behavior. Guyi understood that anyone who entered the spiritual sea of a others would not adapt. After all, no matter how big the spiritual sea is, it has a limit, just like a cage. It would be very uncomfortable for a person who is used to freedom to suddenly enter a cage. It would be less troublesome to give them some freedom. I know when the fantasy world that Bing Di mentioned will be launched. Shweti was particularly curious about the fantasy world, especially when she heard that Guyi could solve the problem that humans had to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. This was one of the reasons why she agreed. When we return to Tiandu City, we can start the formal operation. The previous experiment in Tiandu City had achieved great success, and even made his evil god bead so much progress, giving him such a powerful ability. Even Bing Di, who was regarded as the top powerhouse in the entire continent, would still be addicted to it without any resistance. Okay. Shweti only replied with one word, and then she began to build her own world. Guyi shook his head, not caring about Shweti's attitude, and disappeared in the sea of a spirituality. He took a deep breath, turned around and looked at the boundless snow scene. This time he left, and it might take a long time before he came here again. But this time he also gained a lot. Not only did he try new tricks, but he also gained a capable general like Shweti, and she was also stunning. Even if he did nothing, just looking at her was enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. This is the special thing about stunning beauties. Guyi also wanted to wait until the time was right to see Shweti's solo dance. What kind of peerless scene would that be? Chapter 265 The Excitement in the Pope's Bedroom. Xingluo Empire. Before going back, Guyi first took the time to go to Xingluo City, and some things still needed to be implemented. After all the things that will happen next will radiate from the two imperial capitals of Tiandu and Xingluo to the surrounding world, and there can be no mistakes at this point. However, when he arrived above Xingluo City, Guyi nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he did not need to go out again. Let these people understand the cruelty of the world. As his figure kept flashing on the continent, Guyi naturally would not ignore the spirit hall that straddled the two empires. However, unfortunately, there would be no statue of him in the spirit city. Because the spirit hall believed in a true god, not a mortal like him who had not yet become a god. If the spirit city was forced to erect a statue, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Even Bibi Dong would not allow it. After all, many people in the spirit hall still worship the angel god very much. Although Bibi Dong is the pope, if she dares to change the god she believes in, I am afraid that this position will not be stable. Although their combined strength can top the entire continent, Guyi still has not forgotten his original idea. If you want to make the entire Douluo peaceful, it is only possible to achieve unification. Now only the spirit hall has this ability, and Bibi Dong also has this ambition. If you want to change an era, strength alone will not work, and you also need various sound rules and strong constraints. A country that unifies the continent can do this. No matter how strong one is, it is impossible to perceive the things in the world all the time. Coming here, Gu Yi also missed Bibi Dong a little. After all, the happiness she brought him last time was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, the identity of the Pope can bring people inexplicable stimulation. So, he came. But before going to see her, Gu Yi still walked around Wuhan City and walked into a very secret shop. After walking for an unknown period of time, he put some silk fabrics into the Space Soul Guide. Walked out of the shop with an inexplicable smile. Why didn't I realize that you are so disgusting before? Bingdi and Swaity said at the same time in the sea of a spirit. As for Tianming, he was envious and jealous. After all, he knew more about the human world than Bingdi and Swaity, so he naturally understood what the things Gu Yi bought just now were used for. What disgusting or not, this is called interest. It's a pity that you have lived for so many years, facing the unchanging snow scene all day long, and you don't know the prosperity of the outside world at all. Swaity and Bingdi were silent. In addition to their long lifespan, soul beasts can't compare with humans in any other aspects, especially in terms of creation and invention. Even if they evolve for millions of years, it is difficult to make a qualitative breakthrough. Except for the top soul beasts, other soul beasts basically have no intelligence of their own, let alone creation and invention. This is why humans have been making continuous progress over the years, while soul beasts are still standing still. This is the biggest reason. The following things are not suitable for children, so I won't show them to you. Although Gu Yi likes excitement, he doesn't want to be the object of others' viewing, especially with the existence of Tianmeng, a male creature, in the sea of a spirit. But this period of time will soon pass. When he returns to Tiandu City and builds the fantasy world again, the evil god Pearl will inevitably become the biggest pillar supporting the fantasy world. Although Tianmeng also exists in his sea of a spirit, due to the previous misappearation, he and the evil god Pearl merged together, which means that the evil god Pearl has entered the fantasy world, and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm will also leave his sea of a spirit. If the evil god Pearl is not recalled, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm will not be able to return to the sea of a spirit. After all, it is a very awkward thing to have a male creature in the sea of a spirit. Asshole. Ice Emperor felt that he had lost his observation of the outside world, and he immediately started to curse. Even he himself did not know why he showed such emotions. Gu Yi did not go to the Pope's palace this time, but went directly to Bibi Dong's bedroom, just like going home. It happened that he had been on the road for a whole day, and although his body was not exhausted, it was still very good to take a hot bath. He directly occupied the bathtub that flooded the whole room at the beginning. Now it was particularly good to think about it. Gu Yi, who was leaning in the bathtub, decided that it was necessary to relieve the old dream before the official start. Estimating the time when Bibi Dong would return to the bedroom, Gu Yi felt the soul skills brought to him by Xuedi in boredom. Although Xuedi was a soul beast close to 700,000 years old, it still did not break through a million years, and still only brought him 2 soul skills. These 2 soul skills are 2 of the 3 unique skills of the Snow Emperor, the Emperor Palm and the Emperor Sword. As for why he did not inherit the most important snow dance Yang of the Snow Emperor, it is because, in the process of absorbing the soul ring, the element soul core was greatly enhanced by the extreme ice element of the Snow Emperor. Now if the original energy field is used, only the ice element, although it may not reach the high level of the Snow Emperor, it will not be far behind. The Snow Emperor was defeated by him, but the Emperor Palm and the Emperor Sword are still very meaningful for reference, especially the Emperor Sword. The powerful power makes Gu Yi a little frightened when he thinks about it now. The process of cultivation is the process of constantly making oneself better. Only by constantly absorbing the essence of others and removing one's own dross can one make continuous progress. He did not ignore these 2 powerful abilities just because the Snow Emperor was defeated by him. And if there is no help from the evil god Pearl, it is almost impossible for him to defeat the Snow Emperor in the far north. Unless a real life and death battle is triggered, the best result can be obtained. As he was thinking, Gu Yi forgot about the time. The water temperature was always kept at a very low level under his exquisite control. Comfortable temperature. At this moment, not far from Bibi Dong's bedroom, a beautiful figure kept walking towards this side. She was almost perfect with a curvy figure. Her breasts were only slightly smaller than those of a kitten. She looked charming, especially her seductive fox eyes, which seemed to attract all men's attention. As she walked, her snow-white thighs were faintly visible from the hem of her skirt. Her body kept twisting. Although the range of twisting was not as good as that of the women hawking in the brothels, she was less coquettish and more charming than them. Let's go to the teacher's bedroom first. It just so happens that I haven't slept with the teacher for a long time. Hulina thought so in her heart. She had to come out with some things officially. She had always been a thorn in her heart when she lost to Tianwen Academy in the all-continent high-level Soul Master competition. There was a place she had wanted to go for a long time. Only there could her strength be improved more quickly. The city of slaughter, I must go. Bibi Dong is her teacher and even more so her idol. Her teacher had been to the city of slaughter. As a disciple of the Pope, how could she give up going to such a place where she could obtain a powerful domain just because she was afraid of death? No matter what the teacher said, she had to go. Guyi was thinking about how to turn the Emperor Sword and the Emperor Palm into her own things, instead of relying on the Soul Ring to use them. She only found Hulina when she walked into the palace gate. Why is she here? Guyi did not dodge or evade. Maybe in the past, he would use the power of space to leave, but now he would not, because he had mastered a particularly powerful power. The power of the mind has a far more powerful psychedelic effect than mental power. It is still no problem to interfere with a small soul king. Guyi eliminated Hulina's attention to the screen and made her subconsciously ignore this place. Although this ability is not invisible, it is more powerful than invisibility and more difficult to be discovered. After almost half an hour, Bibi Dong, who had been busy all day, finally returned to her bedroom. The first thing she saw when she came back was Hulina sitting on the chair. Nana, why are you here? Bibi Dong was not angry. This was her dearest disciple who she had cultivated for many years. It can be said that she had poured all her feelings into Hulina, including the love that Jian Rongxiu should have enjoyed. Teacher, I want to sleep with you tonight. Hulina stood up very naturally and walked to Bibi Dong's side, holding her arm, shaking Bibi Dong's arm very intimately, and this action directly made the mountain shake. The action that was enough to make most men in the world salivate could only be felt by two women. Okay, but the teacher is tired all day, wait for me to take a shower first. Bibi Dong touched Hulina's head lovingly, and basically never refused her request. Yeah, that's great. Hulina hugged Bibi Dong's slender waist excitedly. Bibi Dong was not inferior to her in figure, and her appearance was slightly better than hers. Moreover, her body was more slender and she looked even more aloof. Hulina believed that if she were reincarnated as a man, she would definitely fall in love with a woman like her teacher who had an almost perfect figure and appearance. Hulina let go of Bibi Dong's hand and turned to pounce on Bibi Dong's soft big bed, which only she and her teacher could touch. Looking at the excited Hulina, Bibi Dong shook her head lovingly. She still liked to stick to her even at this age, and walked into the screen. Just then, she saw Guyi waving at her, and subconsciously wanted to shout excitedly, but suddenly realized that Hulina was outside, and hurriedly suppressed the sound that had reached her throat. Bibi Dong looked back like a thief, but didn't find anything unusual. Then she asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" She had already received intelligence about Tiandu City. Even she couldn't tell what Guyi was doing, but he shouldn't be here at this time anyway. "I'm here, aren't you happy?" Guyi asked back. Looking at Bibi Dong, who was tall, curvy, and perfect, he suddenly looked forward to her wearing the clothes he had just bought. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Guyi. Bibi Dong was naturally very happy about Guyi's arrival, but she didn't have to be so scary. In her bedroom, the disciple and the man appeared at the same time. And Guyi was even naked now. Although she didn't know how long Hulina had been here, she definitely hadn't just arrived. Although the bedroom was not small, it was not so big, and Guyi was leaning against the bathtub, it was hard not to be discovered. "Nana, didn't you notice you?" Bibi Dong asked carefully, fearing that she would hear something unacceptable from Guyi. After all, Bibi Dong knew Guyi's character very well. If there was meat in front of his mouth, he would never refuse it. "Come here first. If you keep standing there, you will be exposed." He hooked his finger at Bibi Dong, signaling her to come closer. After Guyi's reminder, Bibi Dong hurriedly took a few steps forward, not realizing that what she should do most now is to let Hulina go. In fact, it was not her, but because the power of the mind was working now, she subconsciously ignored this option. "Come on, what's going on?" Bibi Dong walked to Guyi's side, not daring to let herself look at the situation in the bathtub. After all, it would easily make her unable to stop and lose control. Guyi didn't want to let Bibi Dong go so easily. He raised his right hand and pulled her into the bathtub by the waist, letting Bibi Dong sit horizontally in his arms. Ah! The sudden change made Bibi Dong scream directly. Although Guyi had blurred the situation here, once the movement was too loud, it would still be heard if ignored. Unless Guyi strengthened his power of the mind again. But would he do that? Fortunately, the bathtub was big enough, and Bibi Dong only had a pair of calves wrapped in purple knee-high socks exposed outside the bathtub, with her legs stuck on the edge of the bathtub. What's wrong with the teacher? Hulina raised her upper body from the soft big bed and turned her head behind the screen. It was impossible for her to think that her usually serious teacher was sitting in the man's arms with a look of horror at this moment, covering her mouth with her small hands to prevent herself from making any sound. If you don't speak again, I'm afraid she will come over. Guyi teased, but only got a glare from Bibi Dong. Releasing her hand, Bibi Dong adjusted her mood. It's okay, I just added 2 hot water. Oh. Hulina lay back on the bed again, not noticing anything wrong. Behind the screen, Bibi Dong punched Guyi hard twice, but these forces seemed like massage to Guyi. What are you doing? You were almost discovered. Bibi Dong complained, but did not struggle, lying gently in Guyi's arms. Don't worry, as long as we don't make too much noise here, she won't feel it. Your reputation as a teacher won't be damaged. Although she didn't know how Guyi did it, fortunately she wouldn't be discovered. Bibi Dong's heart was a little relieved, but a different kind of excitement was growing in her heart. Let me go quickly, this position is so awkward. Bibi Dong moved her body, especially the pair of legs exposed outside the bathtub, which were stuck on the edge and felt uncomfortable. Chapter 266 Bibi Dong's role-playing. Really? How about this? Guyi grinned and changed the direction of Bibi Dong in his arms, letting her sit with her back against him. Bibi Dong didn't know what to say for a while. Is this what she meant? She clearly wanted him to let her go, not to change to a more shameful position. But Bibi Dong knew very well in her heart that Guyi in his current state would never let her go. If she didn't satisfy him, she would not be able to live in peace today. Are you not going to start bathing yet? Be careful not to be discovered by Hulina. Guyi reminded Bibi Dong, who was sitting in his arms without making any movement. He had never felt this feeling before, and it really made him unable to stop. The power of the mind is really useful. If the power of the mind had consciousness, it would have been a long time ago that he would have cursed, saying that I have such a great ability just to let you have fun, get lost. Bibi Dong trembled all over, and she knew what Guyi was thinking. If it was normal, there would be no problem, but the key was that Hulina was still there. It was really impossible to do such a thing. After hesitating for a moment, a few more clothes appeared on the screen, and Guyi behind the screen looked at Bibi Dong in front of him with a smile. Are you satisfied? It's really not possible now. Nana is still outside. Bibi Dong didn't dare to sit in Guyi's arms anymore. It was really cold and she would lose herself if she was not careful. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong sitting opposite him, looked at her with admiration for a while, and then lowered his head slightly. Everything is self-evident. Bibi Dong and Guyi have been through many battles, so she is naturally very clear about some things, especially Guyi's perverted hobbies. However, thinking that the current situation is not suitable for war, she can only find another way to appease this bastard with dirty thoughts in his head. Yes, it is a bastard. The water ripples for a while, and the snow-white jade feet with crystal water beads float out of the water from time to time, lightly tapping Guyi's chest. A pair of phoenix eyes looked at Guyi charmingly, and only the legs were exerting strength on the front body, while Guyi on the side showed an expression of enjoyment. The movement of the water surface became louder and louder, and even Hulina, who was disturbed by the power of the mind, heard the splashing sound of water. Teacher, do you want me to come in and help you rub your back? Hulina said, and her body was propped up on the bed, twisting her waist and walking towards the screen. Bibi Dong paused, and the force of her feet was slightly greater. Guyi groaned in pain, obviously feeling a little uncomfortable with Bibi Dong's actions just now, but he also knew the current situation, and although he made a sound, it was not loud. Hulina, who was outside, only heard some subtle sounds. Teacher, what's wrong? Hulina's pace even quickened, as if she wanted to see her teacher as soon as possible. But her series of actions were simply to make Bibi Dong die of shame. It's all your fault. I told you to let me go. Do you really want me to be ashamed? Die. Don't come out again. Bibi Dong looked at Guyi opposite her with shame and anger. She had stopped her body movements long ago and wanted to get up directly. If she stayed any longer, she would be exposed. If her disciples really discovered such a shameful scene, she would probably never be able to establish the dignity of a teacher in front of Hulina in this life. Just now she wanted to get up, and her feet still felt a little strange, but now she couldn't care so much, she had to get out as soon as possible, otherwise Nana would come in later. But how could Guyi let her leave so easily? If he didn't let Bibi Dong apologize properly, wouldn't he be too sorry for his brother? He stretched out his hand and pulled Bibi Dong directly into the bathtub. Huge water splashed around, even flowing outside the screen, wetting Hulina's snow-white jade feet. Bibi Dong's face hit the water surface directly and sank into the water. What are you doing? If Nana really sees it, even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me. Bibi Dong floated up from the water, and with a wet face, she looked at Guyi's gloating side and said viciously. His hands also made some more movements, catching tigers and catching wolves, and Guyi's face, which was originally gloating, suddenly became a little solemn. Everyone has weaknesses, and Bibi Dong has undoubtedly grasped his weakness. What Bibi Dong said just now and the strength of her hands now made Guyi dare not gamble. Okay, I promise not to let her find out. A mysterious power surged in Guyi's body, and Bibi Dong also felt this subtle change, but she showed a puzzled look on her face. After practicing for so many years, Bibi Dong thought she was knowledgeable, but she had never seen such a strange power. Never felt it anywhere. In Bibi Dong's horrified eyes, Hulina walked in. She stared at Guyi fiercely with her beautiful eyes. She said that she would not let her find out just now, but now she appeared directly in Hulina's eyes. She couldn't control the strength in her hands. Nana, you go out first. At this point, is there anything to say? We should let Hulina go first. She is really not presentable. What Bibi Dong didn't expect was that Hulina seemed to have not heard what she said. She walked to another place and muttered something. Illusion? Although Bibi Dong didn't know what the power Guyi had just used was, judging from Nana's current performance, it was the same as the one Guyi had used on her. You used an illusion on Nana. But Bibi Dong was still a little relieved. Hulina's appearance just now almost made her heart stop. I'm relieved now, right? Guyi nodded, without explaining too much. The illusion he used on Hulina was not the illusion he used on Bibi Dong, but the power of the mind. The illusion condensed by this power is much stronger than before. Even if he knew he was in an illusion in advance, he couldn't break it. All the feelings are what he has experienced before, and the feelings are real like never before. Naturally, it can't be broken. Although Hulina can't see it, Bibi Dong doesn't want to show such an image of himself in front of his dear disciple. What are you thinking about? Bibi Dong suddenly felt something, and her phoenix eyes condensed. You must know that Guyi's weakness is in her hands now, and any reaction is under her control. Guyi looked at Bibi Dong helplessly. What can I do, with two beauties standing in front of me? If I don't react, am I still a man? Bibi Dong's eyes became fierce. Put on your clothes and come out with me. Bibi Dong didn't want to stay in her bedroom at all. Even going to the Pope's palace would be much better than here. Guyi didn't want to move. If he could have a fight here, he would definitely enjoy it. But under the double attack of Bibi Dong's eyes and actions, Guyi had to leave. But think about it, this is something that is impossible to happen. But he thought of something more interesting. After all, I didn't come here to play. At present, the things in the Space Soul Guide have not been used. Since I don't want to be here, it's not bad to change places. But I still need to let Bibi Dong know who is the boss today. If you want me to leave, agree to one condition. Guyi said to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong frowned, and understood that Guyi had reached his limit by retreating to this extent. If Guyi really got stubborn, he might even kill her here. Bibi Dong knew from the moment just now that there was a clear gap between her and Guyi's strength. You said. She also wanted to see what he wanted from her. With her contact with Guyi during this period of time, her vision had broadened a lot. What did he want to make him half-threaten? Guyi stretched his head and whispered a few words in Bibi Dong's ear. Almost instantly, Bibi Dong was completely furious. How could Guyi be so reckless and want to play a role in the Pope's palace, role-playing? How could she, the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the heir of the Rakshasa god, be manipulated so easily? You wish, it's impossible. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yi coldly. I didn't expect that he was getting better and better at playing now. Did he really think that the reward from the last time could be given again? It's okay if you don't agree. Save some energy. Gu Yi got out of Bibi Dong's clutches and stood up directly in the bathtub. Since he didn't want to, he could stay here. Bibi Dong knew Gu Yi well enough. She knew what he wanted to do by looking at his performance. Hulina was standing on the side. Bibi Dong's body, which was kneeling in the bathtub, also stood up. Compared with the present, she was more able to accept role-playing. Okay, I agree. Gu Yi grinned, it's too late. Now I need interest. Interest. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yi puzzledly, a little confused. Understood, but not too well. Gu Yi is a good teacher, so he will explain to her if she has any doubts. He raised his right hand and gently pressed it on her shoulder. Oh. Bibi Dong understood. At this point, she knew what interest was. However, in order not to be here, Bibi Dong could only choose to agree, but she couldn't stand like this. Bibi Dong helped Gu Yi sit down, at least she wouldn't be seen by Hulina. Teacher, your skin is so white and tender. Bibi Dong just took a bite, and suddenly heard the voice of this disciple, and her pretty face flushed a little. Hulina seemed to be addicted to commenting, and she would say something every once in a while. Teacher, your hair is so smooth. Teacher, your body is so perfect. The disciple and the teacher were doing the same thing, but the other was a little more tired. Gurgle, gurgle. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yi and Bibi Dong finally disappeared in the palace. Hulina also seemed to be in a trance, walking out of the palace, having forgotten the purpose of coming here, or rather, the purpose had been achieved. The Pope's Palace. The original position above 10,000 people, which once belonged to Bibi Dong, was now replaced by Gu Yi. Gu Yi was neatly dressed, with his back slightly leaning on the back of the chair, and his hands casually resting on the armrests on both sides of the chair, like a supreme emperor. Looking at Bibi Dong quietly, with a smile in his eyes, he was very satisfied with her current dress. You are really a pervert. Bibi Dong crossed her arms across her chest, covering the scenery in front of her. This was the third time that Gu Yi heard someone say that he was a pervert. But Gu Yi decided not to care. How can the pleasure of the boudoir between men and women be considered perverted or not? Besides, he is not the kind of person who will hurt you physically and mentally. If there is no stimulation, he will lose interest sooner or later. Donger, are you deliberately seducing me? Gu Yi looked down at the ravine squeezed out by Bibi Dong, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Bibi Dong seemed to have discovered her problem and hurriedly put her hands down. But it happened to be Gu Yi's trick. This time, without the cover, Bibi Dong's clothes were completely exposed. The transparent suspender gauze skirt spread all the way to her thighs. The hollow design in the middle was particularly eye-catching, and the black and white colors created a strong contrast. The black stockings wrapped around the slender and white legs made Bibi Dong look more sexy and charming. The black high heels with red solace on her feet made her look taller. Let's start. Bibi Dong was really shy when she heard Gu Yi's words. It was too much of a stretch for her to take the initiative to seduce a man. But if she didn't do what she promised, Bibi Dong couldn't imagine what Gu Yi would do. Maybe he would take her directly to Nana's room. Day. As the first footsteps sounded in the palace, Bibi Dong finally chose to let go of herself. Now she loves and hates Gu Yi. When he is not around, she misses him in her heart, and when he comes, she wants him to leave quickly. Two extremely contradictory mentalities constantly impact her mind. Sir, am I beautiful? Bibi Dong's voice seemed very trembling, and this kind of thing really made her extremely ashamed. Little beauty, dance for me. Bibi Dong's body became stiff. Dancing? She can't. Since awakening her martial soul, most of her time has been spent on cultivation, and she has never spent any time on this aspect. How can she meet Gu Yi's requirements? Gu Yi can see Bibi Dong's unnaturalness. No. Bibi Dong nodded. Wait. Gu Yi's consciousness drilled into the sea of a spirituality, extracting some memories from the evil thoughts. At the beginning, he was very painful because of these things, but now it seems to have great benefits. With the help of the evil god Pearl, plus the very useful energy storage pack of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. These things are no longer enough to confuse him, but will become his treasures. Evil thoughts will have a great impact, but there are also some good things in the memory. Evil thoughts are evil thoughts, and memories are memories. Although the two coexist, they are not from the same root. Over the years, many of the evil thoughts absorbed are about dancing. After all, some nobles also have this hobby. 2 days of leave. Too many things to do, so I will suspend the update for 2 days. Update will resume tomorrow. Chapter 267 Snow Emperor's Peeping. The memory was extracted, and Guyi just pointed in the air, accompanied by the power of the mind, and transmitted it to Bibi Dong's mind. Bibi Dong just closed her eyes and concentrated, absorbing these inexplicable memories, and there was a bit of terrifying aura on her body. He actually wanted to make herself dance this kind of dance. In the memory, the first half of the dance was not serious, and the body was swaying. Even Bibi Dong herself felt pleasing to the eye. She originally thought that Guyi had changed his nature. But after seeing it later, Bibi Dong realized that she really overestimated Guyi. How can a person like him change? He will only become worse. Bibi Dong suddenly felt angry at her past self. Why did she do that and become like this now? He was clingy and greedy. I don't know what he was thinking all day long. The key thing that made Bibi Dong feel unwilling was that how could such a guy with a head full of yellow garbage improve his strength so quickly? It seemed that the slow progress of the strong was just an empty dream for him. Bibi Dong really couldn't understand this. She had obviously worked so hard, but even so, her strength growth was not as good as his. God rewards hard work, which is completely empty talk. With your mental strength of a level 99 title Douluo and my judgment of your body's flexibility, these dances are not difficult for you. Donger, are you waiting for me to come down and teach you in person? Guyi acted like an unbridled emperor at this moment, with a smile on his face all the time. The eyes that looked at Bibi Dong were even more unscrupulous, making Bibi Dong feel like she was standing in front of him naked. I'll dance, I'll dance. Bibi Dong was very resistant to this kind of dance, but she also understood that if Guyi really came down to help her, she didn't know what would happen. I was afraid it would get worse. She glanced at Guyi with her beautiful eyes, as if to say, don't let me surpass you in strength, otherwise you should stand here and let me do whatever I want. With infinite imagination in her mind, her body moved freely. As a very soft woman, with her powerful cultivation, simple movements were a piece of cake for her. The figure is light and the smile she turns back with light footsteps contains a pool of spring water. With affection and love, it is not only attractive, but also very seductive. Guyi can't take his eyes off her more and more. He can't help but sigh in his heart that the emperor doesn't love the country, but loves the beauty. There is also this reason. How can people calm down the world's most beautiful and charming smile? Guyi believes that he is not good enough and can't get rid of Bibi Dong's beauty. The dance in the front is normal, but it is more and more excessive in the back, bending over and lifting the hips, showing a perfect outline. Coupled with the pair of affectionate phoenix eyes, it is very exciting. Donger, I didn't expect that you have such a good talent for dancing. It seems that we should carry out more activities in the future. You will definitely not waste the talent God has given you. He was not stingy with praise. To be honest, Bibi Dong's dancing posture could not compare with those dancers who had been dancing for many years, but her appearance, figure, and temperament were far beyond the reach of those dancers. Weaknesses also became advantages in front of her. Hearing this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile, and her movements became more graceful. The pair of high heels on her feet did not affect her movements at all. On the contrary, she raised her legs from time to time. The red solace and the attractive black on her body were the most powerful attraction. The movements were also bolder, and the body of the titled Douluo allowed her to do many movements that ordinary people could not do. She was extremely flexible. After the dance, Bibi Dong swayed her plump figure, looked charming, and her slightly red cheeks added a bit of charm and sexiness. Cuteness is ultimately defeated in front of sexiness. Guyi leaned on the chair, his right leg resting on his left leg, his right hand supporting his forehead, and watched Bibi Dong approaching with interest, and couldn't help but admire his own eyesight. Bibi Dong usually wears a majestic and gorgeous pope's dress, which fully demonstrates her dignity and supreme power. But now this black transparent gauze dress allows her to blend angels and demons together, seemingly contradictory, but extremely tempting. Day, day, day. The sound of heels landing seemed to fall into Guyi's mind, always stirring his heartstrings. Soon, Bibi Dong came to Guyi. She stood up and was much taller than Guyi sitting on the Pope's chair. She had a charming smile on her lips. "My lord, are you satisfied?" While speaking, Bibi Dong took the initiative to sit in his arms, hooked his back with both hands, put her head close to Guyi's earlobe, and blew out a breath of hot air. Guyi suddenly felt a chill, and his body seemed to be covered with goosebumps. What a seductive fairy, just a change of clothes, and she was like two different people. How could he still hold back, teased to such an extent? The only way to respond to the endless passion was to be even crazier. One time passed, and the Pope's palace was surging, one after another, and there were constant wailing, like endless waves, rising and falling. At some point, the sound in the Pope's palace disappeared, and the water in the bathtub in the Pope's bedroom spread everywhere again. Everything returned to calm, with only 2 gasps left. The golden crow was hanging high in the sky, and Hulina and other people in the spirit hall were all surprised to find that the Pope, who had never neglected anything, was rarely seen. Little did they know that their Pope was eating breakfast, 2 eggs, a sausage, and fresh hot milk with a unique flavor. It was so simple, without the aloofness of being the most powerful person in the world, and very down to earth. Gurgle, gurgle. With the last mouthful of fresh hot milk flowing through his throat, he finally rushed to the Pope's palace, ready to deal with the day's affairs, especially at this critical moment, when things were simply too busy. Guyi packed up the tools that Bibi Dong had left in a hurry, and then disappeared in the bedroom. However, he did not plan to leave, and planned to stay with Bibi Dong for a while. After all, she was too far away from him, and she had no time to come here on weekdays, so it was reasonable to stay for a few more days. Vile, shameless. Guyi, who had just left the Pope's bedroom, also unlocked the perception of Xuedi and others. After all, if they could not feel the outside world through him, being in the sea of a euro spirit would be boring. After all, they could not become stronger through cultivation now, and had nothing to do. Just when he put his perception into the sea of a euro spirit, he was scolded by Xuedi. Guyi did not understand what happened. It was understandable that Xuedi scolded him as a pervert yesterday. After all, as a creature born from ice and snow, Xuedi had a tough mind and was decisive in killing. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable with the place he visited yesterday. It was normal. But the whole night had happened, and he could not bear a grudge until now. Isn't it just buying a few clothes that make women look sexy? Did you force innocent women? How can it be obscene? Guyi was also a little unhappy. After all, the relationship between them was based on themselves. Even if he needed her help, he couldn't be so arrogant. Who is the owner of this body? What did you do last night? Humans are really dirty. Xuedi looked at Guyi, who had condensed his spiritual body with disdain and obviously had some rejection of him. Guyi was stunned. What happened last night still felt a little unsatisfactory. Did you see it? Guyi's eyes condensed, with a sharp murderous intent in his eyes. Xuedi and others didn't feel their bodies chilled. It was not the coldness they were familiar with, but the coldness of murderous aura, which was enough to penetrate the soul. This feeling was especially obvious to Tianmeng I's silkworm, and it was even directed at him. Guyi didn't like being peeped at. If it was a woman, it would be fine. But if the peeper was a man, even if he was crushed to ashes and his soul was shattered, it would be difficult to dispel his anger. Xuedi was so smart that she couldn't see the current situation. She had a better understanding of Guyi. They didn't see it. My mental power penetrated your blockade while you were concentrating on other things. Xuedi explained. If not, I'm afraid one of the 3 of them would be missing. Guyi frowned when he heard Xuedi's words, and looked fiercely at another man in the field. I hope you didn't lie to me. This sentence was said to Xuedi, but his eyes still stayed on Tianmeng I's silkworm. The eye of the mind above the sea of a euro spirit bloomed, and an endless light passed through the bodies of the 3 people. Guyi would not just listen to Xuedi's one-sided words. This kind of thing still needs to be confirmed by yourself. The 3 Xuedi were illuminated by the light, as if all the secrets in their hearts were discovered. Even the most powerful Xuedi could only keep some of her secrets and could not resist it completely. Tianmeng Bingqian and Bingdi could not keep any secrets at all, and they were completely revealed in these eyes. It was indeed as Xuedi said, only she saw it, and the other 2 had no ability to overcome the obstacles he set. Xuedi would not be Xuedi, she was really powerful. However, judging from Xuedi's memory last night, she only saw the first half, and she could not bear to see the latter part with her understanding and knowledge, so she took the initiative to return to the sea of spirituality. It seems that you really didn't lie to me, but I didn't force you to see those pictures, you took the initiative to bypass my mental defense and saw them. Do you know what you call this? Before Guyi could answer, Xuedi said it first, peeping, I still have some understanding of the human world. Xuedi also came to her senses. Humans are not the same as their soul beasts, so she naturally can't ask Guyi to use her standards. Maybe the love between men and women is so unbearable for her. And what Guyi wants to do is his own business. I am just a guest in his growing soul. What qualifications do I have to insult him? Xuedi is not an unreasonable person. She admitted her mistake to Guyi's accusation. There are generally two consequences of peeping at the love between couples. One is female peeping, and the other is male peeping. So, if you come again, the result will not be what you want to see. From head to toe, Guyi looked at Xuedi thoroughly. It must be said that there are two women among the three kings of the far north. After turning into human form, Xuedi and Bingdi are both stunningly beautiful, but if they must be ranked, there is no doubt that Xuedi wins. Just relying on her cold and proud temperament like the top of the snowy peak, wearing a snow-white dress, from head to toe, she shows a cold beauty to the fullest. It is undeniable that Guyi has a good impression of Xuedi. After all, most of the time, people judge people by their appearance. Although this is very unfair and unreasonable, the world is like this and there is no way to change it. Humans are sensory creatures, and the first impression is very important. Guyi disappeared in the sea of spirituality, and only Xuedi and others were still standing there. Tianmeng, Bingdi, this time I have implicated you. Xuedi showed guilt. After all, if she hadn't broken through Guyi's mental defenses and seen things she shouldn't have seen, she would have scolded Guyi. Bingdi liked Xuedi in the first place. What could he say? He comforted her, what's the big deal? But what did you see, Xuedi, that made you so excited and angry? After living in Guyi's spiritual sea for so long, it was the first time that Bingdi saw Guyi so angry. The fierce killing intent just now was definitely murderous. If there was any problem, I'm afraid someone would die and be completely terrified. Don't ask. I want to rest for a while. Xuedi's mind was filled with Guyi's last words and the eyes that almost saw through her. She was a little chilled when she thought about it now. What exactly are the consequences? After entering Guyi's body, she seemed to have become curious about things. After leaving the sea of spirits, Guyi was thinking about how to move Tianmeng away from the sea of spirits. This incident happened once, it was enough. If it happened again, he would really kill someone. Guyi originally planned to spend another day with Bibi Dong, but now he couldn't wait any longer. The fantasy world must be established again. Let Tianmeng sink to the bottom of the fantasy world with the evil god bead and absorb evil thoughts to improve. After laying out the mental defense line again, Guyi returned to the spirit hall, but did not appear in front of people. Bibi Dong was discussing something with the high-level officials of the spirit hall. Guyi was bored. The spiritual eye between his eyebrows bloomed, and countless rays of light spread from all directions. These were the sources of the power of faith given to him. But then next, he planned to use the statues in the cities as places to collect and store faith. The fantasy world, if it wants to develop, must have the power of faith. Even if he has unparalleled strength, if people can't see the benefits, how can they believe in him for no reason? People in this world are not so idle. Guyi doesn't think he has the charm to make people all over the world believe in him. He can only use benefits to move them. As long as there are enough benefits, he can naturally bring him the power of faith. Even if his mental power is extremely strong, it is difficult to spread too far from the corner of the world. He must find a key point that can connect with his spiritual power and mental power. And this point is naturally his statue. Standing on the ground, Guyi focused on feeling the statues in other places. The power of the mind is far more expansive than the mental power. As long as there is a little connection, he can accomplish an impossible thing. Chapter 268 Spiritual World. Wuhan City. After handling the affairs, Bibi Dong returned to the palace. Although the experience last night made her love and hate him, she was still eager to see Guyi. It is undeniable that Guyi's strength and dominance have been deeply engraved in her heart and soul, and she can no longer be separated from him. Now she only needs to see him to feel that her mood has changed. Bibi Dong returned to the palace, but received a sentence that made her very disappointed. "I'm leaving." Bibi Dong resisted the disappointment in her heart and turned her head away proudly. "Just go, without you, a bastard, I can sleep more comfortably at night." However, only she knows how uncomfortable she is. After awakening the eye of the soul, Guyi has reached a superb level in controlling people's hearts. Bibi Dong is also a person who finds it difficult to hide her emotions in front of her lover. In addition, Guyi has already understood Bibi Dong's body, heart, and soul over the past few days, so he naturally knows her current mood. But there is no way. In order to prevent the incident of Shui from happening, the hidden danger of Tianmeng silkworm must be removed from the sea of a spirits first. From now on, no male creatures can appear in the sea of a spirits. Guyi does not have the hobby of being watched by others, especially by the same sex. "When I come back, I can stay with you longer." "I'm sorry." Guyi took 2 steps forward, hugged Bibi Dong tightly in his arms, and said softly. Although Bibi Dong was a little sad, she was not as sad as before after Guyi's comfort. Besides, she was not the kind of hot-headed fool. She was very reluctant to let Guyi leave, but she also understood that Guyi still had a lot of things to do. Leaving him behind would only delay things. Anyway, both of them had obtained the inheritance of the divine throne, and they could not be together for a long time for the time being, but as long as they became gods. Bibi Dong knew that with Guyi there are many women around him, but the gap is not big now. However, as long as he and Guyi become gods, even if Guyi brings them into the realm of gods in the future, they will naturally lag behind in status. How can mortals compare with gods? By then, Guyi will belong to her. Before leaving, Guyi did not choose to be affectionate with Bibi Dong. After all, last night was unbearable for her, otherwise she would not have eaten breakfast in the morning to replenish nutrition. The two hugged each other quietly, no one spoke, and they were enjoying the last time. Finally, Guyi left. Only Bibi Dong, who was secretly sad, was left. Compared to men, in some emotional aspects, women are more sensitive and suspicious than men. It may even take only a simple action or language that they don't trademark T even care about to make them imagine. Although Bibi Dong is the first female pope in the world, she is no different from ordinary women in her heart. Abandoning these redundant emotions, Guyi has already set foot on the steps back to Tiandu City. This time he will unfold an unprecedented fantasy world. It will only be bigger, more magnificent and more real than before. And this time it will never stop. Back in the academy, Guyi did not go to see anyone, but went directly to the practice room. Compared to the initial construction of the fantasy world, it was obviously much simpler and easier to reshape everything this time. In just 1 hour, the fantasy world that originally wrapped the entire Tiandu city reappeared. This time it was more delicate. Of course, all these changes were almost imperceptible to the people who entered this world. After all, Guyi still did not have the ability to turn the illusion into reality, and was still mobilizing their own perception ability. It would hurt when they were hit, and they would bleed and get hurt when they were cut by a knife or stabbed by a sword. Everything was reduced to fantasy. After doing all this, Guyi did not stop, but asked Bingdi to help him control this world and maintain this most basic operation. As for the Tianmeng silkworm and the evil god pearl in the sea of a spirit, they had already been moved to the fantasy world by him, absorbing evil thoughts and negative emotions all the time. At this point, there is no one of the same gender as him in the sea of a spirit. Even if he does that kind of thing in the future, he does not have to worry about being exposed. The next thing is what he really wants to do. Just a Tiandu city can no longer meet his needs. He needs a larger and more complete fantasy world that exists in the entire Douluo continent. Harvest the faith of the entire continent to support himself to become the most powerful god king. He had experimented once in Wuhan city before, and he could indeed complete what he wanted through the statue, but that must be based on a certain degree of faith power in the statue, and these faith powers must be pure and cannot contain any impurities, otherwise the connection between him and him will become weaker. However, fortunately, although he also lacks pure faith power now, it is more than enough for just one statue. As the largest city in the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City is naturally surrounded by other cities of various sizes. Guyi chose a relatively close city as the location of his second fantasy world. There is actually no need for too much connection between the power of the mind and the power of faith. As long as there is the power of faith or the power of the mind on certain objects, the effect of relatively transmitting energy can be achieved. Just this point alone, the power of the mind completely beats the power of the soul by countless times. The ball of light containing pure power of faith in the sea of a spirit became smaller and smaller under Guyi's manipulation. And in a small town that is not well known a few hundred meters away, the statue originally built by the Wuhan Hall emits a crystal white light. This change immediately made the civilians who saw this scene kowtow and kneel down, and they all shouted, "The miracle is coming, the miracle is coming." Not long after, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, 100 spread to 1,000, and soon other people in the small town also knew about this matter, and they all came here to kneel down, just to let the gods look at them more and give them stronger power. Guyi also released his perception ability and naturally saw this scene. But he didn't expect that in addition to Tiandu City, there were so many people who believed in him. As expected, strength is the most powerful ability. Guyi only glanced at it briefly, then retracted his gaze and continued to start his great cause. However, at least he already had the experience of Tiandu City as the beginning, and it was not too difficult for him to create a fantasy world that was similar to the previous one. Only 3 hours had passed. In the middle of the night, whether the people in the small town were sleeping or awake, as long as they believed in Guyi, they received a notice. It was the will of God. Soon, everyone was excited. The matter of the fantasy world was known to almost the entire Douluo continent, and many people in their city left here because of this matter and went to Tiandu City, which could enter the fantasy world. These people who believed in Guyi did not want to go, but they did not have the capital to go, and they did not have the money to go. So much courage to pursue an illusory thing. There is faith, but not much. In short, it is all for life. Guyi watched more and more people in the second fantasy world, and he was also a little happy. The power of faith in the sea of a spirit is also increasing. Although these powers of faith are modeled and cannot be used directly, they are still precious. Shuedi, this fantasy world is left to you to stabilize. Guyi handed this newly established fantasy world to Shuedi for management, which is why he traveled thousands of miles to the extreme north to subdue Shuedi. Shuedi nodded. This point was known long before she became Guyi's soul ring, but when she really controlled this fantasy world herself, Shuedi found that this world was really magical. Although there was no real substance, it could allow people's spirit and soul to wander in it, and even gain strength from it. It must be said that this perverted man really opened the precedent of cultivation. Guyi was studying the power of faith and the power of the mind, two different powers that almost have the same power. Everything he thought of before was just talk on paper. What he said about turning the virtual into the real and refining the false into the real was just the simplest extravagant hope. If he really did this in the end, even if he had more faith power, it would not be enough for him to create it. From the false to the real, this is not something he can do at this level. Now everything is on the right track, and it is time to start the next stage of planning. Guyi doesn't want to be stuck at this level. It would be really stupid if he doesn't make any progress or retreat. Make plans before you act. During this period of time, although many things have been accomplished through the power of faith, they are all changes in energy, and have never acted on matter. Guyi is very clear and understands this. Perhaps, the power of the mind should be used next. Guyi looked at the eye of the mind floating above the sea of a spirit, with a bit of obsession in his eyes. The power of the mind is definitely the most mysterious power he has ever seen, and it is also the most mysterious power. Even the power of space that he has mastered now, Guyi feels that it is not as good as this power. It has been more than a year since I mastered this power, but now I still have only a partial understanding of this power and have not exerted its true power at all. What is the power of the mind? Guyi couldn't help asking, and then he only heard his own answer. I think, that is the power of the mind. I think, that is the power of the mind. But these are not the purest power of the mind. What is the power of the mind? Guyi never understood this. If the power of faith is a special and powerful power generated by a person's faith and worship of him, then how is the power of the mind generated? Why are the two powers so similar and can even be replaced equally? Guyi couldn't figure it out, and couldn't figure it out. The level of this power is too high, it is not what he can do at all, and even the gods in the realm of gods may not understand this power at all. Guyi suddenly thought of a person. A person who once stood at the top of the world. His spiritual realm may not be comparable even if the entire Douluo continent is put together. The soul may be the root and origin of all things. I think, therefore I am. With the continuous perception, Guyi became quiet, not only in the spiritual world, but also in the external body, like a dead person, and even the sea of a spirituality became a little dim. If it weren't for the fact that Bingdi and Swaiti relied on Guyi to exist, if he got into trouble, they would not be able to escape. Although I don't know what happened, from the current situation, it is not something that cannot be redeemed. Guyi only felt that he had entered the dark world, there was no light around, but he could see his hands clearly when he raised his hands. This contradictory and real situation made Guyi wonder what happened. Where is he now? Wait, I won't go back to the place where I eliminated the dark side. Guyi suddenly thought of something. This is a place closer to the soul than the sea of a spirituality. Guyi calls it the spiritual world. It was here that he successfully wiped out the dark side hidden in the dark. It was just that Guyi didn't understand why he returned to this place again, or if there were other dark sides. But this time he didn't feel anything. Wait, my power. Guyi suddenly felt that his power disappeared. He instinctively wanted to make the world bright, but found that he didn't have any power. He became an ordinary person. Guyi naturally didn't think that someone was controlling him. After all, with his spiritual cultivation and mastery of the eye of the mind, even a god would find it difficult to change him to such a place in such a silent situation. The answer just now appeared in his mind again, and then he shouted. If this is my spiritual world, then light it up for me. The whole world became bright. But it was not the kind of brightness that the sun shines into the earth, but the kind of whiteness. He searched around but didn't find any luminous body. One thought makes the flower bloom, and one thought makes the flower fall. Guyi seemed to understand what was going on here. I'm afraid this was just as he thought, a spiritual world that was deeper than the spiritual world. Everything here was born because of him and died because of him. He came here by chance. Perhaps now it was because his spiritual power was enough to allow him to enter this deepest world. This world was completely composed of his thoughts. The reason why he came in just now was pitch black, but he could see his palm, was because his mind was also contradictory. That's why such a strange scene occurred. Guyi put all his thoughts into studying this strange world. After all, this world was the most magical and elusive place he had encountered since he came to Douluo continent. Chapter 269 Exploring the Limits of the World. In the spiritual world, Guyi carefully explored everything around him. Although he had solved his own dark side here last time, he could not guarantee that there would be another dark side. However, after carefully exploring all the surrounding situations, Guyi was completely relieved. There was absolutely no other creature here. In this white world, he is the only one who exists. This is the second time that Guyi has come to the spiritual world. The first time he came, he just eliminated the dark side and was kicked out. He has never carefully observed the situation in this world. Thinking of the situation just now, a thought moved his mind. The spiritual world changed again. This time, Guyi seemed to be in a sea of a flowers, and could even smell the fragrance of flowers in the air. Whether it was his eyes, nose, or even his sixth sense, he was telling Guyi that this was a real sea of a flowers, without any falsehood. There was no difference when he touched it. It seemed that he had really come to a sea of a flowers in an instant. Only he understood that everything here was made up of spiritual power. A thought moved his mind, and a sea of a flowers was created. It seemed that everything he thought of could be realized here. Tried over and over again, succeeded over and over again. No matter what it was, it seemed that only he could think of it, and it could be created here. And the things created here were far more real than the fantasy world he created. Even these may be true. The power of the mind is so mysterious. With continuous experiments, Guyi gradually distinguished the difference between the power of faith and the power of the mind. Although these two powers can do too many things, they are almost the same in function. But the power of the mind is deeper than the power of faith. This is the most real power from the body of every creature, the power that has been possessed since birth. No matter who it is, whether strong or not, or disabled or sick, this power will accompany the creature throughout his life until it completely withers and leaves him. This is the power of the mind, the power that creatures are born with. With the end of the experiment, a very terrifying idea came to his mind. What will happen if the fantasy world is constructed here with the power of the mind? After all, even he himself can't tell the truth from the false here, and the fantasy world may really become the real world under his control. He did it as soon as he said it, and the power of the mind gushed out. Cities, monsters, forests, caves, everything in the fantasy world is materialized in this world. After previous experiments, Guyi has already discovered a major feature of the spiritual world. How big the heart is, how big the world is. Theoretically, this world can be infinite, and it is easy to even contain the entire Douluo continent. Theory is theory, reality is reality. Even with his current spiritual power, the area he can cover is at most the size of several Tiantu cities. Before he finished everything, he suddenly felt that his eyes went dark. The next moment he was back in the sea of a spirit. What happened? Xuede came over and asked. With her spiritual power, she could stabilize the fantasy world while talking to Guyi. The changes in the sea of a spirit could not be hidden from her either. It's okay. Guyi found that his spiritual power was almost not damaged, but he still felt very tired. You know, he is in a spiritual state now. Even if the body becomes tired, it can hardly affect the spirit. But even so, whether it is the spirit or the blood, they are all in a very full state, but they are tired and can't raise the spirit at all. The spiritual eye above the spiritual sea has also become dim and lost its luster. The spiritual power is consumed too seriously. It is the first time that Guyi has consumed his spiritual power to such an extent. In the spiritual world, he can't feel the changes in time and space, and even can't feel the loss of power. I am afraid that I was suddenly teleported back because of the exhaustion of spiritual power. Just like staying up late, the body will issue a warning to a certain extent and forcibly withdraw from that state. The spiritual power is probably the same. It is difficult for Guyi imagine what would happen if someone exhausted all the spiritual power. Maybe he would become a vegetable, or die directly. The exhaustion in his heart constantly hit Guyi's mind, making him realize that he had to rest as soon as possible. It was impossible to get things done with a tired body, and it would only get worse and worse. Guyi returned to the room alone, lifted the quilt and fell asleep, and even felt a little dizzy in his mind. He fell asleep drowsily, not paying any attention to the previous movement, which had a huge impact on the whole world. At the same time, in the killing city, the man known as the Bloody Shura finally ushered in 96 battles. As long as he won 4 games, he could become the real next killing god. If he passed the Hell Road, he could obtain the killing field. And there was no humanity in the eyes of this Bloody Shura, only terrifying calmness and bloodiness. The blood-red vines flying around him had been even more terrifying than before. Even just standing there can make people feel terrified, and one look at him is like falling into an endless hell. It was 3 days later that Guyi woke up, and there were 2 beauties accompanying him on the left and right. Wake up, brother Yi wakes up Zhu Zuking almost never closed her eyes for 24 hours, and she was always guarding Guyi. There was an indelible fatigue in her eyes, and her eye sockets were a little dark. She had dark circles under her eyes due to staying up late for a long time. Among many women, only Zhu Zuking completely regarded Guyi as her everything. Only he could make her life meaningful and complete. Although Zhu Zuking broke the shackles of her family, some things were cultivated since childhood, and too many personalities were distorted at the time when they were most easily cultivated. Especially in terms of men. Once you fall in love, you will regard the other person as your heaven and everything. Neither Duguyan nor Bibi Dong can compare to this. Why are you here? Guyi had just woken up, and his mind was still a little unclear. He rubbed his temples, as if he wanted to relieve his mental state. I was just saying that, but you scared us to death. Duguyan grabbed Guyi's left hand, her eyes full of worry. When they found that Guyi was back, they were actually very happy, but he had been asleep for a long time, which made the 2 women panic. Guyi always showed that he was so strong in front of them. Even if he was injured, he could recover in a short time. He had never been in a state of being asleep for a long time. It really made them very worried. It was only after Dugubo saw it that they felt a little relieved, but they still stayed by his side. Especially Zhu Zuking, who almost never left the bedside. I'm sorry to worry you. Guyi didn't expect that 3 days would pass after he slept like this. It was really a bit unexpected. But fortunately, after a few days of sleep, his spiritual power has recovered a lot. There was no longer the feeling of fatigue before, and the mind was clearer. But the most important thing now was to have another sleep. With a big hand, he directly embraced the peerless beauties on both sides into his arms, saying, "Let's have another sleep." The 2 women just struggled a little, and then lay quietly in his arms. Through his body, Zhu Zuking and Duguyan looked at each other several times, and at the same time, their eyes became more shy. Obviously, they remembered something too beautiful. Guyi did not touch them, but just let them sleep peacefully. The thick dark circles under their eyes made him feel very distressed. But he was also a little more moved in his heart. What else could he ask for if he could have them? In this way, Guyi lay in bed for 4 days before he finally got up from the bed, but getting up meant that there was something to do. After all his things were still in the initial stage, and any slackness would cause him a lot of unnecessary trouble. When his fantasy world stabilized, Guyi also planned to go to some places he had never been to before. For example, Sea God Island, Slaughter City, or the Elder Hall in Wuhan City. These places are full of divine power, and even contain the inheritance of the God King. Although he has the inheritance of the evil God King and he also intends to create a God position, he does not have any big ideas about the Shura God position. However, he can always draw inferences from one instance to another, and there is also a genius in Slaughter City who can be called the first in understanding in Douluo continent, Tang Chen. If it weren't for the Rakshasa god's secret manipulation, Tang Chen could even become the new god of Douluo continent after the Sea God, and the Supreme God King. It's a pity that now a bat has occupied his consciousness and controlled his body. It's really sad and lamentable. If he had a chance to meet this number one genius, Guyi would like to know what was going on in his mind. He could actually break free from the shackles of the whole world, complete the 9 wonders of clear sky, and defeat Jian Daolu with his clear sky hammer, which was weaker than the angel martial spirit. One by one, all of them showed amazing achievements. It was not unreasonable for Poseidon to like Tang Chen. As for Poseidon Island, Guyi must go there. He also holds the key to the sea. The vast sea universe cover inherited by the god of the sea. As long as you find a person with outstanding talent, you can almost make him become the god of the sea. If Tang San didn't have the vast sea universe cover at the beginning, he might not be able to get the inheritance of the god of the sea. As for why he still wants to go to the Elder Hall of Wuhan City, it is because he didn't see the angel god of the previous session last time. A strong man who can keep pace with the god of the sea is naturally enough to interest him. After getting up, Guyi also went to see his child. It was his first time to be a father. He was not prepared at all and had never taken care of a child. Since Gu Qing was born, Douluo has basically been taking care of the child. After all, in this academy, he is the only one with the highest seniority and experience in taking care of children. Looking at the innocent smile on his son's face, Guyi also smiled knowingly and took the little guy from Douluo's arms. It must be said that the fantasy world is good. In such a short time, this little guy has grown up a lot. Although he can't speak yet, his little arms and legs are much stronger. Yan Yan, Qing really looks more and more like you. It's true that a son resembles his mother. Guyi held his son and looked up from time to compare. His eyebrows were very similar to Duguyan's, but his eyes looked more like him. After enjoying the happiness of family affection for a while, Guyi was not in a hurry to invest in more in-depth research, but was concerned about the progress of Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan's cultivation. After all, they would not stay here. Tianwen Academy was only a place for them to rest, not a place where they could stay anonymous. In the end, Guyi believed that even if Zhu Zuqing and others did not go to the Sea God Island, they could still find a way to bring them into the God realm. But the price of doing so was to waste natural resources. Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan's talents had long been stronger in the absorption of various natural treasures and soul rings, and their martial souls had long been out of their initial state. The Nether Spirit Cat is no longer a high-level spirit that only increases speed. It has already surpassed the White Tiger spirit of the Xingluo Empire, and even surpassed the Clear Sky Hammer. Especially after possessing the spirit skill that can escape into the shadow, Zhu Zuqing already has unimaginable abilities. Unless she really encounters a titled Douluo level strongman, the spirit masters below her can't stop her at all. Any ability that involves crossing space is extremely powerful and against the sky. Not to mention Duguyan, whose spirit has long since transformed from the green phosphorus snake into the poison dragon, truly reaching the top level of spirit, and is not weaker than Douluo's green phosphorus snake king, and can even continue to grow. The talents of the two of them have already surpassed the original. At that time, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation progress surprised him a little. After all, at the beginning, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation was still behind the others. Although he was higher than Wang Yanran and Lin Qing, he was far inferior to Oscar and Ma Hongjun who had practiced with him since childhood. Not to mention Duguyan, who was a few years older than them, could not catch up. But after more than a year, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation had made great progress and had reached the terrifying level 56. The improvement in cultivation alone was not enough to shock Gu Yi, but her understanding of the exercises was what really shocked Gu Yi. Only the Ren and Du meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians had not been opened. After all, it was very difficult to open these 2 meridians compared to the other 6 meridians. Even if it was practiced day by day, it still depended on talent and opportunity. If the opportunity was not enough, it was very likely that the Ren and Du meridians would not be opened in a lifetime. Chapter 270 The Will of the Silver Dragon King. Duguyan and Zhu Zuking's cultivation reached level 59 and level 55 respectively. It can be described as rapid progress. If it weren't for the fact that she was pregnant, Duguyan would have fallen behind in cultivation, otherwise she would have definitely become a soul emperor. But I believe that in a few months, Duguyan will be able to break through the barrier of level 59 and reach level 60. But it's time to call them back. Now that he has embarked on another path, it's time to arrange Oscar's future. After all, he is the first batch of students he has ever taught and a friend who has grown up with him. In the entire Douluo continent, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can be regarded as the greatest opportunity. In addition, there is the Sea God Island, which is a place where you can clearly choose your successor. And now he has the vast sea universe cover in his hand, and the position of the sea god can almost be regarded as a foregone conclusion. It's just that who should get the position of the sea god has not yet been decided. If it comes to talent, there is no doubt that Ning Rongrong can be regarded as the first now. The 9 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit is truly comparable to the god-level martial spirit. In the original work, she obtained the top 7 tests on the Sea God Island, and only Tang San could surpass her. However, it is possible that Wang Yanran will surpass her in the future. The main body spirit is not a strong spirit in the early stage. The more you practice, the stronger it will be. Before awakening, the main body spirit is not as good as the beast spirit in terms of physical fitness, and is not as good as the weapon spirit in terms of attack power. But when the original martial soul awakens again, these 2 martial souls are no match for him. Especially Wang Yanran still has another chance to awaken. Especially the last time he went through the road of looking through the autumn waters brought him a great improvement. After all, it really works on the eyes, without any extra roads, and it can be said that the enhancement of the martial soul has reached the extreme. However, before going to the Sea God Island, Gu Yi plans to let Ma Hongjun go to the killing city first. Although he has taken the pills he refined, his martial soul is still a little behind others. After all, Ma Hongjun's martial soul is just a mutation of a chicken. It only contains a few phoenix bloodlines. Although he has been absorbing soul rings with phoenix bloodlines over the years, it is still a little behind the top martial soul. Only the inner pill of the 10-headed fiery sun snake in the killing city can make his martial soul go further. Although Gu Yi can easily take it out of it, he will not take it. If some things are always obtained without effort, they will only make them dependent, and finally they will become useless. So Ma Hongjun can only go to the slaughter city alone. And he just took the opportunity of Ma Hongjun's trip to the slaughter city to go there as well. It's a good opportunity to see the truly powerful Clear Sky Hammer. Although Tang Hao was given the title of Clear Sky Douluo, there is still a big gap in strength compared with his ancestors. After all, Tang Chen is a powerful soul master who can beat Jian Daoliu. Deep in the Star Do Great Forest. Ditian, a euro I need you to go to the human world. A cold voice came into Ditian's ears. As the master of the Star Do Great Forest, Ditian heard this cold voice and knelt down on one knee in one direction without any hesitation. Please give orders, my lord. Ditian was a little confused in his heart. Over the years, the lord has been healing in sleep and has hardly made any movement. This period of time has been unusually active. Recently I found that the power between heaven and earth seems to have changed. I'm afraid it has something to do with that man. Go meet him. Maybe the future of soul beasts should be on him. Even though the Silver Dragon King was seriously injured in the Battle of the God Realm, and even now he has not recovered, his former foundation is still here, and he still has some feeling about the changes in the whole world. It seems that the world has changed a little. Ditian recalled the man who threatened him that day. Among humans, he is indeed somewhat unique, especially because he did not use soul skills as his fundamental power, but created his own abilities according to the rules of heaven and earth. Yes, my lord. Ditian stood up and prepared to leave and go to the human world. Try not to conflict with him. If you have any news, come back immediately. The Silver Dragon King reminded him. Understood. Tiandu City. Gu Yi instructed the 2 women for a while, and then return to the practice room. Immerse yourself in the fantasy world. Nowadays, there are more than 200,000 spiritual bodies in the two fantasy worlds, and they are still increasing. The amount of faith power that can be created for him every day is already a very considerable number, but the amount of faith power consumed is also not small. However, compared with the income, Guyi can still bear this consumption. After all, in this world, Guyi not only set up a reward such as faith power, but also various martial arts secrets and advanced skills. There is no doubt that this is a monopoly. Martial arts monopoly. Douluo continent is relatively a deformed world, and it is very hungry for the martial arts and skills he created, especially for soul masters whose martial arts are not strong. It is an opportunity to change their fate. A good skill can not only improve the speed of cultivation, but also enhance one's own strength. And if you want to learn these skills, you must enter the fantasy world. If you want to enter the fantasy world, you must believe in it. This forms a perfect closed loop. In any case, he will be the only one who benefits in the end. Guyi did not enter the fantasy world to play, but planned to continue to improve the fantasy world. Although the fantasy world is very popular now, it still only exists in fantasy. He just projected the fantasy in his mind. It has no foundation and even needs someone to maintain it all the time, otherwise it will completely dissipate. However, after what happened before, he now has a new understanding of the power of the mind. What the mind thinks is what the intention is. In short, it is to believe that this world is real, then it is real. Just think about it, and leave the rest to the power of the mind. Before, he had always misunderstood the use of the power of the mind and wanted to use some theory to explain it perfectly. It's like a problem, there is always a solution that suits it. But the power of the mind does not have it, it is completely a kind of idealistic power. Everything depends on imagination. The bigger the heart is, the wider the world is. At this point, Guyi realized that he had just opened the door to the power of the mind. Guyi looked at the false world in front of him, and with the will that he had cultivated for many years, he discarded all his distracting thoughts, leaving only one idea. This is a real world. Above the spiritual sea, the eye of the mind blossomed completely, and a huge amount of spiritual power continued to flow into the illusory world before his eyes. The humans in the world cannot feel these changes, not that the world is undergoing some huge changes. Who? In just a few seconds, Guyi's face turned pale, and he let go of his mind, no longer gathering other thoughts in his mind. The spiritual eye in the sea of a spirit closed powerlessly, and the luster was 3 points weaker than before. How terrifying! If I hold on for a few more seconds, I'm afraid I will be sucked dry. Guyi looked at this world with lingering fear. It was no different from before, but his spiritual power was almost drained, just like a huge reservoir that was drained in an instant. The plate was too big, and he couldn't make it real at all. His spiritual power was too weak. In summary, it was still too weak. Perhaps in the eyes of these people on Douluo continent, Guyi's strength has reached a shocking level. But in Guyi's view, these strengths are completely illusory bubbles. Especially in the world of information explosion in the previous life, such a powerful novel world appeared. Since he can appear on Douluo continent, it means that it is very likely that other worlds also exist. Although the Douluo continent is set in a fantasy background, it is jokingly called the fantasy floor tile, which may be biased. But one thing is certain, the world of Douluo continent is not strong and can even be said to be weak. After all, even if he cultivates to his level, he cannot escape from this world and travel the universe in the flesh. Only by seeing the scenery at a higher level can one not feel proud and complacent about his current achievements. It is precisely because of this that Guyi does not want to inherit the throne of the evil God King step by step. Although the 5 great God Kings are respected in the God realm, whether it is the Supreme God King or the lowest level priest, there is one most important characteristic. Cannot leave the God realm. You can only stay in it for a lifetime, unless you find the inheritor of the throne, you can leave. Although Guyi also longs for immortality, if the price of immortality is to stay in one place forever, he will not be so yearning. Gods are just a group of pathetic people who are bound. A truly powerful being will not be bound by anything. The fantasy world is the biggest foundation for Guyi to get rid of all this. By using the power of a world to nourish himself, Guyi believes that the person created in this way will definitely have a strength that exceeds that of the God King. It is even possible that after he breaks through the realm, he can still travel in the universe and find other worlds. The vast and endless sea of the universe may have a more powerful world. As a cultivator, Guyi naturally wants to reach the highest peak. The God King is just the starting point of all cultivation. In the training room, Guyi calmed his breath and adjusted his condition, and the spiritual power consumed just now was constantly recovering. The road to collecting faith cannot have the slightest pause, and it needs to be continuously increased. After this incident, Guyi realized that he was still a long way from manifesting the entire world. As a martial soul, the eye of the soul is of course very powerful, but in the final analysis, it is only attached with 2 soul rings, and the spiritual power it brings to him is not enough for him to squander. And how to cultivate spiritual power? Guyi is still confused. Emperor Tian. Guyi suddenly felt a familiar breath approaching Tiandu city. He just didn't understand why Emperor Tian appeared in the human world, but Guyi was not afraid of him now. Compared with the confrontation with Emperor Tian, his strength had changed dramatically. Even if he couldn't defeat Emperor Tian, he would never lose. Guyi had this confidence. The space rippled, and Guyi disappeared. When he appeared again, he came to Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian, what can I do for you? Guyi didn't plan to talk more, and asked directly, without any hesitation. Emperor Tian's eyes became deep, and his eyes looked deeply at Guyi. As the first soul beast in the world to condense the soul core in the way of yin and yang complementation, how could he not see Guyi's current state? It was clear that the second soul core had been condensed, and it was condensed by yin and yang complementation. It was not an ordinary isotopic oscillation. This also meant that Guyi could even impact the third soul core in the near future. The number of soul cores does not represent absolute strength. After all, for someone like Guyi who can fully grasp the energy of heaven and earth, it is also quite powerful to burst out a power beyond the soul core in this way. There are also soul masters like Qian Douluo who can use divine power. Although they have only condensed the first soul core, their strength is also not weak. This human is no weaker than him now. Humans are really blessed by nature. Emperor Tian sighed incomparably. It took 800,000 years of cultivation to reach such a realm, but a small human reached it in just over 10 years. And he has basically reached the bottleneck of strength now. Compared with this person, he no longer has much potential. Guyi waited for a while, but Emperor Tian still did not reply, but just set his eyes on the Tiandu city several thousand meters away. It can be felt that there is an extremely strong force covering there. Is this the change that the Lord said? You don't want to control the energy around Tiandu city? Tian did not return to Guyi, and asked back. I don't think our relationship has reached the point where we can talk casually. Last time, we were still threatening each other. Guyi did not answer Tian. No matter what his purpose was, he had no obligation to tell him. Tian said nothing more and turned away. He got what he wanted by gathering and releasing his spirit. Guyi looked at Tian's back and murmured, Master? Silver Dragon King. Guyi was not idle just now. Tian released his spirit, and he had been using his spiritual power to explore Tian's thoughts. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, and they have their own thoughts in their hearts. However, compared with others, Tian's psychological defense line is very strong, even he only caught some fragmentary thoughts. It seems that what I did was discovered by the Silver Dragon King. Guyi was not worried. After all, what he was doing now was still of great help to the soul beast. Especially when the fantasy world is on the right track, the demand for soul rings by humans will also be moved away from soul beasts. As the supreme king of the soul beast clan, the Silver Dragon King has always wanted to promote the soul beast clan. After all, no one wants his clan to become prey in the hands of others. If the fantasy world can have the help of the Silver Dragon King, I believe it will progress faster, but now is not the time to meet her. Even if there is a negotiation, it is when the strength of both sides is equal. Weak countries have no diplomacy, and the same is true for negotiations between the two sides. Chapter 271 2 years. Stardo Great Forest. Tian got the information and returned to the depths of the Stardo Great Forest as soon as possible. Half kneeling on the ground, facing the open space in front of him very respectfully, he said, Master, I have understood the situation. The human at that time has now condensed the yin-yang complementary soul core, and his strength is probably not weaker than mine, and he also laid an energy array in Tiandu city. Things should be done by him. After a while of silence, the voice of the Silver Dragon King sounded again. Don't bother him for now. Let me think about it. You can leave first. Yes, my lord. In an unknown place in the Xingda Great Forest, there is a silver-white dragon, which exudes a silver-white luster, but its body is like a broken porcelain doll glued together with glue, but it has a bit of broken beauty. Perhaps, the future of soul beasts lies in him. A cold voice sounded and finally dissipated in this space. Time passed silently, and the whole world seemed to have returned to its former tranquility, but it was no longer as magnificent as before. It has been several years since the sermon that swept the entire Douluo continent, but no one has forgotten that godlike figure. For 2 years, except for the ever-increasing fantasy world, outsiders have hardly heard any news about Guyi. If it weren't for the continuous increase in fantasy worlds, people on the entire Douluo continent might have thought that Guyi had ascended to another world. Tiandu City. The sudden appearance of Ditien 2 years ago really caught Guyi off guard, but it didn't have much impact on him. Ditien at that time could no longer pose a threat to his life, let alone today, 2 years later. Guyi himself doesn't know how much his strength has grown. All he knows is that if he uses a little more power, he can shatter the space. Guyi even feels that he has crossed the boundary between humans and gods, but he has not been able to find an opponent and cannot verify whether his idea is correct. However, Guyi still believes that there is still a big gap compared to the Silver Dragon King. But now he is ready to take the next step. Lin Qing returned to Tianwen Academy a year ago, and her cultivation level had reached level 50 at that time. Guyi naturally did not delay, and directly used the power of faith to cooperate with the Blue-Silver Emperor's leg bone to condense a soul ring for her, and at the same time asked Ayin to give up the position of Blue-Silver Emperor. This was also the reason why Guyi would treat Ayin. After all, if he lacked the help of blood, it would be extremely difficult to successfully advance to the Blue-Silver Emperor. From then on, Lin Qing's martial soul completely became a top-level martial soul, not inferior to Oscar and others. However, Guyi gave the Blue-Silver Emperor leg bone to Lin Qing. Except for the external soul bone in the denshin, there were no other soul bones in his body. As for the sequelae of removing the soul bone, the level drop was not difficult for him at all, and he didn't even fall out of level 90. After all, Guyi had already cultivated to level 90, but he had never obtained a soul ring, but his soul power was still increasing. Although you lost the Blue-Silver Emperor's soul bone, Guyi felt more at ease, which was an unexpected surprise. Looking at the few people standing in front of him, full of energy, Guyi nodded with satisfaction. Now the time is ripe, and it's time for Oscar and others to go to the real place to try their luck. Oscar's people were also very excited, because they knew that Guyi must have his intention to call them back now. It might even be for the illusory throne of God, and they were very excited. As long as there are living creatures, they will pursue immortality from the origin of their blood. This is human nature. However, what surprised Guyi was that Ma Hongjun did not come back alone, but brought a beautiful woman. Standing in front of Guyi, the beautiful woman was a little shy and uneasy. After all, Guyi has been completely mythical for some time, and some people even think that he has surpassed mortals and become a real god. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why he has such a strong strength, and can even create a new world, breaking the cultivation system of the Soul Master world for thousands of years. Brother Yi, her name is Bai Chen Xiang, and she is my sweetheart. Ma Hongjun also has a bit of manliness. He directly hugged Bai Chen Xiang in his arms in front of everyone and introduced her to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Bai Chen Xiang. Guyi naturally knew what Ma Hongjun meant by bringing her here, and said with a bit of inexplicable meaning, Hongjun, now you are also a family man, and it's time to change your previous mentality. Under his guidance, Ma Hongjun has made great progress compared to the original work, but compared to the efforts of Oscar's people, he is still the worst one. Guyi didn't want the things in the original novel to happen again. The position of the god of fire must be inherited. Don't worry, brother Yi. Now I am heartbroken. Except for Sister Yan, Oscar and the others are no longer my opponents. Ma Hongjun seemed very confident, especially after his martial soul was improved. He actually had a bit more phoenix majesty, and his originally bloated body shrunk a lot. Although he was not tall, he was definitely not fat. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of power. I think the experience during this period of time has also made Ma Hongjun gain a lot. But he said this, which made several people unhappy. Oscar stood up directly, with a strange smile on his face, and said, Really? Hongjun, do you want us to practice together? Xiao, it's not that Brother Ma looks down on you. Although you mastered martial arts better than me back then, you are only an auxiliary martial spirit after all. Especially during this period of time, I have also practiced martial arts hard. You will not be my opponent. Ma Hongzhen shook his head repeatedly, not caring about Oscar's initiative to challenge him. During this period of time, his cultivation has made great progress, and now he has even obtained the 6th soul ring. Really? Today I will tell you a truth, your brother will always be your brother. Oscar had a strange smile in his eyes, and then walked to Gu Yi. Brother Yi, lend me a drop of blood. Among the people present, only Gu Yi knew what Oscar meant by this behavior, and everyone else was confused. Gu Yi was not stingy, and wanted to see to what extent Oscar could simulate his martial spirit and how much effect it could produce. He forced a drop of blood from his fingertips and handed it to him. Thanks, Brother Yi. Oscar already had a triumphant smile on his face. Little Ao, what on earth are you doing? Du Yan was a little confused and asked beside Gu Yi. Gu Yi smiled, just watch, Hongzhen is probably going to be abused this time. Gu Yi did not deliberately hide his voice, and everyone present had heard it. They really didn't understand what Gu Yi said based on what circumstances. They admitted that Oscar was indeed a rare genius in 100 or even 1,000 years, but as a food-type Soul Emperor, he wanted to defeat the strong attack-type Battle Soul Emperor, which was like hitting a rock with an egg. Even if he practiced martial arts well, it would be difficult to defeat Ma Hongzhen unless he reached Gu Yi's level. Although Ma Hongzhen didn't know why Brother Yi said this, he was already a little more vigilant in his heart. After all, he had never heard any big words from Gu Yi. Come on, let me see the style of the strong attack system War Soul Emperor. A black light has risen in Oscar's hand, and the 6 soul rings on his body are floating one by one, and the deepest black soul ring among them is constantly flashing. In the blink of an eye, he sucked the blood that Gu Yi gave him into the black light in his palm. Oscar was shocked, and the soul power in his body kept surging towards his palm, as if there was no end. This is simply too terrifying. You must know that his popular soul ring comes from a 40,000-year-old soul beast. At the beginning, he spent a lot of effort and many soul masters assisted him to really take this soul ring. Until only 1/10 of the soul power in his body disappeared, the swallowing feeling in his palm completely disappeared. The mirror intestine containing Gu Yi's ability finally condensed. Although Ma Hongzhen didn't know what Oscar's soul skill was, the surging soul power fluctuation just now definitely made him very cautious. He summoned the martial soul and flew directly into the air. The sky is where the phoenix should fly, and air combat is also the battlefield where bird spirits should exist. Oscar turned his head and glanced at Gu Yi, and felt a little more emotional about his horror. Just a drop of blood almost drained all his strength. Feeling the empty spirit power in his body, he glanced at Ma Hongzhen floating in the air and swallowed the mirror intestine in his hand. A few breaths passed. Oscar relaxed his body, feeling the powerful force in himself, and his mind was no longer hesitant. But should he do that? Oscar hesitated. The good show is about to start. Gu Yi looked at Oscar, whose aura was particularly inflated, with a smile on his face. Over the years, Oscar and Wang Yanran are the only ones who have achieved the most in martial arts. One relies on his own strong talent, and the other is the advantage brought by the martial soul. Gu Yi also wanted to see what Oscar, who has his own martial soul, can do, but he also saw Oscar's hesitation and reminded him. Don't worry, show everything you think in your heart. I'll cover you. Oscar was completely refreshed after hearing this, and looked up at Ma Hongzhen standing in the sky. His eyes were particularly excited. Fatty, don't blame me for being rude. This time he didn't even create other sausages. Energy gathering. Oscar directly used Gu Yi's 4th soul skill. I saw the surrounding heaven and earth energy constantly surging towards Oscar, and the meridians in his body were directly bulging, but his aura was also rising. In an instant, it surpassed the aura of the Soul Emperor, and he was standing directly in the void at this moment. Step by step, he walked towards Ma Hongzhen with a smile on his face, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Fuck, isn't this Brother Yi's move? Ma Hongzhen was immediately shocked. When this move came out, he knew in his heart that he could never be Oscar's opponent. But it was too embarrassing to admit defeat so easily. He was a strong attack-type combat Soul Emperor. If he surrendered like a food-type Soul Emperor, it would be more painful than killing him. Ma Hongzhen no longer hesitated and directly condensed the strongest 6th soul skill. Phoenix Piercing Cloud Strike. The blazing fire continued to burn the surrounding air, as if it was going to burn the whole world to ashes. Ma Hongzhen was also different now, especially when he merged the evil fire in his martial soul with the fire of Phoenix Nirvana. The strongest flame produced had already surpassed any fire attribute soul master in the world. Oscar was not afraid at all. His hands gathered into a familiar posture, and energy kept flowing in his hands. The surrounding heaven and earth vitality seemed to be mobilized by him. Ma Hongzhen and others who were familiar with this set of moves naturally knew what kind of martial arts this was. Tai Chi. As a soul master of the food system, Oscar's physique was not inferior to any existence of the same level in physique after hard training and the tempering of fairy grass pills, but he was not good at strength after all. Guyi also considered this point and taught Tai Chi to Oscar. After all, if Tai Chi can be studied to the highest peak, its achievements will definitely not be inferior to any martial arts. Looking at the Tai Chi pattern gradually emerging in the sky, Guyi was also very shocked. Even he didn't expect that Oscar could study Tai Chi to such a profound level. You can imagine how much effort he has put in and how powerful his talent is. The blazing flames covered the entire field, and the sharp and explosive flames rushed straight to Oscar. Ma Hongzhen did not hold back at all in this move. Both knew that Guyi would not have any problems here. They were all in a state of giving it a try. Facing the flames all over the sky, Oscar was not at all panicked, and the movements of his hands were still neither hurried nor slow, and the Tai Chi pattern in the sky became more and more obvious. Bang! The blazing flames hit the Tai Chi pattern, making a violent sound. Oscar did not take a step back under this violent attack. A soft and powerful force emerged from the Tai Chi pattern, and the entire flame attack was instantly reversed and flew directly towards Ma Hongzhen, even faster than when it came. Fuck, Xiao Ao, you are really awesome now. Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but swear one after another. How should he fight? How can he fight? The strongest attack was easily resolved, which made him doubt his life. Facing the sixth soul skill flying towards him, Ma Hongzhen knew that he could only run now, and it was absolutely impossible to resist it with his own strength. Finally understood what Brother Yi said just now. He couldn't help but shout. Brother Yi, save me! Chapter 272 The Infinite Ductility of Martial Soul. Everyone heard Ma Hongzhen's call for help. Everyone really didn't expect that Oscar's strength could have undergone such a drastic change in the past few years, and he could even use Brother Yi's martial soul. Everyone knew that Guyi's martial soul was not simple, and it could be regarded as a perfect martial arts path. It could completely break away from the soul ring and exert stronger strength. Everyone also set their sights on Guyi, and wanted to see how he could rescue Ma Hongzhen. Guyi was not a senior, but a person of the same age as them. His strength could be said to be growing every second. No one knew how his strength had changed in the past few years. Everyone only felt a glimmer of light in Guyi's eyes, and then the explosion that attacked Ma Hongzhen, the flame, disappeared. Yes, it disappeared. There was no trace of the flame in the entire space, and not even a trace of the hot breath remained. You have to know that this was the full strength attack of the Soul Emperor, but it was so easily resolved. Before everyone could be amazed. Puff! It seemed that a bloody rain fell from the sky. The extremely powerful aura on Oscar, who was suspended in the air, instantly became listless, and his body fell straight to the ground uncontrollably. Guyi would naturally not let Oscar fall to the ground like this. The blue-silver grass that had been growing peacefully around him seemed to be stimulated by something and grew wildly, directly wrapping Oscar, who was falling tightly in it, and a strong breath of life continued to emanate from it. In just a few breaths, the flames emerged and completely surrounded the blue-silver grass into a cocoon. The strange thing was that these flames did not cause any harm to the blue-silver grass. Instead, they made the vitality in it more intense, and there was a sense of rebirth. Fire of Nirvana. Everyone looked at these flames and shuddered all over, as if they thought of something bad. A few more breaths passed, the flames dissipated, and the blue-silver grass returned to its original state, but it was even more brilliant than before. Oscar landed smoothly. How do you feel? Guyi walked in front of Oscar with a smile on his face. Oscar lowered his head, clenched his fists, and carefully felt the situation in his body. Smooth, the body felt more comfortable than ever before. Great, it's like rebirth. Oscar felt the 8 meridians in his body that had been connected, and his heart was extremely excited. The knowledge he learned from Guyi over the years made him understand how difficult it is to connect all the meridians in the body. Originally, he had not yet connected the Ren and Du meridians, but he didn't expect that he would be able to connect all of them today. It can be regarded as a huge improvement. I have just recovered the hidden injuries in your body, and with the Nirvana fire of vitality just now, your cultivation speed will not be slow before you are crowned as a titled Douluo. Oscar was also very excited when he heard Guyi's words. Family members know their own business. They were able to cultivate to the Soul Emperor realm in such a short time. The elixir they took at the beginning also contributed greatly. However, it has no effect after cultivation. Food-type martial souls are the slowest to cultivate among many martial souls. Even if they have advanced skills, it is basically difficult to catch up with Ma Heng-jun, a soul master with top beast martial souls in the future. However, now that all the 8 meridians are connected, the speed of cultivation is on par with the next level. In addition, all the hidden injuries in the body have been recovered, and cultivation is easier. Ma Heng-jun, who was flying in the air, also landed, with a shocked expression on his face. Damn, what kind of heaven-defying ability is this, Xiao Ao? You can actually copy Brother Yi's martial soul and soul skills. It's too strong. Others also came over. After all, the power Oscar showed just now really shocked them. In a real life and death battle, I'm afraid even Duguyan, who has the highest cultivation among them, can't compare. After all, this trick that can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to strengthen the god and improve its own strength is too heaven-defying. Oscar was full of pride. From the beginning, his fighting power had always been ranked second to last. Although he had a good martial arts talent at the beginning, he was still not as good as Ma Heng-jun and others who had top-level martial arts. He was always stronger than Ning Rongrong. Although he was just a food-type soul master, as a man, he naturally yearned for a fist-to-flesh fight and didn't want these people to protect him all the time. The efforts he made in the past few years were unimaginable to everyone. Oscar explained his 6th soul skill to them. Although soul skills are very important information for soul masters, everyone is the best brother and friend. Everyone was amazed. Oscar has truly left the food-type soul master and has enough ability to fight any soul master of the same level. However, he can only burst out the strongest power when copying to Guyi's martial arts soul. After all, not everyone has the soul skill to condense the vitality of heaven and earth. Okay, I called you back this time not just to reminisce about the past. Do you remember what I said? Guyi stood in front of everyone, with the triangle in his hand. Everyone looked at Guyi and nodded. How could they forget such a thing? Who doesn't want to have an immortal life? Now this vast sea cover in my hand is the key to obtaining the godhood. Guyi gently threw the vast sea cover in his hand. Under the effect of force, the vast sea cover did not fall to the ground, but floated in front of everyone. Everyone also saw the vast sea cover for the first time. Although they did not see much magic in it, they did not doubt Guyi's words. They studied the vast sea cover carefully. Guyi looked at the vast sea cover floating in the air. The sea god's consciousness in it had already affected his mental power, but he could still feel the difference in quality between the two. He won by sheer quantity. The boundless spiritual power in his spiritual sea could not even be impacted by the sea god's consciousness. It was precisely because of this that Guyi felt that he had crossed the distance between man and God. The vast sea universe cover, I remember this is not the heavenly sea. Is it the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire? Ning Rongrong, who had been standing aside without saying anything, suddenly spoke up. Compared to the ordinary family background of Ma Heng-jun and others, Ning Rongrong was born with a golden key, and after awakening her martial spirit, she was the most favored. She also knew about the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire. In the past few years, Ning Rongrong's changes were relatively large among the few people. Her original immature face has now become mature. Although she is still not as gifted as Zhu Zuqing in terms of mind, she has made great progress compared to before. Her pure face made her more noble. However, Guyi saw other emotions in her eyes, and shook his head slightly and said, yes, this is the national treasure of the Tiandu Empire. But it is also the inheritance of a first-level god, and as a first-level god, her strength is stronger than that of gods of the same level. Although the voice was not loud, it was resounding, completely arousing all the emotions of everyone present. As for the distribution of gods, everyone had already received the answer from Guyi. A first-level god is already one of the best gods in the god realm, just below the 5 great gods. This god position is undoubtedly very powerful, but I only have this inheritance in my hand now. It is up to you to choose who will inherit it. Even if only one of you can obtain this sea god position, you can also go to the Sea God Island to practice, which is of great benefit to your cultivation. It can allow you to reach several years or even more than 10 years of cultivation in a short period of time. But accept Ma Heng-jun. Ah, why is this, brother Yi? Ma Heng-jun screamed, but it was not for this god position, but simply wanted to know why. Wait until they go to the Sea God Island, I will take you to another place. If you can meet the requirements, you will definitely not be worse than the Sea God. Everything depends on your own ability. Ma Heng-jun was delighted and hurriedly hugged Gu Yi's thigh. I know that you love me, brother Yi. You dead pervert, get out of the way. Gu Yi was really not used to Ma Heng-jun's intimate actions, and most importantly, he was still a man. He felt a little disgusted. Ma Heng-jun also stopped when he saw the good, but he thought of Bai Chen-xiang standing next to him, and his eyes rolled, and he pleaded, Brother Yi, Xiang is your sister-in-law, it's a bit unreasonable not to give her a gift when you meet for the first time. Bai Chen-xiang pulled Ma Heng-jun's sleeve, asking him not to say such things. After all, in her eyes, Gu Yi was an extremely sacred existence. It was a godsend to be able to see him and say a word to him. The entire Douluo continent almost wanted to deify Gu Yi, and endless versions were circulating on the continent. There were all kinds of things. Gu Yi rolled his eyes at Ma Heng-jun, but also set his sights on Bai Chen-xiang again. Even if Ma Heng-jun didn't mention it, he planned to improve Bai Chen-xiang's talent. The pair of Bai Chen-xiang and Ma Heng-jun that Gu Yi felt most sorry for in his previous life was precisely because of this that Gu Yi was very strict when he first met Ma Heng-jun. Compared to Oscar, Ma Heng-jun suffered a lot at the beginning, and the test of teaching him the skills was also more difficult. Summon your martial soul. Bai Chen-xiang glanced at Ma Heng-jun, and then unfolded her martial spirit. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 soul rings floated around her, and a pair of wings appeared behind her, and her body floated slightly. The man in the white shirt was younger than Ma Heng-jun, and he had reached the level of soul sect at this age, so his talent was pretty good. But in front of Ma Heng-jun, he was not good enough. Gu Yi was thinking about how to strengthen her talent. Although the sharp-tailed swift was not a top-level martial spirit in Douluo continent, it could barely be regarded as a high-level martial spirit. Speed A was his only special feature, but lacks strong attack power. However, Gu Yi does not think so. If this kind of martial soul is cultivated to the highest point, it will not be weaker than the top martial soul. Speed A is power. If you have absolute speed, you will have absolute power. However, the soul masters on Douluo continent have no understanding of this point, so they think that martial souls with extremely fast speed are just useless. The martial soul is good, but it's a pity that you don't have a correct understanding of your real martial soul. If you can fully develop its potential, your strength will definitely not be weaker than that of soul masters of the same level, and may even be stronger. Perhaps when you fully activate your potential, even Ma Heng-jun may not be your opponent. Bai Chen-xiang was stunned when she heard Gu Yi's words. This shocking statement really broke her long-standing understanding of her own martial soul. Whether it was the choice of soul rings handed down from their ancestors, or the entire soul master world's understanding of their martial souls, they all believed that they were just fast and could not exert too strong combat power. Ma Heng-jun was also stunned. It is undeniable that Bai Chen-xiang's talent is good in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is still a little worse than them. But now Gu Yi said that if Bai Chen-xiang could fully tap his potential, he could even surpass him in strength. Even if this sentence was said by Gu Yi, it was still so unbelievable. Really? Bai Chen-xiang was incredulous, with a trembling voice. The lack of strong attack power has always been the biggest weakness of their clan. Of course, I'll tell you something. Speed A euro is power. Having absolute speed means having absolute strength. This is unquestionable no matter when it is placed. As he spoke, Gu Yi took out the flying knife he had used before from the soul guide, but this time he didn't want to throw it, but to use it as a sharp blade. Just like you, if you have a weapon that can break and cut everything, plus a speed that no one can match, who in this world can stop your knife? In addition to the deformed training system, Gu Yi also discovered another interesting thing on Douluo continent. That is, except for ordinary people who use weapons, soul masters, no matter what attribute or type, even auxiliary soul masters, seem to not use anything other than martial souls. It is obvious that just adding a weapon can increase their own lethality to the maximum extent, but they just won't do it. Only after 10,000 years, when soul guides flourish, will these external things be used. But there are still some stubborn soul masters who still don't want to use these things that can greatly increase their own strength. It's not very fantasy. After all, no matter which world you are in, weapons are always good things that can greatly increase the strength of practitioners. Even in the prehistoric world where saints are born, they attach great importance to their own magic weapons. It's not like the Douluo continent, where they completely abandon external things, as if using these things would tarnish their noble status. When Bai Chenxiang heard Gu Yi say this, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her beautiful eyes stared at the flying knife in Gu Yi's hand. Chapter 273 A Better Belonging. Her eyes were full of yearning for this flying knife. Gu Yi saw Bai Chenxiang's eyes and looked down at the flying knife in his hand. He had already made a decision in his heart. It just so happens that I haven't prepared a gift for meeting you, so I'll give you a weapon. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Chenxiang. Anyone can feel the sharpness of the flying knife. Everyone thought that Gu Yi took it out to show it to Bai Chenxiang, but no one thought that Gu Yi would give this flying knife to others. They have seen the power of this flying knife, especially since the flying knife has been with Gu Yi for so many years. When it was forged, it was not made of special materials. But over the years, it has been infected by Gu Yi's martial arts will, and it is no longer as simple as the original flying knife. No, Brother Yi's flying knife has been with you for many years. No matter how thick-skinned I, Ma Hongzhen, am, I can't accept such a heavy gift. Ma Hongzhen stood up and refused directly. Although Bai Chenxiang also wanted this flying knife, after hearing Ma Hongzhen's words, he also hurriedly refused. His twin stood up and shook with his head, and his whole body was full of resistance. No, this thing is too precious and I can't take it. Anyway, this thing is useless to me. Instead of letting it hide in this dim space soul guide, it is better to hand it over to someone who can make it shine again. Although this set of flying knives has been with him for many years and has blocked many powerful enemies for him, as his strength continues to improve, the effect of the flying knives has been infinitely close to zero, and it is simply unable to carry the huge power in his body. Instead of letting the flying knives be worn out in a powerful battle, it is better to hand them over to someone who is more suitable for it. Bai Chenxiang is a good candidate. With a thought, Gu Yi took out all the remaining flying knives in the Space Soul Guide, and flew them in the sky together with the flying knife in his hand. These flying knives seemed to feel that they were about to leave their owner, and they all vibrated. Looking at the 6 flying knives in the air, Gu Yi's eyes were also somewhat nostalgic, but the movement of his hands did not stop. A hot flame emerged from the void, and the original 6 flying knives gradually began to melt in this hot flame. Although the blacksmith shop he was looking for had good craftsmanship, there were still a lot of impurities hidden in the flying knives. This time, Gu Yi extracted all the impurities, and soon the 6 flying knives were fused together to form a molten iron ball. Which weapon do you use more easily? Gu Yi regretted asking this question as soon as he asked it. If Bai Chenxiang had the habit of using weapons, he would not have fallen to this point. Their family would not have fallen. Bai Chenxiang couldn't say it either. After all, she had never used a weapon since she was born, and she had no understanding of this aspect. The power of the mind was activated immediately. Soon, the model of the weapon was found from Bai Chenxiang's scattered thoughts. It looked similar to his flying knife, but it was longer. Gu Yi no longer hesitated, and the flames became more intense. Only Ma Hongzhen could feel the strong vitality in these flames. This was the fire of nirvana. Soon the weapon in the air was made, the blade shone with cold light, the whole blade carried flame patterns, the tip of the blade was slightly curved, similar to a scimitar, but without that how curved. It is very pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. Take it. Only by following the I1/2 trademark EUR/AE I1/2 can they shine in the Soul Master world again. Gu Yi controlled the long sword to fall in front of Bai Chenxiang. The blade vibrated slightly, as if waiting for the arrival of the new owner, and took them to shock the Soul Master world again. Bai Chenxiang stretched out his right hand and held it firmly in Gu Yi's encouraging eyes. At this moment, there was suddenly a person in front of him. No, it was a sword. The person is the sword, and the sword is the person. Brother Yi, what happened to Xiang? Ma Hongzhen looked at Bai Chenxiang standing there holding the long sword, motionless, and asked worriedly. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I have used this knife for so many years, and it is already filled with my martial arts will. If you want to conquer this knife, you must endure it. But this is also a good thing for her. Through this tempering, not only her mental strength, but also her will can be improved. This feeling is very special. Bai Chenxiang just watched quietly, as if everything can be broken in front of this man, even if the sky is in front of him, he can break the sky with a knife. But such a person raised the knife in his hand to her. Bai Chenxiang was horrified to find that she could not move, not only her body, but even her spirit could not escape. Swish! The flying knife was handed out. Bai Chenxiang saw too many things at this moment, and the space seemed to be pierced by this knife. She could not feel anything and could not do anything. She looked at the flying knife getting closer and closer with fear until it pierced her eyebrows. Everything in front of her ended completely. Ho 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 euro. Bai Chenxiang panted heavily, but still did not let go of the long sword in her hand, with unprecedented excitement in her eyes. A feeling of admiration arose spontaneously, and her beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on Gu Yi. She also understood what happened with the knife just now. The martial arts skills have been spread for so long, and she naturally learned some superficial martial arts, but she has never had any understanding of the will of martial arts. She never dared to imagine that a person's power could be so strong that even a weapon that had been used before could leave his mark. Xiang, are you okay? Ma Hongjun was worried to death. I'm fine, I just think it's amazing. Bai Chenxiang broke away from Ma Hongjun's hand and bowed deeply to Gu Yi. Thank you, brother Yi. Gu Yi waved his hand, which was just a piece of cake for him. Okay, you guys can distribute it yourself. I won't get involved in the next thing. Zuking, Yan, let's go. It's a good opportunity to go see that lawless brat. Gu Yi didn't intend to let Zhu Zuking and Duguyan also participate in the distribution of the sea god's position. Brat. Everyone opened their eyes. Except for Lin Qing, who came back once, no one else knew that Gu Yi and Duguyan already had a child. As for how to distribute it, several people looked at each other tacitly. As friends and brothers for so many years, they knew what the other person meant with just one look. What they are more concerned about now is what Gu Yi said about the brat. Brother Yi, we have thought about it. When we get to a certain place, whoever is more suitable will go. Anyway, with our talents, it shouldn't be too difficult to find another position. Oscar stood up and said in the eyes of everyone. Gu Yi looked back at them with a look of relief in his eyes. Well, when you get there, there will be enough time for distribution. Gu Yi summoned back the Hanhaikyunkan cover that was suspended in the air. But brother Yi, who is the lawless brat you just mentioned? Oscar's tone was full of curiosity. After all, everyone could hear the doting in Gu Yi's tone just now. Hearing Oscar's question, Duguyan smiled a little. I haven't told you yet, the brat is the child of Gu Yi and I. The name is Gu Qing. Ah! 6 exclamations. All of them widened their eyes, full of disbelief. Gu Yi and Duguyan actually have a child. This matter is too shocking. No way, brother Yi. Such a big thing, didn't you inform us so that we can come back and take a look? Oscar was the first to express dissatisfaction. He didn't even know about such a big thing. What's there to say? Now you all know it. A lot has changed in the past 2 years. The biggest change is that the baby who cried in Duguyan's arms has the ability to move independently, and even uses his strength to nourish his body. Gu Qing's body is even stronger than some people who have awakened their martial souls. His blood and qi are like a calf, and he has endless energy all day long. Everyone also saw this junior brother soon. After all, in terms of seniority, they are all Gu Yi's students and belong to the same generation as Gu Qing. Happy times are always short. Gu Yi only let them stay here for 1 day, then drove them away, gave them a map, and left with Ma Hongjun. 2 years have brought too many. Now Gu Yi is no longer restricted by his position. Unless he leaves Douluo continent, he can maintain the stability of the fantasy world no matter where he is. Ma Hongjun only felt that he was traveling through space, and his figure kept flashing in the void and reality. Soon he felt that he had come to a bloody place. Perhaps for other people, they can only enter through the entrance of the killing city, but for Gu Yi, there is no such condition. Brother Yi, where is this place? It's too gloomy and terrifying. Looking at this space, Ma Hongjun felt a chill, and even felt that his own power was suppressed. Although he could still release his martial soul, he could no longer use his soul skills. Gu Yi also came here for the first time. He looked at it curiously for a few times, and then replied, Killing City, the paradise of fallen soul masters. Ah! Ma Hongjun couldn't help but scream. After studying with Gu Yi for such a long time, how could he not know what the Killing City meant? This is a gathering place of killing and chaos. The bloodiest, cruelest, and most violent soul masters in the world gather here. There is no humanity here, only endless killing, and the real law of the jungle. What are we doing here? Ma Hongjun was a little puzzled. What kind of opportunity can be found in this place? As long as you successfully pass 100 trials, you can enter the Hell Road. There is a snake in the Hell Road. If you can get its inner elixir, it will be of great help to your cultivation and martial soul. Gu Yi directly stated the purpose of bringing him here this time. Ma Hongjun understood, and a powerful aura completely different from usual was exuded from his body, with the majesty of being the king of white birds. Only when he was with his closest friends and brothers would he reveal his childhood personality. As for the enemy, he could only be burned to death by the fierce phoenix fire. The next road depends on you. I will pick you up when you pass the Hell Road. Gu Yi disappeared on the spot after he finished speaking. This was the limit of what he could do with Ma Hongjun, and the rest could only be done by himself. However, Gu Yi felt a familiar breath here. Long time no see, it seems that your strength has improved a lot. Gu Yi looked at the bloody woman not far away, but he didn't expect Hu Lina to still choose to come here. When Hu Lina heard this voice, the double blades in her hands stood up alertly, and her body formed an attacking state in an instant. Turning around, alert, and defending, this set of movements was done smoothly. I think it was because she was attacked too many times here, and muscle memory had already been formed. As long as there was a slight movement, she would involuntarily produce defensive movements. Is it you? Hu Lina would naturally not forget this famous man, who even taught her for an afternoon. Why are you here? Hu Lina looked around vigilantly, but did not relax her vigilance. Just strolling around, I just happened to feel your breath, so I came to see you. After listening to Gu Yi's words, Hu Lina did not find anything wrong, so she put away her vigilance. If this man really wants to do something to her, it will probably not be more difficult than crushing an ant. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Hu Lina is not familiar with Gu Yi, and she doesn't want to get too entangled with him. Her current goal is to pass the trial as soon as possible and become a killing god. Looking at Hu Lina's back, Gu Yi shook his head. This time without Tang San's help, Hu Lina has been affected by this killing city. Her body has been poisoned. Even if she passes the trial later, it will be difficult for her to pass the Hell Road. Why think so much? Now he still has serious things to do. If there is a chance later, he will help her again. After all, she is still Bibi Dong's most beloved disciple, and it can be said that she is training her as a daughter. If she really dies here, it will be a big blow to Bibi Dong. King of Killing Tang Chen, here I come. Gu Yi really wanted to have a good exchange with this powerful soul master who had a vision beyond the world, and there was something he wanted to touch. Shura Blood Sword. Unknown Soul Beast Forest. A black robe completely covered his whole body, even his hands were hidden in it, and under him were blood-red vines spreading wildly, and the sharp barbs fiercely pierced into the bodies of prey after prey, absorbing all the nutrients. Soul power, blood, anything that could make him grow was absorbed. Well, it's still comfortable in the outside world. There are not so many prey in the killing city. The corner of his mouth with a crazy smile hidden under the black robe could not be suppressed, until all the power in the prey's body was exhausted. The black-robed man sat cross-legged, and practiced the skills to refine the huge soul power and blood in his body. In just a few hours, the bloody smell on the black-robed man, which was so thick that it could be smelled from dozens of meters away, disappeared. Chapter 274 Battle with Tang Chen. The City of Slaughter. Hello, King of Slaughter. Gu Yi looked at the King of Slaughter sitting on the chair. He looked no different from an ordinary person, except for his blood-red eyes. The King of Slaughter's eyes became sharp, and his blood-red eyes stared at Gu Yi tightly, as if he would suffer his strongest attack if he showed any disrespect. Of the blow. Human, you have violated the rules of the City of Slaughter. If you leave now, I can spare your life, otherwise this hell of slaughter will be your final burial place. The voice was extremely majestic, but also very sharp and evil. A beast dares to bark here, die for me. The pupil between the eyebrows appeared, an array of light containing the power of the soul shone directly on the King of Slaughter. Ah, what kind of power is this? The King of Slaughter couldn't help but scream, and the light hitting his body was like meat being roasted on fire, making a sizzling sound. Go to hell! A long sword appeared out of thin air in the hand of the King of Slaughter, blood red, more than 2 meters long, and exuded extremely terrifying evil and killing aura. Guyi looked at the blood-red longsword and couldn't help but sigh. So strong. The King of Slaughter was not strong enough to create a sense of crisis for him, but when the blood-red sword appeared, he could clearly feel that if he was hit by the sword, the consequences would be unimaginable. But did he hit it? The King of Slaughter seemed to have felt that he was about to be purified. A pair of bat wings appeared behind him, and the strength of his whole body was melted into the sword in his hand. The sword tip even exuded the power that could easily cut through space. Super artifact? Let me see the power of the artifact. Guyi not only had a desire to fight, but also gathered his soul power, blood, and even mental power together. A terrifying momentum condensed on his fist, and he dared to fight even if he was fighting against the gods in the sky. He was emitting a red light. Bang! One side was red, the other side was blood red, and the two forces were clearly separated in an instant. The two forces kept fighting, but after just a few breaths, the blood-red light dissipated, and the red fist crossed a distance of dozens of meters and hit the abdomen of the King of Killing. The powerful destructive force directly made the surrounding rocks and land all disappear in this blow, and the flying dust covered the embarrassed appearance of the King of Killing. A huge pit appeared in front of Guyi, but the place where he stood was not damaged at all. It was difficult for the power of the King of Killing to get close to him. Other places in the Killing City. What's going on? Why is there such a loud roar? Hulina didn't understand, and looked at the place where the sound was made just now. There was only one person living there, the ruler of the Killing City, the strongest person in the entire Killing City, and everyone here submitted to him. But how could there be a roar of battle in that place? Could it be that there are still people in the Killing City who dare to challenge the majesty of the King of Killing? But even if a titled Douluo enters the Slaughter City, he dare not provoke the Slaughter King. There is a huge difference between having soul skills and not having soul skills. Wait. Hulina thought of a person. If there is anyone in the world who dares to fight the Slaughter King here, except for her own Pope, he is probably the only one, and he is the only one who has the time. Guyi, is it you? Compared to Hulina's doubts, Ma Hongjun, who had just entered the Slaughter City, already knew who was fighting. The Slaughter King was hit hard by the punch just now and embedded directly into the rock wall not far away, becoming the first person to leave a rock portrait in the Slaughter City. Perhaps this place will be surprised by the world thousands of years later. Too weak, let the other person in the body come out. Guyi looked at the Slaughter King who was almost unconscious by his punch just now, and continued to release the light of the mind to dispel the blood-red nine-headed Bat King attached to Tang Chen. Tang Chen is his biggest purpose in coming to the Slaughter City this time. Top-level martial soul, self-created soul skills that can be called God-level, Shura power, and the powerful soul power of the 99th level peak Douluo. Tang Chen is undoubtedly only one step away from becoming a true god. It's a pity that this step can never be taken, no matter how outstanding his talent is, he can't do it. For decades, his body has been eroded by the blood-red nine-headed Bat King and is very broken. Once the power in his body returns, the powerful soul power and Shura power will make his body unbearable. Even if he can wake up, he will only live for a few days. Guyi naturally wants to have a real battle with Tang Chen in his peak state to test his own strength. Tang Chen, with the big Sumura hammer and the Shura power, will definitely not be inferior to Ditian in strength. As the power of the mind continued to shine, the blood-red eyes of the King of Slaughter became illusory, until they finally returned to normal human eyes, a pair of black pupils. Not only that, even his appearance had some minor changes, and he was even more handsome than before. Who are you? It was no longer as sharp and evil as before, but became older than before, with a sense of heaviness. Guyi looked at this middle-aged face, but heard the voice of an old man, which really felt a bit out of place. But this did not hinder his communication with Tang Chen. Tang Chen, it seems that you have recovered your clarity. Tang Chen's eyes condensed. He didn't expect that this person actually knew him. But this strange breath was something he had never seen before. The power of this young man even made him feel a little trembling, as if just standing there could make the enemy retreat without a fight. So strong. But at this moment, Tang Chen didn't care so much. He woke up and completely understood his current situation. Ah, I failed after all. Shura, I can't become a god after all. Is this the test of God? Time and fate, all opportunities. Tang Chen laughed up to the sky, as if he was reconciling with himself. Decades of time passed like this, and he ended up like this. The energy on his body kept impacting the surroundings, and the movement was even more huge than before. The whole killing city could feel that this huge energy was venting wantonly. The earth was shaking, and the Shura blood sword that had fallen on the ground was also held in his hand. Endless power seemed to gather in his body. Guyi felt a killing power, which was not as complicated as before, but very pure, pure to the point of killing. The power that belongs to the Azura God King. Guyi himself also has murderous aura, and even his third soul skill is to condense murderous aura. The heavier the murderous aura, the stronger the power that can be emitted. But in front of this pure killing, Guyi's murderous aura is not enough. It is not something that can be produced by killing people or hunting soul beasts. Even if the whole world is slaughtered, it is impossible to have such pure killing. It is necessary to master the original power. The Azura God King is the God King who masters this original power. The sharpness of the Azura blood sword can no longer be hidden. The blood light keeps jumping on the sword edge, hidden but not released. Although Tang Chen's emotions are a little out of control now, he still knows how to restrain himself and has not caused much waves. The road of killing only trembled for a while and then stopped. Although I don't know who you are, I can feel that you have another powerful divine power, which is not even weaker than the Azura divine power in my body. You are also the heir to the throne of God. Tang Chen is very sure of this. Guyi nodded, without denying. Thank you for helping me get rid of the control of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, but now I have something important to do. I can only repay my gratitude tomorrow. After saying that, he wanted to leave. Tang Chen was very clear about his physical condition. He didn't have many days left to live. Now he had only one thing left, which was that he had not fulfilled his promise to Poseidon. Now he wanted to see her for the last time. The last farewell. Will Guyi let him go? That was naturally impossible. It was not for him to talk about love after working hard to get Tang Chen free from the control of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. You can't leave now. Guyi flashed and blocked Tang Chen. Tang Chen frowned at the figure blocking him, and his breath sank. Anyone who dared to block him at this time would have been beaten to death by him. The man in front of him was his savior. If it weren't for his help, he would never have been able to break free from the control of the blood-red nine-headed Bat King. Maybe he would have to wait for another 10 years, his body would be completely hollowed out, and he would be abandoned like waste, and die in this unknown corner. So if he could avoid it, Tang Chen still didn't want to do it. But if he had to do it, he would definitely not show mercy. Anyone who blocked him from seeing Poseidon would die. Now Tang Chen had only one thought in his mind, that is, to see Poseidon again before he died. For this purpose, he could give everything. I killed Tang Hao and crippled Tang Xiao. Fight me with all your strength. Guyi said his past achievements expressionlessly, constantly stimulating Tang Chen's newly recovered consciousness. You said what? Tang Chen's voice became gloomy and terrifying, and a killing intent far stronger than before enveloped Guyi's body. He even felt a little pressure, and even his own soul skills could not be felt. You know, before, he could offset the suppression brought by the killing city with his evil divine power, but he couldn't do it under the killing domain. The killing domain is really a powerful domain. Guyi has experienced Tang Hao's killing god domain, but Tang Chen's killing domain is far more powerful than the killing god domain, and can be regarded as the upper domain of the killing god domain. The original energy domain unfolds. Colorful light emanates from Guyi's body, instantly turning the entire blood-red world into a colorful one. His body becomes relaxed, and the suppression of the killing domain on him completely dissipates. What a strong domain! Tang Chen now only wants to find out one thing, whether the words of the man in front of him just now are true or false. Has Hao really been killed? At the beginning, he felt that Tang Hao's talent was not inferior to his own, and his starting point was higher than his own, and his future achievements would be even more brilliant. He must find out all this. Alas, there is no need to lie when practicing to our level. Guyi sighed lightly and completely confirmed his words. Ha ha ha, then you can die too. Tang Chen laughed in anger, holding the 2-meter-long Shura blood sword tightly with both hands. The aura on his body grew wildly, and he could no longer care about his almost hollowed-out body. The 99-level soul power plus the Shura divine power, the power madly gathered in the Shura blood sword in his hand. On the blood sword. The Shura blood sword is the exclusive super artifact of the Shura god, with extraordinary power. The King of Slaughter was easily defeated by Guyi before, but it was only because the Shura god power on his body was suppressed, and he could not exert the true power of the Shura blood sword at all. When the Shura god power and the Shura blood sword are combined into one, they can exert the most powerful power, which belongs to the power of super artifacts. The entire killing city trembled again, all of them were shocked by the power that Tang Chen burst out. No matter how far away they stood, they could feel a terrifying power emanating. Good, great. Gu Yi was very excited. He finally felt the threat again. He was as excited as if his soul was trembling, and the blood in his body began to stir. It's been too long, the days without opponents have been too long, and it's been a long time since I fought with all my strength. Gu Yi doesn't have his own artifact now, and his only weapon, the evil god Pearl, is not brought with him. He is still absorbing various powers in the fantasy world and growing continuously. But he doesn't need it. 2 years later, Gu Yi did not stand still. The blood and qi are much stronger than 2 years ago, and even the second blood and qi soul ring has been condensed. The power contained in the body has long exceeded the imagination of the world. The reason why Tang Chen has little life left is because his body has been hollowed out and cannot bear the powerful power in his body. Whether it is the Shura power or the peak level 99 cultivation, it is a kind of oppression on the body. But now Gu Yi even contains extremely powerful power in every drop of blood, and has been reborn. The level is still stuck at the 90th level, but the power contained in the body is not the same as before. The level cannot be improved, but the soul power can still continue to be superimposed. The 2 soul cores in the eyebrows and Danshan are also spinning wildly at this moment, constantly swallowing and spitting out powerful soul power, gathering in his body. The momentum of breaking the sky condensed from his body, and the robe's word. The 2 people faced each other in the air, without making any rash moves, and constantly improving their own strength. The aura was growing stronger and stronger. Although the real battle had not yet begun, the auras of the 2 had already begun to collide fiercely. Not giving in at all. The fist and sword energy were confronting each other frantically, but the surrounding land was in great disaster. Just a trace of aura could carve a deep mark on the hard rock. Either it was shattered by the impact of the fist, or it was completely annihilated by the sword energy. The surrounding space began to break, revealing the dark void. The 2 did not care about it at all, and their strength was still rising madly as if there was no end. Chapter 275 Fighting to Madness. The power gathered to the peak. The eyes of the 2 people shone with brilliance. The pure killing aura released a blood-red light, and the Shura blood sword could no longer suppress it. Tang Chen's body was like a crescent moon, and the Shura blood sword drew a perfect arc in the air, and the space was also shattered by this blow. The blood-red light occupied all the scenes in front of Gu Yi's eyes. All he could see and feel was the endless blood and killing. Gu Yi even saw a sea of a blood and corpses, and behind it was a pair of blood-red pupils, looking at him without any emotion. Break. The terrifying illusion did not affect Gu Yi's attack at all. The 5 elements condensed in his hands, and the light of the soul shone. This punch not only hurt the body, but also attacked the soul. Boom. The fist and the sword had not yet touched each other, but the powerful force had already caused great damage to the space around them, and the force instantly rebounded. Gu Yi flew backwards for tens of meters before he stabilized his body. A scar had appeared on his fist, and drops of blood were flowing down his fingers. So sharp. He looked down at the wound on his hand and couldn't help but sigh. The Shura blood sword is indeed a super artifact. Even if it is not used by the Shura God King himself, it is still sharp with the power of Shura. Gu Yi could feel that he was definitely stronger than Tang Chen just now, but he didn't get any good out of this attack, and was injured instead. Tang Chen on the other side was pushed back farther than Gu Yi, his hands were numb, and his knuckles were cracked by the intense force. Not only that, he also felt that his spirit was slightly affected. You are strong, but not enough. Tang Chen put away the Shura blood sword in his hand, and looked at Gu Yi, who was not hurt. He felt depressed. If it weren't for the amplification of this sword, he would not be able to withstand that attack alone, and couldn't help but sigh that the young are formidable. As the Shura blood sword disappeared, another weapon appeared in Tang Chen's right hand, a huge hammer. This was the strongest martial spirit of the Haoshan sect, the Haoshan hammer, which was known as the most powerful and domineering Haoshan hammer in the entire Douluo continent. Looking at this Haoshan hammer, Gu Yi couldn't help but sigh that Tang Chen was indeed the most talented person in Haoshan. Tang Chen's clear sky hammer was different from all the clear sky hammers he had seen. Dark golden magic patterns covered the entire hammer. Just looking at this clear sky hammer made him feel heavy. Neither Tang Hao nor Tang Xiao could give him this feeling. There was no doubt that Tang Chen was very good at clear sky hammer. Part of it has reached the peak. The soul rings on his body appeared. 7 black and 2 red. The terrifying soul ring ratio made Tang Chen's clear sky hammer reach an unprecedented height. Gu Yi was not surprised when he saw the 9 soul rings. Tang Chen had passed the 8th test of the Shura God test. If it weren't for the Rakshasa God's secret obstruction, it would not be impossible to pass the last test. It is normal for the soul rings to have such a ratio. I already understand what Tang Chen wants to do, why he doesn't use the Shura blood sword, but uses his own clear sky hammer. After the attack just now, both Gu Yi and Tang Chen knew that the winner in the end would definitely be Gu Yi. Tang Chen is too old, and his body is too seriously depleted of blood and qi. It is a miracle that he can survive. It is almost impossible to maintain a long-term battle. The more powerful the force is, the greater the burden on the body. It is precisely because of this that Tang Chen can only make the decision to use the clear sky hammer. We must fight quickly and decisively. If we can burst out stronger power, we can only use the great Zamura hammer, and only in this way can we defeat the trouble in front of us in a short time. Tang Chen began to get serious, and Gu Yi would naturally not fall behind, and his martial soul body appeared. Silver-white light bloomed on the surface of his body, and a much stronger power than before drilled out of his body, but this time the martial soul body did not become larger, but only covered the surface of Gu Yi's body with a layer of silver-white light. At this time, Gu Yi was completely a light man. But these were very different in Tang Chen's eyes. He felt that the person in front of him was completely integrated with this world, and the powerful power was gathered in his body. In addition to the light emitted from the surface, there was no other power leaking out. Too exquisite. Tang Chen also had to admire the young man in front of him. His control of power was definitely not inferior to his, and even more powerful than him. If he wanted to use the great Zamura hammer, his control of power was also not weak. I just woke up and I can meet such a powerful opponent. It's great. Young man, don't die too quickly. Tang Chen laughed wildly, and at this moment he was fully immersed in this peak battle. The 9 soul rings around his body merged into the clear sky hammer one by one. The clear sky hammer, which was originally very heavy, increased in weight after the soul rings entered. Even if Tang Chen was a balanced flow, the weight of the clear sky hammer at this moment exceeded that of Tang Hao, who specialized in strength. In addition, he was the one who created the great Zamura hammer, and his control over this set of secret techniques was even more unmatched by Tang Hao. With a demigod body, the great Zamura hammer, and the power of Shura, his strength almost touched the realm of God. Let's fight! Tang Chen's eyes were full of fierceness, and the clear sky hammer in his hand was directly swung by him. Without any skills, he directly hit Gu Yi. The huge wind pressure even blew away everything around. Dust, stones, the entire battle area became particularly empty. Gu Yi's long hair also fluttered under this strong wind pressure, his eyes remained unchanged, and 2 red soul rings appeared around his body. This does not belong to any martial soul, but comes from the blood and qi, condensed by the body. Invincible Overlord Body. Blood-burning rage. The 2 blood and qi soul rings kept flashing, and the blood in the body was like encountering a raging fire, burning madly, constantly supplying the body with powerful power. Clear sky hammer? The world's most powerful martial soul? Can you take my punch? It seems that he was affected by the blood and qi in his body, and his eyes even burned with flames. His right arm became the end point of all the power. The meridians expanded wildly, the veins bulged, and his fists became fiery red in an instant, with blood-red flames wrapped around his fists. It is not the fire of nirvana, nor is it a flame created by the fire element, but a blood and qi flame obtained by burning blood and qi. It is most suitable for melee. The entire slaughter city became chaotic because of the battle between Gu Yi and Tang Chen. The power was surging in it, and the earth trembled from time to time. It seemed that the next moment, the slaughter city would be destroyed. Thoughts of panic, fear, tension, and excitement spread in my heart. Chapter 276 The Shocked Shura God. Bang! The fiery fist directly hit the hammer face of the clear sky hammer. The thunderous roar instantly resounded throughout the slaughter city. Everything around was annihilated in an instant. The hard rocks could not withstand the terrifying power of the 2 at this moment. The residual power alone was enough to raise this area to the ground. The space could not bear it at this moment. The slaughter city was originally just a small space left by the Shura god as a place of inheritance. The stability of the space was not even comparable to the Douluo continent. The space was only broken for a while, and was forcibly smoothed by a powerful force, and the space returned to its original state. Kaka. Accompanied by the sound of bone cracking, both of them stepped back a few steps and looked up at the sky. Guyi was familiar with the power just now, and Tang Chen was even more familiar with it, because he was carrying this power at the moment. I was originally worried that the area here could not bear the power of the two of us, but I didn't expect that Shura God was actually observing this side. Tang Chen understood that even if Shura God was watching them, even though he was his successor and had even completed the 8th test, but he still would not help, but would only look on coldly from the side. Watching, no matter who wins or loses, it has no effect on him. Equally watching everyone. Tang Chen tightly grasped the clear sky hammer in his hand, even though his right hand was broken and his body was damaged in many places, his terrifying soul power and Shura power maintained his body that was about to break. He already knew in his heart that no matter who won the battle, the moment the battle ended would be the moment of his death. Even if he died, he would be dragged into hell to be buried with him. Tang Chen's eyes showed madness, and the 9 soul rings that were originally integrated into the clear sky hammer appeared around him again. The aura that rose up by using the great Zamura hammer also fell, and a sense of weakness lingered in Tang Chen's body. Every burst of power would shorten his vitality. "Tell me, your name." Tang Chen's voice returned to calm, and his eyes were more cautious than ever before. "Guyi." "Okay, Guyi. This will be my last battle in this life. I hope you can bring me the joy of learning. See you in hell." Crazy flashed in Tang Chen's eyes again. This time he will release his power completely without reservation, and will also use the secret of the Great Zamura Hammer to the peak state. 9 rings exploded at the same time. The 9 soul rings surrounding Tang Chen broke one by one and turned into energy and merged into the clear sky hammer. Each ring of glass made Tang Chen's aura soar, and terrifying power emanated from his body. Until the 9th soul ring was integrated into it, the power reached the peak, even Guyi just now did not reach it. This is not over yet. The killing field was withdrawn from all directions and attached to the clear sky hammer, whose hammer surface was larger than a millstone. It has reached the most powerful level in history. If he had stood here before, he would never have survived 3 hammers. The space even began to vibrate because of the power emanating again, producing some ripples. Guyi was not timid at all. This was the real battle he was looking forward to. Although Tang Chen was powerful just now, he was not satisfied. His power never exceeded a certain limit. Now he felt that Tang Chen had the power to kill gods. His body began to tremble unconsciously, and his hands could not be controlled. Afraid? Terrified? No, all the blood and flesh cells in his body trembled wildly at this moment, and he was extremely excited. Hell? Sorry, that kind of place can't accommodate me. Tang Chen's power was completely released at this moment. God Realm. Shura Temple. 2 talented boys, let me see what powerful abilities you have. Shura God King watched the battle in the killing city, his eyes stayed on Tang Chen for a while, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his deep pupils. If it weren't for Rakshasa's trickery, he would have a new successor at this moment, and he could also go to the beautiful universe to find the unknown world. They were all bored of staying in this God realm. Their cultivation had not changed for millions of years. The God King was the end of their cultivation. Even if they had a super artifact like the Shura Blood Sword, they still could not make their power surpass the God King and could not reach the realm of the Dragon God. Over the years, they had figured it out. Although the godhood could give them great power, it was ultimately a bondage, not only to their position, but also to their power. He set his sights on Guyi again. The smell of evil. He really found it. The Shura God and the Evil God were both one of the 5 God Kings in the God realm. They belonged to the God Realm Committee and had been together for millions of years. How could they not feel the strong evil power in him? How can we deal with the power beyond the plane? The Shura God King watched the battle below with interest. A quick battle and a quick decision was now Tang Chen's last thought. He put all his strength into this attack. If he could not win, not to mention dragging Guyi into hell, his own body would collapse first. Guyi asked a stupid question. Tang Chen was puzzled. The clear sky hammer in his hand showed no sign of weakening. All his strength was concentrated on one point, and the vibration of space became more and more intense. Shura God was also a little confused. Until a world really appeared behind Guyi, Shura God King could no longer sit still. He stood up from the throne and looked at the situation below in disbelief. Illusion, all this is fantasy. Tang Chen saw the world suddenly appearing behind Guyi, and his heart trembled. He had fought countless battles in his life, and he had long been accustomed to holding the clear sky hammer in his hand tightly, which was also his greatest support. But at this moment, his originally firm heart was shaken, and the clear sky hammer in his hand was not so tightly held. In his heart, Tang Chen kept telling himself that all this was false, but was made of some kind of illusion. But the closer he got to here, the more Tang Chen could feel the heaviness of the world behind Guyi, but it was so real. Tang Chen was still Tang Chen after all, still the unparalleled clear sky Douluo in the world. His heart was only shaken for a moment, and he held the clear sky hammer in his hand tighter. No matter how many tricks Guyi had, he could break all the tricks with just this hammer. How can the glory of martial arts be so great? It is something that mortals like you can't compare to. As soon as the voice fell, the world behind Guyi passed directly in front of him. It looked like an illusion. Nothing could stop it wherever it passed. Bang! Tang Chen waved the clear sky hammer and slammed into this world, but it only lasted for a few breaths before it was ruthlessly crushed. Tang Chen, who was once invincible in the world with the clear sky hammer in his hand, didn't know what kind of power could condense a world until his death. How can human power resist the entire world? Chapter 277 The World of the Heart. The crushing of the world destroyed everything in front of it, except for the super artifact Shura blood sword that surpassed the Douluo continent, which was left on the ground. Standing in the air, Guyi looked at the empty front. Tang Chen didn't even have any flesh and blood left, and was directly worn away by the terrifying power of the world. The power of the heart is really strong. Guyi put away the world and stood here alone. He understood that with his current strength, even if he could not reach the level of a second-level god, he was definitely better than a demigod. Tang Chen, whose 9 rings exploded, could not stop the power of the world of the heart. Yes, the world that just materialized, Guyi called it the world of the heart. But it is not real. This world is just a world condensed with the power of the mind as the source, between reality and illusion. Since falling into the deeper soul world, Guyi has completely understood that even if his strength is enhanced, even if he is promoted to the God King, it is almost impossible to condense a world. It does not only require the power of faith, but also requires more unknown. The powerful power of knowledge, such as the origin of the world. However, that experience also made Guyi feel some of the real uses of the power of the mind. The power of the mind is not only used to condense illusions, but also to construct the world, but this world is not real, nor is it false, it is somewhere in between. The stronger the power of the mind, the more vast and powerful the world that can be constructed. Now all the power of Guyi's mind can only construct a world twice the size of Tiandu city, but as long as he continues to construct the world, the power of the mind will only become stronger. Until one day, when it is materialized from the mind, it can encompass the entire Douluo continent. In it, Guyi took a step forward and came to the vicinity of the Shura blood sword. He looked at this huge giant sword and the dark red hilt and directly grasped it. Killing, endless killing. The blood-red mental power continued to impact the spiritual sea, but it was only a few breaths before it was directly suppressed by the vast and boundless mental power. It was just a wisp of the divine power of the Shura God King, and it was unknown how many years ago. It was impossible to influence him. The killing-filled divine power also poured into Guyi's body at the same time, constantly invading Guyi's body, as if to dye him blood red. The evil divine power that had originally stayed quietly in Guyi's body was unwilling. This was my land. Plate, other forces dare to rush in, simply not taking it seriously. In an instant, the two divine powers collided with each other. The evil divine power and the Shura divine power both belong to the power of the God King. The collision of these two forces is even greater than the impact encountered when Guyi condensed the second soul core before. However, Guyi is no longer the same as before. His strength is far beyond that of the past. The collision of the two divine powers is just a little trouble. Retreat. Guyi directly mobilized all his strength to force the Shura divine power back to the Shura blood sword. The evil divine power was very satisfied with Guyi's performance, and it calmed down again and stayed quietly. Hey, where is his soul? In a trance, Guyi heard the sound of war, but he was also a little surprised. Guyi had already judged who the owner of this voice was. The only one who could make him unable to sense the breath was the existence in the God realm and the dragon hidden in the Star Do Great Forest. This is the territory of the Shura God King, and the answer is obvious. He was a little bit nervous, and he felt a little guilty for some reason. The he in the voice was undoubtedly Tang Chen, and he was the only one who knew that Tang Chen was now in his heart world. Although Tang Chen's soul was broken because of death and the blood-red nine-headed Bat King, he also possesses a strong mental power, and his soul is more stable than that of ordinary people. Even death cannot completely destroy him. Gu Yi will naturally not let go of such a good soul. The world of the heart has just been created, and it is time to need manpower. Tang Chen is just the right person. Since he has been confused for so many years, it would be a wonderful thing to continue to be confused without experiencing pain. However, in the end, Gu Yi still did not wait for the Shura God King, and that voice seemed like an auditory hallucination. What Gu Yi did not know was that the Shura temple in the God realm also welcomed a guest. Shura, what did you want to do just now? Evil looked at Shura angrily, and was really angry. If it weren't for the fact that his descendant was so powerful, the Shura power that had just invaded his body would have left him with a mark, and even the descendant would have been snatched away. Evil God King really couldn't accept this kind of thing. After so many years, it was not easy to find a descendant who could satisfy him. Now someone showed up and wanted to take advantage of him. How could he resist? Strange. The Azura God King said nonchalantly, Evil, I didn't do anything. It's your descendant who is too curious. If he didn't take my sword, would this happen? Besides, your descendant killed the inheritor I favored. I haven't settled the account yet. Instead, you, the beneficiary, came to me to ask for punishment. Evil was speechless for a moment. It was indeed as Azura said. The only beneficiary behind this incident was Gu Yi, who defeated Tang Chen. Azura did not take back the Azura blood sword. You know, this is a super artifact. There are only a few of them in the entire God realm, not to mention that it is a super artifact specializing in killing. With Gu Yi's comprehension, I am afraid that his strength will be greatly improved. The power contained in the super artifact is of great benefit to any existence below the God King. Although Gu Yi is powerful now, and can even surpass the limit of mortals with all his strength, he is still too weak for the God King. But, Evil, I want to ask you a question. Ashura looked at Evil, his tone became cold, with a bit of killing decisiveness, and his own aura of iron and steel. His strength has already reached the first place in the lower realm, but why is he unwilling to continue to complete the assessment when he has not even completed the third test? Interfering with the assessment has violated the rules of the God realm. Violators will be killed without mercy. As the law enforcer of the God realm, Shura God King is in charge of the rules of the God realm. From ordinary priests to God Kings, they are all under his jurisdiction. I am too lazy to say more to you. Gu Yi is my successor. This matter is set in stone and there is no room for negotiation. Evil left angrily without explaining too much about this matter. Strictly speaking, he did not violate the rules of the God realm, nor did he reduce the difficulty of Gu Yi's assessment. The reason he left now was just that he didn't want to continue to entangle with Shura. Waste of time. Chapter 278 Artifact Making. After dealing with Tang Chen, Gu Yi did not leave immediately. There was no need for him to stay in the Slaughter City. Although he wanted to build a fantasy world here, he only dared to think about it in his heart when he thought that this place belonged to the Shura God King. There was only one last thing left. Hey! Gu Yi looked at Hulina and called her. Hulina turned around and saw Gu Yi again. Come here. Hulina didn't know what Gu Yi had to do, but when she thought that her teacher mentioned Gu Yi again, he didn't act seriously or in a business-like manner, but instead had a bit of joy and a slight complaint. She didn't have any defense against him. Walking over, she heard Gu Yi's voice. Since you are Bibi Dong's disciple, I will help you. Teacher? Hulina didn't expect Gu Yi to have such a good relationship with her. However, she didn't understand what Gu Yi was going to do for her. Gu Yi didn't say anything else. He stretched out his index finger and pointed it in the air. A green breath merged into her brow. A flash of red light flashed in Hulina's eyes. She quickly stepped back a few steps, with a bit of vigilance on her body. What did you do? The air here is poisonous, and the yellow spring dew here is also poisonous. Although it is a chronic toxin, if you stay here for a year or two, your body can't bear it. Just now, I left a breath of life in your body, which can help you dissolve the toxins in your body and ensure that you will not be affected by the power here. Remember, don't take the yellow spring dew again. See you again if we are destined to meet again. As soon as the voice fell, he appeared beside Ma Heng-jun. After all, you can't forget your own people. But in fact, there is no need to do these. Ma Hongjun and Hulina are not the same. After so many years of practice, Ma Hongjun's martial soul has long become the evil fire phoenix, and the nature of the flame has also changed. The toxins here are not too difficult for him to overcome. He also gave him a life force, told him a few words, and left the killing city. Everything here has been completed, and staying here is useless. After releasing his mental power to sense, Zhu Zuqing and others are still a long way from the Sea God Island, so they are not in a hurry to go there. After this incident, Gu Yi completely understood that his power has definitely exceeded the limit of this world. The heart world is already a real divine skill that can allow him to truly touch the realm of God. I am afraid that in the entire Douluo continent, only the Silver Dragon King hidden in the Star Do Great Forest can pose a threat to him. If the heart world is sacrificed, De Tian will not be his opponent. Gu Yi will come to the uninhabited land alone. The biggest gain this time is Tang Chen and Shura blood sword in the heart world. Since there is a gain, it is good to study it carefully while there is still time. It is still good to increase some foundation. After all, he still has a lot of areas to improve. As long as he has not grown into the strongest, Gu Yi will not let himself stop improving. Gu Yi stood on the highest mountain top, the Shura blood sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the ground in front of him. He sat in front of the sword, closed his eyes and focused his perception on the blood in front of him. In the long sword of color. Gu Yi only felt that he was trapped in a bloody world. The whole world seemed to be designed for killing. Gu Yi, who was perceiving all this, even felt that his spirit was somewhat affected. Although the Shura blood sword in Tang Chen's hand did not cause too much damage to him, it was not that the Shura blood sword was not strong, but that compared to the clear sky hammer, the Shura blood sword was not suitable for Tang Chen. As a super artifact, it has its own advantages. This time when studying the Shura blood sword, Gu Yi's biggest idea was not to study the origin of killing, but to study how to create a powerful artifact. The evil god bead has grown a lot in the past 2 years, and it is just one step away from being able to grow into a divine weapon. However, this was not created intentionally by him, but by chance, and there is no possibility of duplication. Gu Yi naturally wants an artifact of his own, an artifact that truly suits him. As a super divine weapon, the Shura blood sword is naturally the best research direction. The opportunity to come into contact with such a super divine weapon at such a close distance is rare. He must seize all the time to research all of this. He does not want to research a super artifact, but just allows him to create an artifact. Gu Yi studied the Shura blood sword and at the same time began to mobilize the memory of Tang Chen in the heart world. This is different from the fantasy world. This world is completely controlled by him, including the people who enter this world. But now this world is not real. Although it is not illusion, it cannot accommodate any real matter now. It can only hold things like energy and soul. You can freely mobilize anything in it, including but not limited to memory. Tang Chen owns the clear sky hammer, and his forging skills are also not weak. Although he has made great progress in his cultivation over the past few years, he has not done much in-depth research on the process of forging. The reason why he was able to help Bai Chenxiang smelt a knife was not because of his powerful forging ability, but because he fused all the materials together and removed most of the impurities. It was not a magic weapon, but because it contained the martial arts will cultivated over many years. Even if the material is not very good, it can be called a sharp weapon with his martial arts will. Now in order to forge the artifact, Gu Yi decided to learn the art of forging. While understanding the forging theory in Tang Chen's memory, he studied the Shura blood sword and compared the two. But there was not much gain. After all, the gap between mortal weapons and divine weapons is too great. Even if you can observe and study carefully, you still can't get very good results. Gu Yi stood up and held the sword again. He failed to resist the invasion of Shura's divine power. He carefully felt every ray of power and controlled the evil divine power to resist the key parts. But he didn't trademark to resist. Spirit world. Shura temple. Evil, you can't blame me for this, but he brought it to the door himself. God King Shura showed a cheerful smile, and the cold face that had never changed for thousands of years finally showed other expressions. Gu Yi didn't know that he was playing with fire by behaving like this. However, it will not set oneself on fire, it will only make the evil God King jump. Shura's divine power kept leaving traces on Gu Yi's body, and his meridians seemed to turn a little red. Gu Yi stood alone on the top of the mountain for 3 days. During these 3 days, he was completely immersed in the Shura blood sword. Feel everything carefully. all the details that allow him to create an artifact. It seems like it's time to go to Zhengzhen City. Gu Yi looked into the distance. It was not possible to do it just by thinking, it also required actual operation. Zhengzhen City is where the largest and most complete materials and blacksmiths are located in the entire Douluo continent. Chapter 279 Ning Rong Rong A Euro Trademark S Panic. Zhengzhen City. Originally, because a large number of blacksmiths gathered here, the place was unprecedentedly lively, with the sound of hammers pinging and pinging everywhere. But there was something different today. Whether it was the blacksmith or the guests who came to Zhengzhen City to buy weapons, they all gathered in front of a small blacksmith shop. Everyone's expressions became extremely admiring, and they did not dare to move their eyes away from the blacksmith shop in front of them, very afraid of missing any clues. Is it true that His Majesty the God of War is really forging weapons here? Of course, His Majesty the Martial God has been here for almost a month, and he forges weapons there every day. I was lucky enough to see the Martial God crowned his face. He was as handsome and graceful as the legend says. The person who asked the question was confused again. Since we are forging weapons, why can't we hear the sound of the hammer falling? The respondent showed a contemptuous smile. You look like a newcomer at first glance. The God of War and the God of War are already gods. How could he be like an ordinary blacksmith, passionate, naked, and wielding a huge hammer? In short, at this time every day, a treasure-level armor and sword will fly out of the blacksmith shop. The one with the highest price wins. As soon as he finished speaking, an iron sword flew out of the blacksmith shop, and at the same time another sentence came out. If you hold it, you can kill the soul sect. It was floating straight in front of them, the edge of the sword shining with sharp cold light, and even without using your hands, you could feel the edge. Another magical weapon. In this world of martial arts, the status of weapons has been compressed to the extreme. Although Zhengzhen City is known as the capital of metals and there is also a blacksmith alliance, its status is simply incomparable with that of the Spirit Palace. Only in this Zhengzhen City can a blacksmith have any status, otherwise the status of a blacksmith is just the same as that of a civilian. In many cases, weapons are basically just a decoration. Since a month ago, the status of weapons has undergone earth-shaking changes. The original weapons and armor were only used by the lowest level soldiers without soul power, and would not pose much threat to soul masters. But now that Gu Yi has appeared, the weapons have the powerful power to kill soul masters. 15 pieces of various rare metals. The person who made the offer soon appeared, looking at the long sword suspended in the air with fiery eyes. No one would doubt the truth of this sentence. The name of the God of War already represents everything. And the weapons sold before have also played a corresponding role. 30 pieces of rare metals. No one wants such a powerful weapon to be owned by others. The scene became very hot for a while, and soon the price climbed to 150 pieces of rare metals. The metal is good, but powerful weapons are hard to obtain. What's more, this is a weapon forged by the God of War himself, which is of great significance. In the end, this sword was taken away by someone with 180 pieces of rare metals. In the blacksmith shop, Gu Yi looked at the remaining 3 weapons in front of him, still not satisfied, although they were higher in quality and power than the sword he just sold. But it still did not meet his requirements. 1 month, enough rare metals, it's time to start before leaving. Gu Yi put away the weapons in front of him, and came to an open place in Zhengzhen City. Dozens of ordinary metals flew out of the soul guide and formed a statue directly on the open space not far away. And this statue is him. Since he is here, it doesn't matter if he builds a fantasy world. It is no pressure for him now. At the same time, the power of the mind covered the entire Zhengzhen City at lightning speed, leaving a sentence in everyone's heart. Those who believe in me can enter the fantasy world, which contains endless forging knowledge. For this kind of blacksmith, forging powerful weapons is their greatest wish in life. In this month, Gu Yi has proved to the people of the world that he has the technology beyond the whole world in forging. No blacksmith can resist such a great temptation. In the excitement of everyone, Gu Yi's figure had already disappeared in Zhengzhen City, thousands of miles away. As a person who does not belong to this world, Gu Yi naturally knows the development of this world in the next tens of thousands of years, plus the various ways of forging treasures in his previous life, and his understanding of cultivation over the years. Technology has long been innovated. If you want to forge powerful weapons, forging alone is far from enough, and you also need to outline the power of rules. This is what he thought of from the Soul Guide. After meeting Zhu Zuqing and others this time, he plans to go to the other side of the sea to see the empire that will have the opportunity to dominate the entire Douluo continent in the future. That is the hometown of soul guides, which can naturally bring him a lot of help. In addition, if he wants to collect enough power of faith, the other side of the world cannot be ignored. Now he is still a beginner in forging, and needs more knowledge to strengthen himself. And the Shura blood sword is a super artifact. Even with Guyi's current cultivation level, it is difficult to fully understand the power contained in it. Although Zhu Zuqing and others set out a month earlier than Guyi, they were soon caught up by Guyi. Now they have set out to sea and are sailing on the vast sea. On a ship about 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. Guyi landed lightly on the deck, and there was a pleasing figure in his eyes. That belonged to Ning Rongrong. For some reason, a person stood in front of the railing, looking at the vast sea. Although he now has the power to see through other people's hearts, he will not use this power in front of true friends. Everyone has his own privacy and his own secrets. After walking a few steps, he came to the railing and imitated her, leaning his hands on it and admiring the beautiful scenery. Ning Rongrong just felt the presence of someone beside her, turned his head and took a look, but showed an incredible look. At this time, the sea breeze blew a strand of hair on her face. When did you come? Ning Rongrong was a little flustered and turned her head to ask. Her beautiful eyes were shaking very restlessly, and even the vast and boundless sea could not bring her any appreciation. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, and her other hand couldn't help but tidy up her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. I just came here, what are you thinking about, staying here alone? Guyi didn't turn his head, still holding the railing and looking at the blue sea. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's earlobes turned pink. How should she answer? Could it be that she was thinking about him just now, like a resentful woman? Chapter 280 Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Ning Rongrong's silence made the surrounding atmosphere instantly cold. Guyi glanced at her. Okay, I am presumptuous. I'll go see Zuqing and the others first. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of white hands covered his arms. The white fingertips turned red because of the force, but this also showed how white Ning Rongrong's skin was. If we talk about skin color, Ning Rongrong is the first. She has been pampered since she was a child, and her skin is so tender that you can squeeze out water, and it is so white that it even emits a faint light in the sun. Do you hate me so much? Ning Rongrong's big eyes flashed a glimmer of light, a tear accumulated under her eye frame, and her face was a little resentful. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. Whether it was talent, appearance, or family background, they were all the best in the entire continent, but why didn't he want to look at her more? Obviously, she was the first person to express her love to him. Ning Rongrong really didn't understand. She was very good, except for the initial willfulness, and she would always show some temper of a young lady, but she was really good afterwards. It's just that some people won in the previous life, but Ning Rongrong didn't know all this. From the beginning, Guyi liked Zhu Zuqing and wanted to protect her, which started from the previous life. Guyi didn't answer, but just looked at Ning Rongrong quietly. The once proud young lady now had tears in her eyes, which made people love her. Why, can you tell me why? Ning Rongrong was also determined. She had already lost face once when she failed to kiss him. Now it was just another time. This was the last time. Ning Rongrong kept cheering herself up in her heart and convincing herself. But this time Guyi still didn't give her an answer. Would he really stop missing her? Ning Rongrong didn't have the confidence. Guyi was like the sun in the sky, attracting everyone's attention, making her willing to learn to fly into the fire. When you are young, you can't meet someone who is too amazing. Once you meet, it's a lifetime. Not far away, Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan walked towards this side together. As good sisters, they could naturally feel that Ning Rongrong was not in a good mood. Even when she saw the rare sea, she didn't show too happy expression. Hush! Zhu Zuqing, who was walking on the outside of the ship, was the first to see the situation on the deck. She stopped Duguyan, who wanted to say something, and pointed at the nail plate. Duguyan slightly turned sideways and saw the man she missed standing with Ning Rongrong. It seems that Rongrong's medicine has arrived, and we don't need to persuade her. Duguyan looked at Ning Rongrong and her man. Although she knew that Guyi had more than one woman, as a woman, she still felt a little jealous. She was a little angry. She was not angry about Guyi being with Ning Rongrong, but that he came back without seeing her and Zuqing first. This was the point of her anger. Let's go. I'm hungry too. Zhu Zuoqing did not choose to go over, but hugged Duguyan's arm and prepared to return to the cabin. Compared with Duguyan and other women, Zhu Zuoqing put her status very low, and even did not ask him how much she was in his heart, just asking him not to abandon her, with such a simple idea. As for Gu Yi's other things, she might be a little jealous in her heart, but she never showed it, just stayed by his side silently. The arrival and departure of Zhu Zuoqing and Duguyan did not hide Gu Yi's perception, and Ning Rongrong on the side was still waiting for his answer. With his mouth slightly open, the first word was about to be spit out, and the space not far in front of the ship suddenly became distorted, and a strong wave came from the sea. Not good. Bang! The ship took off instantly, and everything on the surface of the hull flew up. Gu Yi instantly hugged Ning Rongrong's slender waist, raised his right foot, and his eyes focused. The evil power flowed to his feet, and then fell heavily on the deck. The terrifying power was transmitted directly from the deck to the bottom of the sea. Ning Rongrong didn't care about the dangerous situation at all, because she knew that as long as she stood by this man's side, all the difficulties would be solved, and there was nothing in the world that could trap her. At this moment, she was intoxicated in his arms, feeling the hot arms around her waist that firmly fixed her to her side, and a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, silence is better than words. She didn't say the answer, but it was already in her heart. The entanglement, resentment, and boredom of this month, all of this turned into tenderness in this hug. Looking up at the face that she had been thinking about, she couldn't hold back the tenderness in her heart anymore, stretched out her neck, and gently gave him a sweet kiss at the corner of his mouth. Don't be weird, we are fighting now. Gu Yi felt the softness at the corner of his mouth, looked down at Ning Rongrong in his arms, and was finally a little fickle. But he soon let it go. When flowers are ready to be picked, they should be picked immediately, and don't wait until there are no flowers and empty branches. Humph, you are finally kissed by me, let's see how you can hide this time. Ning Rongrong looked proud and was very satisfied with the result just now. Yes, you succeeded. Gu Yi glanced at the sea and said in a majestic tone, get out. In an instant, a huge monster appeared on the sea. Its body alone was more than 200 meters long, and its whole body was like a sapphire. Two giant eyes, no, not two eyes, one of them has turned into a deep black hole. I don't know who blinded it, and who can have such a strong strength. It is such a powerful soul beast, but it looks a bit miserable. There is a wound of 2 or 3 meters on the giant head, and blood is constantly flowing out. The single eye of the deep-sea demon whale king is filled with terrifying killing intent. The giant fish tail behind it hits the sea surface, and the blue sea is instantly broken. Countless sea water turns into raindrops and falls on the boat. Zhu Zuoqing and others didn't care about whether to disturb them or not, and all came to the deck. Everyone's eyes were shocked by the deep-sea demon whale king. What kind of soul beast is this? It has such a huge body, which is extremely terrifying. There is no doubt that they will die with just a slight slap of the fish tail, and there is absolutely no room for survival. Put me down. Ning Rongrong was a little shy when she saw everyone coming. Although she was a little reluctant, she still left his arms. The next battle is probably a fierce battle. Only then did they realize that Ning Rongrong was actually in Gu Yi's arms. Gu Yi ignored their gazes and stared at the huge soul beast in front of him. The power emanating from this soul beast was already very close to Tang Chen, and the violent aura on its body was even stronger. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king opened his bloody mouth that was enough to swallow the entire ship into his belly and let out a terrifying roar. Chapter 281 The Watching of the Sea God. The boundless sea water turned into raging waves, and the dozens of meters long ship became extremely small under this boundless raging wave. Freeze! With an order, the raging waves formed by the sea water were frozen and turned into a series of solid ice. Even the deep-sea demon whale king was turned into an ice sculpture without any resistance. So beautiful! It was the first time for everyone to see a world that was completely ice. 1,000 meters in radius turned into ice. After fusing with the Snow Emperor's soul ring, I'm afraid no one in this world could compare with him in terms of ice attributes. Crack! The black ice around the deep-sea demon whale king was directly shattered by his huge body, and there was a terrifying rage in his single eye. It has been too long, and no one has been able to hurt it for too long. A ball of terrifying blue light emerged and condensed on his back. The diameter alone was 5 meters, and he could feel the extremely terrifying breath. At the same time, everyone felt that the surrounding environment had changed. Although they could still breathe, it was like being in the deep sea, and the speed became slower. The invisible resistance made it difficult for them to resist. This is the power of the domain. Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. Guyi directly unfolded the domain composed of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. In an instant, the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain directly offset the domain of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, and even directly turned the area within 1,000 miles into an ice and snow world. There was even heavy snow in the sky. The situation changed instantly, and the Deep Sea Demon Whale King was also controlled by the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain, and the blue energy ball on his body paused for a moment. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Guyi didn't want to drag it out. Although the Deep Sea Demon Whale King's cultivation was close to 1,000,000 years, it was still not good enough for him, and it was not even worthy of his soul-eye martial soul. A blood-red giant sword appeared in his hand, about 2 meters long, and it didn't seem to be used by humans. Everyone was puzzled. Where did this sword come from? Why hadn't they seen him use it before? Guyi had practiced swordsmanship for a while, but after the killing sword broke, he never touched the sword again, nor used any swordsmanship. But it's worth a try today. The so-called sword intent is not substantially different from the knife intent and the spear intent. He raised the long sword in his hand, the soul ring on his body appeared, and the third soul skill was activated. The murderous aura accumulated over the years was quite strong. Combined with the Shura blood sword, which was the origin of killing, the sky seemed to be dyed blood red by this man and the sword. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King seemed to have also felt the powerful force from the sword, and a bit of hesitation flashed in his single eye. If he ran away now, he could leave. But if the sword fell, he would be injured or even die. This was the powerful risk avoidance ability it had for so many years. But it did not want to retreat, because it did not think that any creature could surpass it. Just when it hesitated, the Shura blood sword did not give it too much time to consider, and the Shura blood sword, which swept the world, fell straight down. Endless snowflakes merged into this sword at this moment, and the snowflakes produced by the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain also became sharp under this sword, and each snowflake was like a sharp sword. After practicing to this level, he had long since gotten rid of the initial sword moves, and a casual sword was powerful enough to break all laws. The original 2-meter giant sword was now completely transformed into a sword of heaven and earth, as if there was no end in sight. How long the Deep Sea Demon Whale King was, the longer the sword would be. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King finally understood that the man in front of him was not someone he could deal with. He was just like the sea god Poseidon, who possessed a power that surpassed everything. The blue energy light ball condensed on his back sprayed out and hit the Shura blood sword hard, trying to stop the blood sword from falling. Tang Chen could not use the Shura blood sword, but it did not mean that the Shura blood sword was weak. How could the super artifact be so easily blocked? With the sword in hand, Guyi even felt that even if the gods from the sky came down, they would only have such thoughts. Super artifacts can be said to be extremely powerful in helping cultivators. The blue light group only blocked it for a moment, and was directly split into 2 halves by the sharp blood sword, causing a huge explosion in the air. The Deep Sea Demonic Whale King has already seen his own end. Under this sword, no living thing can survive. While one man and one beast were fighting, the Poseidon in the god realm had some doubts in his eyes. I don't trademark T understand why he has the power of the evil god king, but why Shura trademark S super artifact is also in his hands. Could it be that the 2 great god kings are competing for successors? Looking at the young man wielding the Shura blood sword in the picture, even with his talent, he felt that this young man's strength was far beyond that of ordinary soul masters. Although this Deep Sea Demonic Whale King is not very powerful to him, it is a fatal existence to any soul master. But such a powerful soul beast could not survive 3 moves in Guyi's hands. One sword cuts the sea. A 3-dimensional waterfall appeared within a range of 200 meters in front, but it was a little different from the usual waterfall. Besides water, it was still water. Oh my god! Can a soul master really have this kind of power? Oscar never thought that someone could cut the sea with one sword. Draw the knife to cut off the water, but the water will still flow after the knife is removed. But now within the range of 200 meters, there is no feeling of falling back at all, and it has been wiped out by some powerful force. The sea was dyed red with blood, and 1/3 of the body of the Deep Sea Demonic Whale King remained here. After a dozen breaths, the sea returned to its original state, leaving only a blood-red sea area. Running pretty fast. Guyi could clearly feel that the Deep Sea Demonic Whale King had gone thousands of meters away, but he had no intention of pursuing him. The Deep Sea Demonic Whale King is not precious to him. Instead of wasting a soul ring, it is better to let one of Zhu Zuqing absorb it. It is precisely because of this that the sword just struck did not strike towards the middle, but moved a certain distance to the left. Without the threat of the deep-sea demonic whale king, everyone was relieved. If they really faced such a terrifying soul beast, it would be almost impossible to defeat it. The few of them chatted casually for a few words, and realized that Ning Rongrong and Guyi had something to say alone, so they left in tacit agreement after saying a few words. Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan didn't say anything, they just looked at him flatly, unable to tell what they were thinking. Soon he and Ning Rongrong were the only ones left on the deck. Everything is back to how it was at the beginning. The appearance of the deep-sea demonic whale king was just an accident. Have you really thought about it? You also know my situation. Are you sure you want to step into this muddy water? Finally, my dream has come true. I won't give up just like that. Don't try to get rid of me in the future. Ning Rongrong's statement that he didn't care was false, but it wasn't that hard to accept. After all, in Douluo continent, it was not uncommon for powerful soul masters to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Chapter 282 Luxurious Scene. Without the harassment from the soul beasts, the ship sailed smoothly on the sea, and there were no unexpected situations. Guyi has been able to sense the existence of Poseidon Island through the release of his mental power. He is still somewhat interested in Poseidon Island. After all, the Poseidon that exists here is a powerful being that he knows so far that can create his own godhood, although he is only a first-level god. But he possesses a super artifact that only the God King possesses, and his strength is beyond the ordinary first-level gods. He can almost be regarded as only under the God King. Regarding the path of faith collection, although it has come a long way, Guyi still feels that there are still some shortcomings. If he could see Poseidon, he might be able to clear up his doubts. After sailing on the sea for another period of time, the mysterious Poseidon Island finally not only appeared within the range of perception, but could also be seen with both eyes. After getting along with each other for several years, Ning Rongrong quickly changed his identity and successfully became one with Duguyan and Zhu Zuqing. Although the relationship between them had already reached the point where they could share life and death. But the current relationship has undergone some subtle changes because of Guyi's existence, and naturally it needs to be adapted again. It seems we are out of luck today. Guyi felt the demonic great white sharks that kept wandering from the depths of the sea. The soul power of one of the demonic great white sharks was even more terrifying. Although it was not as good as the previous deep-sea demonic whale king, it was definitely better than the ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. Much stronger. Everyone was not too worried. Ever since they saw the horrific scene that day, everything seemed to have lost its intimidating power. Guyi had no intention of hunting down this group of demonic great white sharks. His mind's eye bloomed between his eyebrows, and he instantly locked onto the most terrifying demonic great white shark among them. The surrounding sea water seemed to be controlled by Guyi in an instant, and the demonic great white shark flew directly out of the water. Although water is not ice, the attribute transformation between the two is very simple. It is only 1 point weaker than the ice element. But it was enough for him to capture this demonic great white shark. Under the coercion of a powerful force, this demon soul great white shark turned into a tall girl in the air. She was only taller than any woman present, but her figure was perfect. She was wrapped in a white leather coat, and her curvy figure was even hotter. Her long grey-blue hair was draped behind her head. Her face was not as stunning as Zhu Zuqing's, but with a bit of exotic style, and her curvy figure was even more amazingly tempting. Except for Guyi, everyone was shocked. What did they see? A demon soul great white shark with a length of more than 20 meters turned into a tall beauty in front of them in an instant. This was too unspiritual. Damn human, let me go quickly, and fight me with real swords and guns if you have the guts. She was unconvinced on her face, and her voice was fierce. Guyi didn't waste time talking to him. The spiritual eye between her eyebrows shone with light. A spiritual force rushed into her mind. She turned her head and said to the few people, "Today, I invite you to watch a performance of the demon soul great white shark." After a while, Guyi untied the restraints on the demon soul great white shark and turned into a human-shaped girl, but she didn't continue to shout, and turned back into her original body. Everyone only heard a cry, and suddenly saw that on both sides of the hull, a group of demon soul great white sharks floated up from the deep sea, rising and falling constantly. A passage leading to Poseidon Island was formed. It was the first time for Guyi to use the spiritual eye to control others, but looking at the effect, it seemed very good. The ship soon arrived outside Poseidon Island. Guyi just waved his hand, and the demon soul great white sharks surrounding them on both sides of the road returned to the sea in an instant. There was only one exception. The demon soul great white shark just now transformed into a human form again, standing on the sea, with a pair of grey-blue eyes looking deeply at Guyi, and then retreated into the sea again. Everyone was already surprised enough. No matter what kind of skills Guyi showed, they would not find it strange. The moment they stepped on the Sea God Island, 8 figures quickly emerged from the forest. 8 pairs of eyes stared at them tightly, with disgust in their eyes. Land Soul Master. The middle-aged man looked at them, his brows slightly wrinkled, and they all had resistance to people from the outside world. Especially those who had experienced the battle 20 years ago, had no good feelings towards soul masters from the outside world. Guyi didn't want to talk to them too much, and the power of the mind once again surged into their minds, and he directly gave them an order. With the emergence of the power of the mind, the attitude of the 8 people in front of them became much better, and they directly took them to the Seahorse Holy Pillar, one of the 7 holy pillars. By the time they got here, the 8 sea soul masters had returned to normal, and they remembered everything that had just happened. Sure enough, you land soul masters are all despicable guys. Please, Lord Haima, clear out these foreign intruders. The black-clothed man who was originally sitting cross-legged under the holy pillar opened his tightly closed eyes. His dark eyes seemed to span hundreds of meters of space, which immediately made Zhu Zuking's body tense. Over the years, they are no longer Wuxia Amen, and they have their own understanding of the judgment of soul masters. Title Douluo, this person is a real title Douluo, and even a strong one among title Douluo. You should retreat. If he really wants to kill people, I am afraid that even if I am included, I may not be his opponent. Hai Ma looked at Guyi, who was standing in the center of the crowd. The moment he opened his eyes just now, he had seen through the status of others, but only this person could not see a single bit of information. The vast spiritual power, as vast as the sea, made him even more frightened. This kind of terrifying spiritual power has only been felt in the body of the great priest. It is precisely because of this that he did not attack them immediately. Land Soul Master, Sister rushed to create the Toad Sang Juni 1/2. The seahorse is still standing on the island 200 meters away, but the voice is clearly heard by everyone. Examination, except for me, they are all here to take the examination. The seahorse already knows the situation of these people. Even in the Sea God Island, such talented boys and girls are very rare. However, after hearing that Guyi is not here to make trouble, his heart calmed down. After all, with Guyi's strength, if he really wants to make a big fuss, it will be a huge challenge for the entire Sea God Island. The next road needs you to go by yourself, come on. Sending them here is the limit of what can be done. The next road can only be walked by themselves. As for him, he should go and see Poseidon, the great priest of Sea God Island. He also wants to see what kind of stunning beauty can make Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu, 2 geniuses, never forget her for decades, and even think about her at the moment of death. Chapter 283 The Final Ownership of the Throne. With your strength, Sea God Island is no longer of any help to you, why don't you leave? Guyi looked at the bright red figure with his back to him, with long sea blue hair scattered behind him, which seemed so out of place with the bright red robe on his body. But the voice is quite nice to hear, beautiful and pleasant, with a sense of embracing everything outside. I don't talk to people with their backs to me. Hearing this, the body hidden under the bright red robe turned around, with a very she was gentle and looked like she was only in her 30s, which was the most mature look of a woman. It was the second time that Guyi saw someone with the same noble temperament as Bibi Dong, or even better. The first one was Tang Yuehua. She held a scepter in her right hand like Bibi Dong, but this scepter was even longer than Bibi Dong's, and it looked about 3 meters long. Her appearance was not inferior to Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua, and she was a beauty picked out of thousands. What moved Guyi the most was her clear blue eyes, as if there was an ocean hidden in those eyes. If I say I came for you, can you believe it? Poseidon's noble and graceful aura was not disturbed by Guyi's nonsense. The Sea God Island does not accept outsiders. If you have nothing to do, leave quickly. In fact, there is something. I want to see Senior Sea God. Wishful thinking, Lord Sea God is such a noble existence, how can you see him just because you want to? Let alone you, we can't see Lord Sea God either. Poseidon didn't expect Guyi's ambition to be so big. Lord Sea God is such a majestic existence. It doesn't matter. I will see him later. What I said just now was not a joke. After seeing you, I suddenly understood why Tang Chen and Douluo were so obsessed with you. A touch of emotion flashed in Poseidon's calm blue eyes. The pale red lips opened slightly. Almost no sound came out, but Gu Yi could tell from her mouth shape that she was talking about Tang Chen. Gu Yi couldn't help but feel sad for Douluo. The person she was thinking about didn't have him in her heart at all, and he didn't even have the qualifications for her to remember him. Okay, see you next time. Gu Yi immediately planned to leave. The sea god might not see him again. The prohibition of the god realm was not to interfere with the normal operation of the mortal world. But would Poseidon be happy to leave? During the 100 years on this sea god island, only Tang Chen's existence made her spend a happy time. Tang Chen left the sea god island in pursuit of the illusory inheritance of the god's throne. Now decades have passed, and there has been no news. I don't even know whether Tang Chen is dead or alive. Now that Tang Chen's news has finally come, how could Gu Yi leave so easily? Have you met him? There was a little more fluctuation in Poseidon's eyes, which was not there just now. Why should I tell you? It's not up to you. In this boundless sea, except for gods, even a 99 level titled Douluo can only fail. If you trespass on the sea god island, I can sentence you to death. Poseidon's tone became cold. She hasn't taken action for many years. Except for Tang Chen and Douluo in the past, no one can make her take action. The surrounding ocean seemed to become turbulent because of Poseidon's anger. Really? I want to see how powerful the sea god Douluo can be in this sea. Even if Tang Chen, who burned all his own power, could reach the realm of gods for a short time, he could only dissipate in front of him. What about Poseidon? He is still just an ordinary person. How can he compare with gods? Poseidon saw that her words were useless. The 99 level soul power spread from her body, and at the same time, the boundless ocean-like spiritual power in the sea of a spirit attacked Gu Yi. Gu Yi was also ready to go. Just as the two were about to start, 7 blood-colored light pillars rose from the sky and gathered at one point, then the blood color faded and turned into a dazzling golden light that fell below the seahorse holy pillar. 9 tests of the sea god. Poseidon could no longer care about Gu Yi, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, looking very anxious. It's wrong. Although Gu Yi started later than Poseidon, he was faster than her. Looking at Ning Rong shrouded in golden light, this was not something too surprising. After all, in terms of martial spirit, she is not weak among all people, and can even be regarded as the strongest. In terms of quality, it can be regarded as the pinnacle of auxiliary martial spirits. Soon the golden light dissipated, Ning Rong exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a sea god trident was engraved on her forehead, which was a symbol of the inheritance of the sea god, and the vast sea universe cover also fell into her spiritual sea. Senior Haima, what level of assessment am I taking? Everyone also looked at Haima Douluo. They had all started the assessment, but none of them made such a big noise, even covering the entire sea god island. And there was a golden halberd carved between Ning Rong's eyebrows. Haima had never seen such a thing before, and didn't understand what level of assessment this was. This is the top 9 tests. If you can pass the test, you can inherit the position of sea god. Gu Yi's voice sounded at this moment. Brother Yi, you are back. Ning Rong couldn't help but throw herself into Gu Yi's arms. The noise just now was too loud, and she really needed a warm hug to comfort her. Everyone was used to it. After spending time at sea, Ning Rong no longer had the shyness she had at the beginning, and didn't care about other people's eyes, and buried her head in his arms. You. Poseidon looked at the man in front of him, trembled in his heart. He didn't expect his speed to be so fast. It seems that the legendary sea god Douluo is just like this. Poseidon didn't have time to argue with Gu Yi now. He locked his eyes on the woman buried in Gu Yi's arms. Only in her could Poseidon feel the power of Lord Sea God. I have waited for so many years. I didn't expect that the one who would have the opportunity to inherit the position of sea god would be a young woman. Ning Rong also raised her head at this moment and set her eyes on this noble woman with a beautiful face. Her temperament even made her feel ashamed. How noble and elegant she was. Brother Yi, is what you said just now true? Do I really have the opportunity to inherit the position of sea god? Ning Rong was a little shocked. She never thought that this person would be herself. Of course it's true. From now on, you are the most honorable existence in our sea god island. No one can disrespect you. Seahorse, pass on my words. Poseidon's voice sounded again, and Tang Chen's matter had been put aside. Compared with her belief, Tang Chen was not that important. The others were just happy for Ning Rongrong, and sincerely happy that she could inherit the throne. Chapter 284 Sun and Moon Continent. Guyi also learned about the sea god assessment of the others. Zhu Zuqing and Duguyan were both top 8, and the others were top 7. Only Bai Chenxiang got the black level assessment. This was because on the way here, Guyi helped her sort out the meridians in her body, and at the same time divided some vitality to help her warm her body, otherwise it would still be just the lowest level assessment. After all, her talent is considered a genius among ordinary people, but after all, she does not have the foundation of immortal grass, and there is still a huge gap in talent with Zhu Zuqing. I really have to go this time, or a certain old woman will attack me. Guyi also deliberately glanced at Poseidon while speaking. This sentence obviously broke Poseidon's defense. Considering that there was a descendant of the sea god here, he finally suppressed his anger and did not attack Guyi directly. I will come back to see you, everyone, do your best. The space twisted for a moment, and Guyi disappeared on the sea god island in an instant. What a strong spatial ability! Poseidon finally intuitively felt that Guyi's mastery of the ability of space was far superior to hers. The sea was originally her territory, and the vast deep sea was the source of her power. Spiritual perception can be infinitely expanded. But no matter where she was, she could not feel Guyi's existence. It only shows one thing, that in the moment just now, Guyi disappeared within her perception range. Guyi, who disappeared on the sea god island, was rushing to the other side of the sea. Sun and Moon Continent. It was supposed to be thousands of years before the Douluo continent would overlap, but now, as Guyi was rushing on the road with all his might, he finally got a glimpse of its appearance. Although the Sun-Moon continent and the Douluo continent do not border each other, they are still based on martial spirits, and there is no difference in this respect. However, here, the Sun-Moon continent has one more thing that surpasses the Douluo continent. Soul Guide. It is also one of the purposes for Guyi to come here. Compared with the research on martial spirits in the Douluo continent, the research on soul guides in the Sun-Moon continent can be said to be the only one. If the soul masters on the Douluo continent knew that there was another continent, and even had all kinds of incredible soul guides, I am afraid that a melee would have already begun. The power of technology will never lag behind any power. 10,000 years later, if it were not for the appearance of a son of destiny like Huo Yuhao, the whole world would be ruled by the Sun-Moon Empire. At that time, the power of soul guides would truly shine. In order to forge his own artifact, Guyi still did not want to let go of the study of soul guides. There are still too few soul guides on Douluo continent, and their levels are too low, and they are not as good as the method Guyi has figured out. Guyi believes that when he has a deeper understanding of soul guides, he may be able to create a real artifact. Artifacts are only one aspect. There is a more important aspect. Douluo continent has the largest area in the entire Douluo star, and the Sun and Moon continent is slightly smaller. It may not be as populous as Douluo continent, but it is also a population that cannot be underestimated. The harvest of faith power still cannot be slowed down. So far, he has not condensed the 9th soul ring just to wait for the faith power to be enough to condense a soul ring of tens of millions of years. Now the speed of faith power increase is already very impressive, but Guyi still wants it to be faster. It takes so long to condense a soul ring of tens of millions of years, not to mention creating a god position comparable to the God King, which is even more a daydream. It cannot be done without half a year. So increasing the harvest speed of faith power is the top priority at present. The fat piece of meat of Sun-Moon continent must not be abandoned. With the full detection of spiritual power, he can see clearly the surrounding cities and gathering places. Compared with the slow development of boiling frogs in Douluo, it is no longer necessary to do so now. At the beginning, his strength was not yet at the current level, so he naturally needed to develop steadily. When he teleported to the nearest city center, Guyi directly unfolded his martial soul body, but this time it was not mainly silver-white, but a body that was magnified countless times. The huge movement quickly attracted everyone in the city, and Guyi could see that many people were holding soul guides. There were swords, spears, halberds, and soul guide cannons. Compared to Douluo continent, Sun and Moon continent was more like a fully developed world. I am the god of war, and I came here to give all living beings a chance. After saying this, he deliberately paused for a while and directly released the new heart world. In an instant, the sky above the entire city was covered by a shadow, and everyone could see what suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a world that was no different from their world. There were also flowers, trees, grass, and water. Before they were shocked, Gu Yi continued to speak. I know that there are people among you who have awakened their soul power, and there are also people who have not awakened their soul power. No matter who you are, you can benefit from the world I created. It contains countless secrets and energy, and now it can also help you get soul rings. Just recite in your heart that you believe in me, and you can enter this world to find opportunities. With a big hand raised, countless metals gathered together, and a powerful force took effect around the stone, and soon condensed into a statue. And this statue was made in the image of Gu Yi. Bang! A soul power shell was fired, but it was directly surrounded by the surrounding space before it got close to Gu Yi. The powerful energy fluctuations were directly crushed by the space at this moment, and disappeared silently in the space. The power of God cannot be insulted. You will be punished to enter the fantasy world and become a local resident for 5 years. Gu Yi did not kill him, because this would only give the people of the Sun and Moon Empire an impression of brutality, which would not be conducive to his collection of faith power. But if he does not fight back after being hit, he will lose his divine power. The best way to deal with it is to bring it into the fantasy world. It can have a deterrent effect. Gu Yi, who turned into a giant, stretched out a finger that was enough to crush ordinary people and pointed it at the person who had just attacked him. Instantly, the whole person lost his strength and collapsed to the ground. His soul had appeared in the fantasy world and became a native of the world. After solving this matter, Gu Yi did not stay here for long. As for whether these people believed it or not, it was their business. As long as things started, someone tasted the sweetness from it, it would be like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger. More and more beliefs would be collected. Everyone who had just witnessed the miracle had hesitation and fear on their faces. Especially those ordinary people who had not awakened their soul power. The eyes were even more fiery. Chapter 285 The Tyrant Overlord of the Evil Eye. Half a month later, Gu Yi walked on the Sun and Moon continent, followed by 2 stunning beauties. One on the left and one on the right surrounded him. The beauty on the right had beautiful snow-white long hair, and a bit of curiosity about this world in her cold and lonely face. She wore a snow-white long skirt that extended to her ankles, and a pair of crystal high heels on her feet. Her movements were extremely noble and elegant, and every move was filled with a bit of cold and resolute aura. The beauty on the left had long green hair, and her whole body revealed a wild aura. There were several magic patterns on her delicate little face, which made her look even wilder. It was a great contrast with the cold and beautiful girl next to her. She also wore a green long skirt, a pair of green high heels on her feet, and a layer of green stockings on her legs. I never thought that there was another world besides Douluo continent. Ice Emperor looked at everything strange around her, and she was not only a little emotional. She had lived for so many years but didn't even know the whole picture of the world. The Snow Emperor on the side also nodded, especially the soul guide in this world opened her eyes. Although the power is not enough to threaten the title Douluo, let alone the 100,000-year soul beast and even more powerful beasts. But it is foreseeable that once the Sun Moon Empire's research on soul guides continues to progress, sooner or later the power of soul guides will be able to increase to the level that is enough to threaten the title Douluo. These days, we have visited more than 10 cities and built so many fantasy worlds. Do you want to continue? The Snow Emperor asked worriedly. The Ice Emperor also looked at Gu Yi worriedly. With the increase of fantasy worlds, the burden on Gu Yi is even greater. The reason why the fantasy world can expand endlessly now is entirely because Gu Yi found a world that can support the fantasy world instead of them. In just 2 years, the scale of the fantasy world is more than dozens of times that of the original one. Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor alone cannot support these fantasy worlds. It was also at that time that the Heart World was developed by Gu Yi. The reason why the world of the heart can become so huge is that in just 2 years, Gu Yi can have power beyond the limits of mortals in a short period of time. In addition to his own powerful mental power energy, and the offerings from the fantasy world. If the statues scattered around the world are the passages and bridges connecting all the fantasy worlds, then the world of the heart is the root of all these. All the gains will eventually converge into the world of the heart, and it is precisely because of this that the world of the heart is so powerful. No, the power of the world of the heart has reached the limit of what I can control now. If it continues to expand, it is very likely that I will not be able to control the world of the heart in the end. Next, I plan to obtain the third soul ring of the Eye of the Heart. Guyi will not forget that there is still this powerful beast on this continent. With the faith journey you have collected now, do you still need to hunt other soul beasts? Bing Di was a little puzzled. The ordinary 100,000 year soul ring has not had much effect on Guyi. He can do all this with the power of faith. Why waste time looking for other soul beasts? If I say that the soul beast I'm looking for has a higher cultivation level than the Snow Emperor, do you still think I'm wasting my time? Impossible, except for Emperor Tian. There is no soul beast in this world that can surpass the Snow Emperor. Bing Di is a loyal supporter of the Snow Emperor and doesn't believe that there is a soul beast stronger than the Snow Emperor. If it weren't for the fact that Xue Di was born indifferent and had no idea of a competing for territory, the title of the Three Kings of the Far North would no longer exist. Because even if he and the Titan Snow Demon King went together, they would not be the opponent of the Snow Emperor. The difference in years of cultivation is too big. I would like to see what kind of soul beast can cultivate to such a powerful level. The Snow Emperor was also interested. After all, except for Emperor Tian, she really didn't feel any soul beast that could surpass her in her life. With the continuous increase of mental power, Guyi said that the range that can be detected is getting larger and larger, and the distance of space teleportation is also more vast. It took less than half an hour for Guyi to see the evil forest where the evil eye tyrant was. Soon, he locked onto the evil eye tyrant ruler hidden in the evil forest. Such a strong mental power. When Xue Di and Bing Di saw this huge eye with huge tentacles that stretched over 300 meters, they could feel extremely terrifying power from him, especially the mental power, which was even more terrifying. Human, dare to go deep into the evil forest, dare to look directly at me, you must pay the price of your life. A strong light shot out from the 300-meter-long eye, and the attack range covered hundreds of meters. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape. But Guyi didn't want to escape. He hadn't met anyone who could make him fail. The spiritual eye between the eyebrows bloomed, and a golden beam of light shone directly out. The attack range was not large, only a few meters, but the speed was faster. The terrifying power directly spread throughout the evil forest, and the two forces collided instantly. One was dark red, and the other was emitting golden light. The powerful power dyed the entire evil forest into two colors. The evil eye tyrant lord quickly realized that something was wrong. The opponent's mental power actually contained the power of space, which was even more proficient than the spatial power he mastered, and his own power was actually consumed. Not only that, the golden beam became more and more terrifying. In addition to mental power and spatial power, it actually contained another kind of power. A power that had never been encountered before. Boom! The golden light shot up into the sky, and the entire sky was no longer a mixed color. It was all rendered golden, and the soul beasts in the entire demon forest crawled on the ground. Even if it was usually a titled Douluo who saw a 100,000 year soul beast that he treated with caution, he would also lower his body and dare not make any sound. How is it possible? The evil eye tyrant lord looked at the sky rendered golden in disbelief. He actually lost in the mental power competition. Nothing is impossible. How can you see the world clearly by living in the forest? The soul beasts on Douluo continent are used to living in the forest. No matter whether they are powerful or weak, they cannot escape from the forest. How can powerful strength be obtained through hard work? Human, don't think you have won. Then let me show you my real ability. The 81 tentacles behind the huge eyes of the evil eye tyrant monarch waved wantonly, and a dark red ocean was suspended behind them. That was the spiritual sea of the evil eye tyrant monarch. It can be imagined how terrifying its spiritual power is to be able to project the spiritual sea into reality with its own spiritual power. Chapter 286 The Battle of the Two Emperors of Ice and Snow. The figures of two stunning beauties appeared on Guyi's left and right. Do you want to try? Although the evil eye tyrant monarch is powerful, he is still not good enough in front of Guyi. In the entire Douluo continent, the only one who can threaten him is the Silver Dragon King. Although the cultivation of more than 700,000 years is powerful, it is still far behind the deep-sea demon whale king outside the Sea God Island. The mental power may be extremely strong, but Guyi is least afraid of the challenge of mental power. From the initial cultivation of magic skills to the current world of the heart. These are the results of mental cultivation. The meridians that helped him a lot in the beginning have even become the second-tier power. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor looked at each other at a glance, they both saw some fighting spirit in each other's eyes. After being integrated into Guyi's spiritual sea for so long, they haven't experienced the joy of fighting for a long time. Especially Ice Emperor. She is much more warlike than Snow Emperor, and she was integrated into Guyi's spiritual sea earlier than Snow Emperor. She has been thirsty for a long time, and her hands are a little itchy. You can use my power at will. Only those who have been in Guyi's spiritual sea will know how powerful the spiritual power is. Even the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, who once had 1,000,000 years of cultivation, can't compare with it in terms of strong spiritual power. The two women flew forward and then hugged each other in front of Guyi. The mountain on the chest was really a little tired. A terrifying power was contained in the body. Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor opened their mouths at the same time, and the whole evil soul forest was covered with ice and snow in an instant, and heavy snow fell from the sky. Even the dark red spiritual sea behind the evil eye tyrant lord solidified for a moment, showing how powerful it was. Go ahead. Ice Emperor couldn't hold back, and after exerting the power of the fusion field, he let go of Snow Emperor's hand, and almost flashed to the side of the evil eye tyrant lord, and his delicate palm directly hit the huge eyes. Ice Emperor's claws. Although Ice Emperor didn't have the extremely powerful 3 unique skills of Snow Emperor, he also had his own tricks over the years. Hands became extremely hard, and diamond-like particles condensed on the surface. The ultimate ice was contained in his hands. If the evil eye tyrant lord could be hit so easily, he would not have been able to escape from Di Tian's hands. The 81 tentacles behind him were very flexible and hit Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, and Guyi at the same time. Each tentacle contained a terrifying power, and the space was distorted when it was waved. Ice Emperor also gave up the attack that was about to come, and Zhanshi dodged dozens of tentacles, but he did not give up. A green light flashed by. Ah! The evil eye tyrant lord screamed. The attack just now by Ice Emperor almost cut off the tentacle. The wound occupied almost 1/3 of the entire tentacle, but no blood flowed out, and the surrounding area was directly covered by ice crystals. The evil eye tyrant lord is worthy of being the second most powerful beast in the beast ranking list. Even if it suffered such pain, the remaining tentacles still did not stop attacking Ice Emperor. Each tentacle seemed to contain 1,000 pounds of force. Once hit, even if it did not die, it would be seriously injured. The evil eye tyrant lord has a total of 81 tentacles. If one is injured, there are more tentacles with powerful power. Several tentacles have almost come behind Ice Emperor. For the evil eye tyrant lord who has mastered the power of space, this distance will only be faster than the blink of an eye. Be careful. The Snow Emperor's cold and slightly anxious voice appeared behind the Ice Emperor, and at the same time, a stream of ice blue sword energy repelled several tentacles that were spreading over. At the beginning of the battle, the Emperor's sword had already been condensed. The evil eye tyrant lord was definitely not an existence that could be easily dealt with, and he had to be extremely careful. Relying on Guyi's huge mental power, the Snow Emperor did not hesitate to use the almost inexhaustible mental power. The Emperor's sword, which originally consumed a lot of energy, was also swung casually. The ice blue sword energy was waving in the snow and ice. Prodigal woman. Guyi couldn't help but say it, but he didn't care too much. The power of the Emperor's sword was indeed good, and the consumption was also very huge. But he could still hold on. The tentacles were injured one after another, almost making the evil eye tyrant lord furious. The huge pupil that almost spanned the entire sky suddenly became deep, and a dark red thorn halo appeared around it. Buzz! The whole sky began to vibrate, and the thorn halo continued to attack the Ice and Snow Emperors. The two seemed to be unaffected. One clenched his fists, and the other held a sword, constantly attacking the tentacles. The attack just now had no effect on them at all. What's going on? The evil eye tyrant lord looked at the two women in disbelief. Even Emperor Tian would be affected by the thorn halo, so how could these two women be unscathed? Because Guyi's mental power was higher than that of the evil eye tyrant lord, he could not see the roots of the Ice and Snow Emperors at all, and naturally did not know that they were only left with souls. All the fighting power used now came from Guyi. The thorn halo can target soul masters or soul beasts with a sea of a spirit, and can forcibly pull out the other party's sea of a spirit. Whether it is a soul beast or a soul master, once they lose the sea of a spirit, they will only become an idiot. The originally very powerful move can no longer play any role. Guyi's own spiritual realm is above the evil eye tyrant lord, so he will not be affected. If you want to shake his spiritual sea, unless the evil eye tyrant master has truly reached the level of Emperor Heaven in cultivation, it may be possible to shake it. With the continuous battle, the tacit understanding between the ice and snow emperors has become more and more proficient. Although the power of the evil eye tyrant master is very strong, and the tentacles are even harder, but under the continuous attack of the extreme ice, it gradually became slow, and the tentacles also carried thick frost. If the Ice Emperor had not obtained the magical skill of Ice Explosion, it would have been able to play the greatest role at this time. You really pissed me off. The eyes at the front of countless tentacles opened, and black light condensed in them. Ice Emperor! The Snow Emperor saw this scene and shouted. The Ice Emperor not far away came to Swaty's side with his mind. The power of the two people merged together again. The Ice and Snow Emperors both mastered the extreme ice, but they had some differences in the direction of comprehension. The Snow Emperor was more inclined to ice and snow, while the Ice Emperor was permafrost. The white and green powers intertwined with each other, and a huge storm condensed in front of them. Guyi also felt that the power in his body was being constantly drawn away. The power fused from the two extreme ices was almost destructive, and the surrounding ice and snow were more rampant, and the black light was even gradually submerged in these ice and snow. Chapter 287 The Power of Time. The strength of the Ice and Snow Emperors is already higher than that of ordinary beasts, especially the Snow Emperor. Their cultivation is only less than 100,000 years lower than that of the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord. Their own combat power is also not weak, and they are accompanied by the Ice Emperor, a beast with powerful extreme ice. The power of the two can be easily integrated together, and they can burst out with powerful power. Endless ice and snowstorms condensed in front of them. If the Ice and Snow Emperors were on other people, it would be almost impossible to exert their original combat power, but Guyi, this freak, did not judge strength by his own cultivation. With his current strength, he can fully supply the consumption of the Ice and Snow Emperors, allowing them to exert their original strength. As the leader of a faction, the Evil Eye Tyrant Lord is naturally powerful. 81 mental paralysis rays burst out. In an instant, he merged into the ice and snow. Go to hell! A terrifying and angry voice came from the sky again. These 81 mental paralysis rays did not attack directly towards the second brother Bing and Shuet, or they completely dissipated before reaching the two emperors Bing and Shuet, leaving no trace of power in the space. Among the people present, only the Evil Eye Tyrant ruler and Guyi had a strong grasp of space. The black light did not disappear, but escaped into the space and traveled directly through the void. When the two emperors Bing and Shui reacted, the black light had already arrived in front of Guyi. 81 black lights attacked from all corners of Guyi's body at the same time. Guyi did not retreat or dodge at all, and a blood-red giant sword more than 2 meters long suddenly appeared in his hand. Standing in the air and stabbing directly in front of him, there was nothing else in this space, but this blood-red giant sword seemed to be inserted into the void, giving people the feeling that it was stable and would not fall even if he let go. The surrounding space turned blood-red at this moment, and the terrifying power spread in it. The space became broken, and the 81 black lights were directly destroyed without any resistance. This time it was completely dissipated, without any residue. The Evil Eye Tyrant Monarch always stared at the blood-colored giant sword in Guyi's hand. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis from the blood-colored giant sword, and even Emperor Tian had never given him such a feeling. It seemed that as long as the sword fell on him, there would be no way out. Come back, this battle should be over. The two emperors of ice and snow nodded, and turned into two streams of light and fell into Guyi's mind. Guyi walked in the air as if walking on flat ground, dragging a blood-colored giant sword in his hand. It seemed that even the space was torn apart wherever he passed. Every step he took did not make a sound, but the Evil Eye Tyrant Monarch felt that the crisis was getting closer and closer, and he could no longer wait. The huge eyes spanning 300 meters across the sky suddenly turned bright red, and the extremely terrifying aura became more violent and chaotic at this moment. It seemed that the whole space was shaking. This was the movement that the peak strong could cause. Every battle was devastating. A bright red light column like snow condensed in his eyes. The bright red light as fast as lightning came to Guyi in an instant. This was a light column condensed entirely by mental power. Guyi did not hesitate at all. A sharp breath suddenly burst out from his body and covered the Shura blood sword. The martial arts will combined with the powerful divine power. A sword was swung out. At this moment, the blood-colored sword energy covered all the light and directly cut the 300-meter light column in the middle. The attack force did not decrease. The blood-colored sword energy almost attacked the body of the evil eye tyrant ruler. There were countless cracks in the space where it passed, and the vitality of heaven and earth was constantly flowing into it, and it could not be healed for a long time. Will die, will die. The light of time and space. A deep blue light appeared in that huge eye, and a deep blue light column with a diameter of only about 1 meter appeared. Compared with the huge eye with a diameter of up to 300 meters, this light column was too small, even smaller than the tentacles behind it. But even such a small light column was very slow compared to the speed just now. But even such a slow light column made the blood-colored sword energy that was originally unstoppable solidify in the air. Everything around the sky and the earth turned dark blue, as if at this in an instant, the surrounding area became the domain of the evil eye tyrant lord. The dark blue light column quickly covered Guyi, and his body also turned dark blue. Except for the blood-red giant sword in his hand, there was no change. Watching this scene, the evil eye tyrant lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was with the attack of the light of time and space that he was able to escape from Di Tian's hands. Now, because of this attack, he defeated this powerful human. The huge eyes of the evil eye tyrant lord were full of anger. The light of time and space consumed his vitality. The power of time is especially mastered by ordinary people. Playing with time will also consume one's own life. Originally, he was not far away from the next 100,000 year catastrophe, and this time he consumed so much vitality to use the light of time and space. However, looking at the blood-colored giant sword wrapped in the light of time and space, but not changing, it can't be said that this time is not a gain. You know, even as strong as Emperor Tian will be affected by the light of time and space, and this blood-colored giant sword has not changed at all. If you can comprehend the secret, perhaps your own strength can be improved. The 81 tentacles behind the evil eye tyrant monarch flew again and flew towards Guyi. Where is the person? The evil eye tyrant monarch was shocked. The human in front of him suddenly disappeared, and his figure could not be found in the huge pupil. Until a voice like a hellish devil came from the side. Thank you, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would take me longer to understand the mystery of time. Impossible, how could this be possible? The evil eye tyrant monarch looked at Guyi who had regained his freedom in disbelief. I don't understand why he can resume action. Even as strong as Emperor Tian, a euro he can only be bound obediently. Time treats everyone equally. In return, I will send you back to the cycle of reincarnation. He raised the blood sword of Azura in his hand, infused it with powerful strength, and a huge blood sword spanning the sky and the earth rose into the sky. The blood sword of Azura seemed to be magnified countless times, and its length even exceeded the height of the tyrant lord of the evil eye. Die! No, the tyrant lord of the evil eye roared unwillingly, and the surrounding trees instantly turned into dust in this powerful roar. The explosion of only mental power and soul power could produce such a devastating wave. But even if his current strength has been raised to the level of Emperor Tian, a euro he still has to die. Boom. Chapter 288. The abnormality of the two emperors of ice and snow. The blood sword of Azura cut through the sky. This time, the blood-red light was completely blooming in the entire sky. The powerful wave spread thousands of miles away. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, the blood sword of Azura could be clearly seen. Even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. The evil-eyed tyrant lord waved the tentacles behind him frantically, constantly attacking Guyi. Each tentacle contained terrifying power. The evil-eyed tyrant lord had completely understood that he had no chance of surviving. No life could survive under this sword, not even Emperor Tian. Almost all the power was concentrated on these 81 tentacles. Don't forget that Guyi still had the two emperors of ice and snow on him. Two beautiful beauties appeared beside Guyi again to help resist these troublesome tentacles. Fall. A blood-red light flashed in the sky, and the Shura blood sword returned to its original state. The dark red eyes of the evil-eyed tyrant lord, which spanned 300 meters across the sky, seemed to be cut open in the middle. Click. A few seconds later, the body of the slanting-eyed tyrant lord was directly split in two from the middle. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded over the demon forest, blood splattered, and the explosion was as loud as thunder. Almost half of the entire demon forest was blown to pieces in the explosion. I don't trademark know how many soul beasts died in this terrifying explosion. Guyi and the two emperors, Bing and Xuet, were not hurt by the explosion. A simple space barrier could perfectly avoid it all, and even the explosion could not affect their eardrums. If I fight him alone, I can only guarantee that I will not die. The Snow Emperor looked at the open space in front of him, where only a soul ring surrounded by 7 golden patterns and a strange soul bone were left. I couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, I stayed in the far north for too long, and I was a little bit of a sit-in-the-well viewing the world. If the Snow Emperor were to choose again, she would still choose to follow Guyi to the human world and venture with him. During this period of time, although it was very boring in Guyi's spiritual world, it was more exciting than the past hundreds of thousands of years of life. If she could choose, she would like to be a human in her next life. Although human life is not even a fraction of that of soul beasts, their cultivation speed and talent are above all soul beasts. Even soul beasts with powerful innate bloodlines still need a long time to grow. Absorbing soul rings, come on, Ice Emperor, and I will protect you. Guyi nodded. He directly pulled the soul ring and soul bone of the evil eye tyrant lord over at the same time. Compared to the soul bones that other 100,000-year soul beasts exploded, the evil eye tyrant lord directly brought another external soul bone to Guyi, and this external soul bone was also a soul bone that was very suitable for his eyes. Although the soul ring of more than 700,000 years contained a lot of energy, it was easy for Guyi to absorb it now. The soul ring absorbed very quickly. With the influx of a lot of mental power, the 2 emperors of ice and snow were also nourished, and the origin of their souls became clearer. The sea of a euro spirit was widened again. However, the increase of these spiritual powers did not significantly improve Guyi's strength. The absorption of the soul ring was very smooth, and nothing happened, but Guyi felt that there was a soul in it. Guyi dared to say that no one in the world could surpass him in the study of soul and mind. The soul hidden in the soul ring of the idle talk tyrant ruler was like a ray of sunshine in the dark night, which was very dazzling. You are really a thief who is not dead. I could wipe you out in your prime, let alone you with only your soul left. Guyi looked at the miniature version of the evil eye tyrant ruler and chuckled. How could you find me? The evil eye tyrant ruler looked at Guyi in disbelief, but he had compressed his soul power again and again, and there was no possibility of being discovered. I just planned to wait until Guyi was weak and take away his body in one fell swoop. Since you want to enter my body so much, then get out of here. It's wishful thinking to want to stir up trouble after coming to his spiritual sea. No. The evil eye tyrant ruler was thrown directly into the world of heart by Guyi, where he will continue to shine and heat for Guyi's growth. Just like Tang Chen, who has already existed there. Binger, you like Guyi, right? The Ice Emperor seemed to have his secret exposed. Where was the mighty and domineering aura that once dominated the far north? She showed a little girl's shyness and her face was a little red. If other people said it, she wouldn't care, but the exquisite ice goddess in front of her, who seemed to have no impurities, was the woman she had always thought about. The friendship has existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and can be regarded as the closest comrades and friends. Shwetter, what are you talking about? I don't like that guy. Bingdi retorted stubbornly. Swaity looked at Bingdi's shy little girl and couldn't help laughing. Binger, touch your face, do you feel hot all over and your cheeks are very hot? Bingdi turned around suddenly, not wanting Swaity to look at her, and covered her cheek with her jade hand, wrapping her whole face in it, and wanted to die in her heart. Swaity seemed to think that Bingdi was very funny, and leaned close to her ear and said teasingly, what should I do? It seems that I like him too. Fortunately, Binger, you don't like him, otherwise I don't know what to do. When she said this, Shweta herself did not realize that her originally cold and noble voice had become charming. After hearing this, Bingdi turned around abruptly, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at her pure and innocent sister in disbelief. In her impression, no matter what time it was, the junior brother was always cold and calm, as if nothing in the world was in her heart. The snow-white eyes contained the snow that never melted all year round. When would she say such a thing? Shweta, are you serious? Bingdi suddenly found that he did not recognize her. In the 2 years since she came to the human world, Shweta seemed to have changed a lot. I'm just teasing you. Sister, I don't have any emotions in my heart. Ice and snow are my best friends. Shweta once again regained her previous cold and noble character, and her temperament became pure and innocent. However, Bing if you want to be with him, I'm afraid you still need to pay a lot of hardships. We are now just souls that rely on him, without any entity. Although the spiritual power has reached a very solid state and can be touched in reality, it is not real after all. Ice Emperor also knows what Snow Emperor said. I don't want to own him. It's already a great thing to be able to stay by his side like this. Ice Emperor shook his head. Alas, who told him that he was born romantic? Chapter 289 The Last Puzzle of the Energy Field. Has it been absorbed? Ice and Snow Emperor came to Guyi and did not show any emotion. Well, but this time I'm afraid I have to return to Douluo continent in advance. The energy field has been lacking the last element before, but I didn't expect it to be supplemented here. The time element is a more profound power than the power of space. Even the evil eye tyrant ruler who has practiced for so many years still has only a slight understanding of it. Under the control of the light of time and space, I completely understood the power of time. In addition, I absorbed the soul ring of the evil eye tyrant ruler just now, which made me gain all the insights into time and space. I must go into a deep retreat again. I have a feeling I feel that the fully awakened energy field will have more terrifying power than before. After so many years, this regret has always been in Guyi's heart. Even though he has tried to comprehend the mystery of time, he has failed every time. Time is not as easy to comprehend as space. Space can at least be obtained when the power reaches a certain level, but time is ethereal and is equal to any life in the world. A day is 24 hours, not a second more or less. It is precisely because it is too illusory that Guyi has never been able to figure it out. This time, under the light of time and space of the evil eye tyrant ruler, he finally deeply experienced the power of time for the first time. Even if the time power comprehended by the evil eye tyrant ruler is based on the spiritual level, it is enough for him to complete the next gift. Even your fantasy world can be further improved. Just make your decision. You have seen almost all the local customs and practices here. Guyi glanced at Bingdi. He had heard all the conversation just now. He didn't expect that Bingdi would have such thoughts about him. This was something he had never expected. However, being secretly loved by such a peerless beauty made him feel secretly happy. After absorbing the spiritual power of the evil eye tyrant ruler, his perception ability was greatly improved again, and the positioning of space jumps was more accurate. It took less than a day to recharge the Sun and Moon continent and return to the Sea God Island today. Since he chose to retreat this time, he actually had to meet them at the last moment and relax by the way. When he came here, Zhu Zuking's people were crossing the light of the sea god. Although this is a forbidden area, with his current strength, as long as he does not violate the taboos of the sea god, he will hardly being expelled, and Ning Rongrong is now the inheritor of the sea god. She is the most distinguished person on the entire sea god island. A few days later, Guyi picked up the hands and feet on him, looked at the sleeping women, and quietly left the room. No sound was made during the whole process. It was even faster to return to Douluo continent from Sea God Island, and Guyi went straight to the spirit hall. Although he had been seeing Bibi Dong every once in a while in the past few years, he still missed her a little. Guyi, who came to the spirit city, soon found that the current spirit city was more solemn and majestic than before, and there were many more soul masters in the city, and they were not the weak soul masters who had just entered the soul master realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before the war starts. Guyi understood that Bibi Dong could not stay there for too long, and some things were already being prepared. She's back. Guyi suddenly sensed a holy aura, which he had only felt in two people. Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu. After a careful inspection, the golden-clad girl had a holy look on her face and exuded the aura of a soul saint. Guyi had never thought that Qian Rongxiu could improve her cultivation to that of a soul saint in such a short time, and her appearance was more refined and outstanding than a few years ago. After just a few observations, Guyi locked onto Bibi Dong's aura, and with a space jump, he came to her side. Who? Bibi Dong's sharp voice sounded, and 8 spider spears emerged from behind him, and a dark purple aura spread from him. With Guyi's company and nourishment in the past few years, he was gradually able to control the power of Rakshasa and would not be bewitched. His strength has surpassed Qian Daoliu, an old man who has stayed in this realm for too long. Seeing that the person coming was Guyi, Bibi Dong first showed a look of surprise, and then frowned and didn't look at him. However, the 8 spider spears behind him were quietly retracted, and he said coldly, "Isn't this the famous god of war? How come you have time to come to my small Wuhan hall today instead of accompanying your confidants?" Guyi could hear some joy in his cold tone, which is why she has a special memory of Bibi Dong. No matter how long it has been, she always maintains that arrogant look. At this time, Guyi directly pounced on her, pressed her hard on the bed, and firmly pressed his hands on her head, Donger, you are not obedient again. Humph, I'm not your pet, let me go quickly and go back to accompany your confidants. Bibi Dong looked directly into Gu Yi's eyes, with some stubbornness and grievance in her eyes. Without saying much, Gu Yi leaned down directly. If he wanted Bibi Dong to communicate with him obediently, he could only use this method. Words could not enter her heart at all. Only strong actions could make her understand what it means to be soft as water. Ah, what are you doing? Get out of here. Bibi Dong kept struggling, but she seemed to have forgotten that she was a peak Douluo at level 99. She only needed to use a little strength to push Gu Yi away, but her pair of white and slender hands pushed his chest so weakly. The prelude to the war began. Until the evening, Bibi Dong's knees separated from the bed, and her white skin became a little rosy, and no one knew how it happened. Is it okay? Lying on the bed, Gu Yi gently stroked Bibi Dong's hair, with a bit of joy on his face, and asked. Where have you been during this time? The spirit hall's ears and eyes are all over the Douluo continent. Gu Yi is a celebrity on the entire continent, plus the group of students around him. Bibi Dong was naturally able to receive intelligence. Gu Yi had not appeared for so long that Bibi Dong once thought that he had become a god and left Douluo continent. Gu Yi's strength has improved too fast in recent years. As the inheritor of the godhood, even Gu Yi's strength cannot be detected. See God Island. What are you going there for? Compared with the godhood of the evil god king, the sea god, even as a powerful first-level god, is of no use to you. Bibi Dong realized it just after she finished speaking. It's for your confidants again. Chapter 290 The Debate on Inheritance. Bibi Dong suddenly came and became jealous, which made Gu Yi laugh and cry. Among the women he has, Bibi Dong is the most arrogant and jealous one. It is precisely because of this that she is special. If life is always so plain, sooner or later you will lose the fun of life. I have something else to do. You can lie down slowly. Bibi Dong got up from his arms, looking unhappy. I have worked hard to cultivate here and obtain the godhood. It would be fine if I came to help them and clear the blocked meridians. Now I am helping them obtain the godhood. This time she was really angry. Gu Yi can be regarded as the person who knows Bibi Dong best in the world. Whether it is physical or spiritual, he is the person who knows her best. How could she not know what Bibi Dong was angry about? How could Gu Yi let Bibi Dong leave like this? He took a few steps forward and hugged her willow-like waist, and his body was just like that. I am angry. Otherwise, I will give you a godhood. Gu Yi's words made Bibi Dong's mouth reveal a smile. In fact, she really didn't want much. She just hoped that Gu Yi could accompany her more and spend more time on her. She had no shortage of resources, wealth, and godhood. All she wanted was Gu Yi's attitude. Go away. If the throne can be given away so easily, how many people in this world can become gods? Bibi Dong's anger has been reduced by more than half. Gu Yi only needs to say a few nice words to make her completely soft and obedient. Although Bibi Dong is now powerful and ambitious, and truly above millions of people, he used to not like power, or not care about it that much. She used to be an innocent girl, full of yearning for love. As long as she falls in love, she can give herself to the other person wholeheartedly and without reservation. It's just that she has gradually lost her original intention after holding the overwhelming power for so many years, and the influence of the Rakshasa power on her is even greater. But even so, it still hasn't changed her nature, and she still cherishes love very much. Gu Yi turned Bibi Dong in his arms around, looked at her head turned away, and suddenly there was a long sword in his hand. This long sword is the blood sword of Asura, and it is also the super artifact of the Asura god king. It can even allow people to inherit the Asura god position. What is this? When the bloody giant sword appeared, Bibi Dong suddenly felt a cold and murderous breath, and an incredible light flashed in her phoenix eyes. What on earth is this thing that can make her tremble all over and feel a little cold? She now truly has the peak soul power of level 99, and the Rakshasa god position is about to come. However, even though she is so powerful, she still subconsciously feels fear when facing this giant sword. The blood sword of Asura belongs to the Asura god king, one of the 5 great gods in the god realm. It is a super artifact. Bibi Dong looked at Gu Yi in shock, without any doubt about what he said. Are you okay? Bibi Dong suddenly realized something and kept looking at Gu Yi's body. The jealousy and anger before had long disappeared. What can happen to me? Didn't you feel it just now? Do you want to try again? Bibi Dong endured her blushing cheeks and did not answer Guyi's words. She still checked his whole body and finally breathed a sigh of relief when she did not find any wounds. The artifact is a treasure of vital importance to every god. How could it be obtained by outsiders? Bibi Dong was also worried and confused. How could Guyi, with his current cultivation level, take his super artifact from the hands of the Shura God King? How did this come about? Looking at Bibi Dong's worried look, Guyi did not hide it and told her what happened in the slaughter city. After hearing all this, Bibi Dong was also shocked. She never thought that the king of slaughter she had met before would be Tang Chen, the strongest of Haoshan sect. She also did not expect that there was a heritage that surpassed the position of Rakshasa hidden in the slaughter city. Is Nana okay? Knowing the whole story, Bibi Dong was not as anxious as before and began to ask about Hulina's situation. Over the years, she had completely raised Hulina as her daughter. If Hulina had not insisted on going to the slaughter city, she would never have let her go to such an extremely dangerous place. Even she had almost lost her life many times before. Don't worry, I left a life force in her body, even if she was fatally injured, she can survive. How about it, should you thank me? Guyi's step back made Bibi Dong understand his thoughts, and she said unhappily, how dare you say that? If your student hadn't defeated her, Nana wouldn't have been stimulated and had to go to the slaughter city to improve her strength. Angry women are unreasonable, and Guyi is very clear about this point. Okay, let's not talk about others. Keep this sword. You have passed the training of the slaughter city and obtained the killing god realm, so you are qualified to inherit the inheritance of the Shura God King. Although a person can only obtain one god position, you have twin martial spirits, which means you are qualified to obtain another god position. Combined with the Shura divine power in this sword, you can have two god positions. Guyi had no intention of absorbing the inheritance of the Shura god from the beginning to the end. If it weren't for the fact that his self-created god had not made much progress, he would not even want the inheritance of the evil god king. The more he practiced, the more Guyi realized that some things could only be achieved through his own practice. No, I don't want it. Don't you also have twin martial souls? Having two god kings will increase your strength to an unprecedented level. Bibi Dong did not take the bloody giant sword. What she said just now was just a joke. How could she really want Guyi's godhood? As Guyi is her man, Bibi Dong naturally wants him to become as strong as possible. He did not deliberately hide the fact that he had twin martial spirits from others. Almost everyone close to him knew about it. With his current strength, there was no need to hide it at all. Besides, some things cannot be copied. I don't need it. Relying on other godhoods to become a god is just the safest choice. I want to become a god with faith and condense my own godhood. This is what I pursue. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's phoenix eyes were full of brilliance. This was the man she liked, with the most powerful talent and the most heroic spirit in the world. The only thing that made her dissatisfied was that he was too romantic. Chapter 291 The Blood God Cult appeared. Bibi Dong finally accepted the Shura blood sword. I feel the breath of Jianrongxiu. It seems that you have found the right person to replace her. When talking about Jianrongxiu, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with love and resentment. The two opposing emotions kept circling in those phoenix eyes, and finally turned into love. In the past few years, she has changed a lot, and has also recovered some of her former personality, becoming less bloodthirsty and manic. She no longer attached the sins of Jian Sunji to Jianrongxiu. After all, it is still her bloodline, a piece of flesh that fell from her body. Well, within 2 years, the spirit hall will no longer tolerate it, and the continent should be unified. Bibi Dong had a bit of an imperial aura at this moment. As her subordinates took charge of more and more people and the territory she managed became larger and larger, the imperial aura gradually emerged in her. Not only noble, but also domineering. When the time comes, I will take you as my queen and govern this continent together. Bibi Dong had infinite imaginations. He could share everything in the future with Guyi, and was even willing to give up his position to him. She would be the little woman behind him. After being affectionate with Bibi Dong for a while, Guyi left. This time, the retreat location was not chosen in the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, which witnessed his growth. He would not choose Tianwen Academy, which did not have much significance and could not even guarantee his safety. As for the retreat location, it had already been selected based on the suggestions of his second brothers Bing and Shuet. The north deep in the earth. There are few people there, it is a paradise for soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts are common, 10,000-year soul beasts cannot dominate, and only 100,000-year soul beasts can dominate. There, the Snow Emperor is the real lord, and no soul beast dares to challenge Her Majesty. She has absolute control. Besides, there, the Ice and Snow Emperors can exert their most powerful power. Even if Emperor Tian comes, I am afraid they will not be opponents if they join forces. Guyi just wants to comprehend the mystery of time, improve himself domain, and completely cultivated the meridian martial soul. Back to the cave again, Guyi did not have any taboos, and sat cross-legged on the ice bed directly, and began to absorb the understanding of time that the evil eye tyrant ruler had gained over the years. The mystery of time is not so simple to crack. Although the evil eye tyrant ruler has comprehended the power of time over the years, it is ultimately a spiritual level, which can cause a great blow to the spirit. But this is a very good thing for him. Spiritual power is the power he is best at now, and it is easier and more natural to comprehend it. After several transformations, the two emperors of ice and snow have been able to leave the body for hundreds of meters, and they don't Euro trademark T have to be trapped in Guyi Euro trademark S body all the time. During the comprehension process, Guyi did not forget the two soul skills given to him by the evil eye tyrant ruler. The light of time and space and the thorn halo. These two abilities are the most powerful skills of the evil eye tyrant ruler, and even the light of time and space is the bottom of the box. It will not be used unless it is a life and death crisis. But these have become Guyi Euro trademark S success. Nutrients for growth. Although the cultivation of the evil eye tyrant lord was nothing special in Guyi's opinion, it was also unique in the use of mental power, especially the ability of Thorn Halo, which was a big move for group killing. If the mental power was lower than that of the person, it would be almost difficult to resist the invasion of this ability, which could directly pull the sea of a euro mind into the body, making people directly demented. The sea of a euro mind is the most important component of the human body. While Guyi was studying the power of time, an evil force began to take root in Douluo continent. Blood God cult. Meet the leader. Dozens of soul masters wearing black robes and pale faces half knelt in front of the man covered in black robes, shouting in unison, their eyes full of heat. Get up! The man's voice was cold and piercing, and even a bloody smell could be felt when he spoke. Master, the blood in the human body is much easier to refine than that in soul beasts. Should we change our strategy? A woman standing in the front, with her breasts exposed, and a black robe could not cover her plump figure. She kept leaning towards the man in front of her, with a fascinating look in her eyes. No, the blood god cult has just been established, and its foundation is unstable and needs to be developed in secret. A strand of red hair emerged from the black robe. This was not an ordinary red, but the color of blood. The woman who was constantly approaching suddenly attacked, her body changed extremely quickly, a pair of terrifying fangs grew in her mouth, and she hissed like a snake. Looking for death? The man with long blood-red hair said coldly, stretching out his hands hidden under the black robe. Unlike the color of his hair, these hands were as white as jade, and even glowed under the sunlight. Ah! Without any resistance, he pinched the woman's neck directly, and gently exerted force. Vines with thorns emerged from the black robe and kept binding the woman's body until she was completely included. The woman screamed in pain, and the blood in her body was constantly drained. Weakness and pain constantly stimulated her mind. If you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed. Although you were all fallen soul masters, you are now following me. If you dare to commit crimes again, you will end up like her. The vines faded, leaving only white bones and tattered clothes. Hiss! The remaining dozens of people took a breath of cold air. It was cruel, too cruel. There would be no mercy for his own people. I will follow the leader's order. On this day, a group of uninvited guests came to the far north. A group of people walked towards the depths of the far north without stopping. When they encountered soul beasts, they drove them away without any entanglement, and continued to move deeper. The amazing thing is that there is no man in this team, all women, and the uniform clothes make them look particularly attractive. None of the women in the team is ugly, and they can be called beauties anywhere. Young, lively and cute. Old, mature and charming. Sister, has that bastard looked for I 1/2 EOEA 1/2 again? The lively and cute girl in the team wearing sky blue clothes asked a cool and elegant woman beside her. Just hearing the girl's question, the cool temperament on her body also dissipated a little. He is not a bastard, and I have nothing to do with him. It's just a rumor. The cool woman didn't seem to want to talk too much about this matter. She sat on the ground elegantly, with a few memories flashing in her eyes, revealing a sweet expression. The mature and beautiful woman who was guarding the surrounding situation saw her showing such an expression and sighed lightly. Damn fate! Chapter 292 The Secret Between Shui Bing'er and Guyi. Bing'er, come here. Shui Qing looked at the disciple who entered his world, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Teacher, what's the matter? Shui Bing'er stood up and walked in front of the master, acting very naturally. But the redness on her face did not dissipate, and the sweetness was still lingering on her face. It's been so long, it's time to let it go. Shui Bing'er's footsteps trembled, and she suddenly felt that the originally friendly ice and snow made her learn a little coldness at this moment. She has the top martial soul, the ice phoenix, which is not the fire phoenix that has transformed from a chicken like Ma Hung Jun. She has no flaws and her martial soul is terrifyingly powerful. Ice is her best friend, but at this moment, she feels painful. Teacher, I have forgotten, I really have forgotten. Seeing Shui Qing's unbelievable look, Bing'er forgot several times in a row, and she was a little excited. But if he really forgot, how could he be so excited? He is usually so elegant, gentle, and calm in front of everyone. At the beginning, he came to the academy just to exchange with us, although we are more fortunate in this transaction and get more. He hasn't come again for so many years, so we should understand what he thinks in his heart. The next is the critical moment of absorbing the sixth soul ring. No matter what, we can't let emotions affect the absorption of the soul ring. Shui Bing'er was silent, knowing that what the teacher said was true, and he had never come back, just like he had never been there. Just took her heart away. Teacher, I know. Shui Bing'er showed a pale smile, suddenly hugged her body, and felt the cold from the inside out. Ice and snow didn't seem to be close to her. It has been more than 2 months since Guyi retreated. There was no breath in the cave, and the silence was terrifying. No one knew what Guyi was doing now. There was a broken soul guide in front of him, and Guyi just looked at it quietly. The mysterious power emanated from him and acted on the soul guide. A miracle happened. The broken soul guide was slowly getting better and becoming complete. The magic circle in it also appeared out of thin air, and the magical power enveloped the entire soul guide. Click! All the actions stopped abruptly, and the soul guide that had been half restored suddenly broke and became completely broken. Failed again. Guyi looked at the broken soul guide in front of him, but he was not discouraged. He swept away the pile of rubbish in front of him and took out another soul guide, which was also broken. He did not put it in the place just now, but took it in his hand and used his mental power to study the technology on it. The Evil Eye Tyrant Master's understanding of time had been thoroughly understood by him a month and a half ago. The light of time and space is just a superficial use of the power of time in his eyes now. Time should not be used in this way. After understanding it so far, he can use the power of time on other things. For example, to destroy a piece of stone, it only needs to use the power of time to restore it. My current control of time can only be limited to restoring some things that have no vitality and are not complicated. Although the soul guide has no life, the complexity of it is not comparable to ordinary things. The magic array in it is even more complex and changeable, and it requires a deeper understanding to restore these things. But he is not in a hurry. The last trip to the Sun and Moon continent, he stockpiled a large number of soul guides, whether complete or broken, which was a great inspiration to him. The mystery of time is very important, but the research on one's own weapons cannot be stopped. Artifacts are of great help in future battles. The combat power of a god with a divine weapon and a god without a divine weapon is completely different, even if they are of the same level. After he has studied all these soul guides, Guyi will treat them as experimental products, and he will not feel the slightest heartache even if they are damaged. The research on soul guides and time is still continuing. The far north. The teacher of Tian Shui College walked in front to open the way. Shui Bing'er broke away from the other students and became a single class, lowering her head slightly and looking at her toes. I don't know what she is thinking. Senior Sister Yuer, what's wrong with Sister Bing'er? Why is she so listless? This time, Tian Shui College collectively hunted for soul rings, including several people who didn't know the whole story. Shui Yuer was eager to explain their curiosity. It was a few years ago when Guyi, now known as the God of War, came to the academy. A few years ago, Tian Shui Academy. Like several other elemental academies, Gu Yi also directly proposed the conditions for exchange, and the dean of Tianshui Academy naturally would not refuse. He also proposed that he take care of the talented students, and he did not refuse. A bad fate began. The god of war at that time was in his prime, and no woman could feel bad when seeing him. He was born to live in the crowd. Sister Bing'er was also young and beautiful, with outstanding talents. The key was that she was extremely gentle and calm, and treated everyone very gently. Naturally, she became one of the people he taught. Both of them were in their prime of youth, and their hearts were full of love, and nothing could stop them. Shui Bing'er, who was walking in front, suddenly turned her head and sternly stopped her sister from spreading rumors. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful or I'll really beat you up. Shui Bing'er's face had turned red with shame, bringing a different color to the snowy sky. Back then, only she and Gu Yi knew about what happened back then, and even her closest sister and teacher had never told her. Time went back to that year. The Continental High-Level Soul Master competition had just ended, and the regrettable failure of Tianshui Academy had also dealt her a heavy blow. She returned to the academy to practice harder, squeezing out her potential, and that's when Gu Yi appeared. Gu Yi's appearance made the entire academy crazy, not only because of his strength and talent, but also because of his appearance. After several transformations, the Meridian Martial Soul absorbed the Blue-Silver Emperor Soul Bone, and its vitality continued to improve. Its body continued to progress towards perfection, and it became more and more friendly to the world. Both in terms of body shape and appearance, it can be regarded as the best in the world. It can almost be regarded as a collection of the creation of heaven and earth, and the aura of the sun and the moon. At first, she didn't know Gu Yi, but only saw him from a distance. The first real communication was the relationship of mentor and mentor. Shui Bing'er was also attracted to Gu Yi. Although she was not as active as other crazy girls, she was thinking about him in her heart. Until that incident happened. Chapter 293, Dangers. A few days later, Tianshui the Academy finally found a soul ring suitable for Shui Bing'er. The 30,000-year-old ice crystal phoenix, this soul beast not only has extremely powerful ice attribute abilities, but also has rich phoenix blood. Shui Bing'er's martial soul is the top ice phoenix, and it is very suitable to absorb the soul ring of this soul beast. It is not easy to take down this ice crystal phoenix. These days, they have walked to the middle of the extreme north, and the 10,000-year soul beasts here are not as rare as in other regions. Once a battle is triggered, it is very likely that a powerful soul beast will attack. No need to fight quickly. Shuya, let's attack together. Shuiqing said to Shuya beside him. Both of them are soul Douluo level strong men, with very strong strength, and can better exert their strength in the world of ice and snow. Okay. Shuya did not hesitate, and directly summoned her martial soul, jumped into the air, and suddenly turned into a huge flying bird, with ice crystal-like feathers that were particularly gorgeous. Shuiqing was unwilling to lag behind, and also soared into the air, turning into an ice butterfly in the air. This is her martial soul. The two of them used their martial souls at the same time, and they were bound to take down the ice crystal phoenix in the shortest time. The power of the two made the surrounding environment colder and the wind and snow stronger at this moment. One was responsible for ice control, and the other was responsible for dealing damage. Although the ice crystal phoenix was a 30,000-year-old soul beast, it was still quickly defeated under the full strength attack of the two soul Douluos. It screamed in the sky and fell powerlessly on the snow. It was frozen before the blood flowed out. The extremely low temperature also has this advantage, which is that it will not let the blood flow everywhere. Bing'er, hunt this soul beast. Shuiqing turned into her original form, her face was obviously a little pale, and her breathing was not as even as before. It looked like she had consumed too much soul power. Originally, this 30,000-year-old soul beast didn't need to use its martial soul true body, it could be killed slowly, but because of the special nature of the far north, they had to do so. Well, thank you, teacher. Shui Bing'er summoned her martial soul and prepared to give the final blow. Cry. The sudden bird call made everyone's ears ring. The terrifying aura came from not far away and was constantly approaching them. Not good, the last cry of the ice crystal phoenix just now finally attracted the soul beast. Let's go. With such a terrifying aura, even if it is not a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it is at least about 70,000 or 80,000 years old. It's not a match. Shuiqing commanded the students to retreat. Although there were 3 soul Douluos in the team, she and Shuya had already used their martial soul true bodies, and it was difficult to exert their strongest power in a short period of time. It was absolutely impossible to be the opponent of this soul beast. No matter how reluctant they were, they could only give up the soul ring that was about to be obtained. Saving their lives was the most important thing. Shui Bing'er left the ice crystal phoenix without any hesitation and ran towards the teacher's position. This kind of thing is not uncommon. If you want to hunt soul beasts, you have to take corresponding risks. The more powerful the soul beast, the more likely it is to be devastated. Keeping oneself safe is the most important thing to do at the moment. Just after running a few hundred meters, everyone saw an ice crystal phoenix that was a few times larger than the previous ice crystal phoenix. The pupils showed human grief and anger. The 2 ice crystal phoenixes kept moving their beaks, as if they were communicating. The ice crystal phoenix that had just flown in and the injured ice crystal phoenix that was lying on the ground and unable to move had a neck encounter. A few shrill cries came from the bird's beak, and a pair of pupils locked onto the fleeing people across a distance of hundreds of meters. The huge wings flapped, blowing up the wind and snow all over the sky, and almost caught up with them in a few breaths. How could 2 legs be better than flying? Almost in the blink of an eye, countless ice cones condensed in front of the ice crystal phoenix. With a cry, countless ice cones shot towards the ground. No, Shuya, take the kids away. Shuiqing rushed forward and took the lead to use soul skills to block the oncoming ice cones. The power of the ice cones was beyond Shuiqing's imagination. Not only was it fast, but the soul power contained in it was even more powerful. Now that she has cultivated to level 89, she also felt a sense of powerlessness after bearing these ice cones. The consequences of using the martial soul body just now have not dissipated. The soul power has not recovered. Cry. The ice crystal phoenix saw that its attack was blocked, and its wings suddenly flapped, raising gusts of wind, and terrifying soul power was also contained in it. The wind and snow covered the entire area. At the same time, another soul Douluo also turned into a martial soul body, but her martial soul could not let her fly, so she could only help Shuiqing on the ground. A huge ice spear flew up from the ground and pierced straight into the ice crystal phoenix. Shuya led a group of students to run towards the outer edge of the far north. Only by leaving the far north could they be truly safe. No, I can't leave. Teacher Shuya, take the girls with you. I'll go help them. Shui Bing'er suddenly ran in the opposite direction. She couldn't leave her teacher to face such a powerful soul beast. That's right, it's just a soul beast. Shui Yu'er also turned around. Following her sister's footsteps. The 2 of them together can exert a stronger power, and even play a crucial role in this battle. Shui Bing'er directly summoned her martial soul, and in this icy environment, the power of the ice phoenix can be more reflected. The far north is not only a paradise for ice-attributed soul beasts, but also a paradise for ice-attributed soul masters, where the most powerful power can be exerted. Yu'er! Shui Bing'er just shouted, and Shui Yu'er next to her instantly understood her thoughts. As biological sisters, they are already psychic, and they can also produce martial soul fusion skills, so they can understand each other's intentions in every move. Bing'er, what are you doing back? Go quickly. Shuiqing felt Shui Bing'er's breath and shouted hurriedly. After several confrontations, she felt that even with another soul Douluo, she could not be the opponent of this soul beast. Although the age of this soul beast has not reached 100,000 years, it is not only 70,000 or 80,000 years as they thought. It is definitely a terrifying existence that is about to transform into a 100,000 year soul beast. Ice and snow are falling. Shui Bing'er did not answer, feeling her abundant soul power. The fusion of martial souls is not just the fusion of soul power, which can double their strength. A cold voice sounded, and the boundless wind and snow were set off in the place where the snow was originally falling. The harmless flying snow became sharp at this moment, directly attacking the ice crystal phoenix. Shui Bing'er knew that her strength was not enough to participate in this level of battle, so she could only use her ultimate move right away. It was also the confidence that she dared to come back. Chapter 294 Tragic. In the competition field of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, her and Shui Yu'er's cultivation was only Soul Sect, and the martial soul fusion skills they used at that time could rival the attack of Soul Emperor. Now both of them are Soul Kings, and she is only one soul ring away from being a genuine Soul Emperor. The martial soul fusion skill she used again was much more powerful than before. Not to mention the title Douluo, she can also be compared with the soul Douluo. The flying snow kept cutting the ice crystal phoenix. The biggest feature of the soul skill of ice and snow drifting is not the extremely strong explosive power, but the continuous flow. Every piece of flying snow can be transformed into a weapon to attack the enemy. It can withstand the attack for a while, and the time anomaly will inevitably cause problems. The snow-white storm directly included the ice crystal phoenix in the air. What Shui Binger had to do was not to defeat it, but to control it. Let the teachers free up their hands and brew a more powerful attack. This is her goal. It is true that the ice crystal phoenix is a powerful, but facing this overwhelming attack, it is also difficult to break free in a short time. Shui Qing will not waste Shui Binger's painstaking efforts and use her strongest soul skill. Ice and snow destruction. I saw her palms facing each other, brewing an extremely icy force between her palms, and all the soul power in her body was condensed in her palms. The light kept shining, even the flying snow could not cover it. Another soul fighter was also brewing a big move. After a few breaths, an ice blue light passed through the sky, which was very dazzling even in the white snow. At the same time, a long ice blue hair fell from the sky, which was obviously the work of another soul fighter. Shui Binger also saw the right time and dispersed her own martial soul fusion skills before their attacks arrived, ensuring that her soul skills would not weaken the power of the teachers and others in the slightest. While dispersing the soul skills, the flying snow that was originally flying around the ice crystal phoenix condensed in mid-air. The snowflakes gathered together and slowly gathered into an ice phoenix with a body length of nearly 20 meters. Compared to the ice phoenix displayed at the all-continental high-level Soul Master competition that year, the power condensed now is twice that of the original. It can also be seen how Shui Binger and Shui Yuer have improved their strength during this period. The fusion of martial souls allows them to practice faster than geniuses, and the improvement in strength is also not comparable to that of a single person. The lifelike ice phoenix in the sky constantly absorbs the power of the surrounding wind and snow, becoming more condensed. The far north is where the ice phoenix should exist, and only here can it bloom with the most fundamental power. The power of the origin of the martial soul makes the ice phoenix condensed by Shui Binger no less powerful than Soul Douluo. Three powerful forces hit the ice crystal phoenix from different directions. Several people are confident that even a titled Douluo will be injured in such a situation. The ice and snowland may have a lot of amplification for Shui Binger and others. The ice crystal phoenix also has a very strong ice attribute ability and lives in this far north all year round. The power can surpass the ordinary 90,000 year soul beast. With a cry, the ice crystal phoenix soared into the sky, breaking the falling ice spears with unstoppable force, and stared at them from above. A beam of light spit out from the bird's beak, hitting the ice phoenix, and it was almost shattered in an instant. Puff! Shui Binger spurted out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the snow red. The originally ice-blue pupils completely turned into ice crystals at this moment, and Feng Xiu was even affected at this moment. With a flap of wings, Feng Xiu turned into countless sharp blades at this moment. This move is similar to Shui Binger's ice and snow drifting, but its power and range are much greater. The four people were completely enveloped in it. Shui Binger quickly put a layer of ice armor on the four people. Although she knew that this was not very useful, it was better to have it than not. At the same time, the bird's beak opened, and an ice-blue beam of light sprayed out, almost in the blink of an eye. It came to Shui Qing. At this moment, the power displayed by the ice crystal phoenix bird was greater than before, even surpassing the power of a 90,000 year soul beast. Shui Qing's reaction speed was not slow. When the light column arrived, he took a step to the right in an instant. The action was simple and fast. This was not a soul skill, but a self-created soul skill that Guyi left in Tian Shui College before, the frost step. After a few steps, he came to Shui Binger. Binger, I'm afraid this ice crystal phoenix is a overdrawing its own original blood power, so its strength is so terrifying. I will find an opportunity later, you take Yuer and run, don't look back. Shui Qing's expression was very serious. This time, he had really reached the end of his rope. The ice crystal phoenix, which had consumed its potential, might have briefly stepped into the realm of a 100,000 year soul beast. Bai Ying, it seems that we have to stay here together this time. Shui Qing said to the soul Douluo not far away while resisting the flying snow. It doesn't matter. It's the end of my cultivation now. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. The key is to let these two little girls leave. Bai Ying is different from other teachers and students in Tian Shui College. She has delicate and beautiful facial features, but it is not the kind of soft beauty, but with heroic spirit. Shui Bing'er didn't speak. Her face was pale and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes. Now it has really come to the moment of life and death. Shui Qing is still willing to use her life to protect herself and her sister. Imagination is beautiful, reality is cruel. How could the extremely furious ice crystal phoenix let them go easily? Death. All of them will die. The wind and snow are getting stronger and stronger, and even Shui Qing and Bai Ying's resistance has become difficult. But even so, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er behind them have not suffered any harm. On the other hand, there are already several more bloodstains on their bodies. The intact clothes have become a little tattered. Bing'er, it seems that our master and apprentice can only die here today. Shui Qing suddenly turned her head and realized that even if she gave everything, she couldn't save them. The ice crystal phoenix's mastery of ice attributes is better than theirs, and only Shui Bing'er can suppress it in low temperature, but it's a pity that Shui Bing'er has exhausted her soul power. But even if she didn't get well, she couldn't be the opponent of the ice crystal phoenix. This puts even more pressure on them. The wind and snow lasted for a few minutes, and they resisted the flying snow blades for a few minutes, and their soul power was already in danger. From time to time, a beam of energy light was shot out. The body was already covered with bloodstains. Finally, in Shui Bing'er's white eyes, Shui Qing and Bai Ying fell down in front of them. No. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu'er were heartbroken and wailed in pain. Fixue did not show mercy and continued to attack the two sisters. Chapter 295 Life Deduction. Without the protection of the two teachers, Shui Bing'er and the other's soul power was also exhausted because of the condensation of the majestic ice phoenix just now. Even if both of them are full of soul power now, it is impossible to stop the ice crystal phoenix whose strength is close to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Does he know that he is sad for me? Shui Bing'er was ready to accept the coming of death calmly. She looked at her sister beside her with guilt. If it weren't for her coming back, Shui Yu'er wouldn't have encountered the current crisis. Sister, we will still be sisters in the next life. The two sisters hugged each other and welcomed the coming snow. That would take their lives. The snow cut their bodies, but there was no blood falling, but it kept staining their clothes red. It slowly became colder. The ice and snow that once made them feel friendly made them feel the coldness deep into their bones. At the end of her life, Shui Bing'er still had regrets. I really want to see him again. Stop! A voice resounded in the ice and snow, and the wind and snow that had not changed for thousands of years stopped at this moment. The ice crystal phoenix in the sky cried "Cai," and the attack was dissipated, making it extremely angry. The aura on its body went up a level. Whoever dared to hurt its partner would die. Get down! Another angry voice sounded in this area. The ice crystal phoenix cried out in fear. It could not control its body and fell to the ground without any hindrance. Only then did it find a figure next to the hateful human woman. I'm here. A familiar voice came in. Shui Bing'er had already closed her eyes and didn't know what force was supporting her. Her eyes were slightly squinting. Her eyelashes with ice crystals made her very dazed. She could only see a blurry figure. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't make a sound and completely lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Shui Bing'er regained consciousness. I'm not dead. The memories before the coma kept flashing back in her mind until a figure appeared. She was not sure whether it was a trance at the moment of death or his, it really appeared. The wound healed. Shui Bing'er looked at her intact clothes and body, as if everything before was just fake, just like the illusion she fell into at the beginning, it was just a dream. Yu'er, teacher. Besides her, Shui Yu'er, Shui Qing, and Bai Ying were all here, and they were also fine, but they were not awake yet. You woke up. The light was blocked, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Shui Bing'er's breath stagnated. What kind of existence was this? The white hair was scattered behind her head, and the snow-white dress matched the ice-white face, perfect like a goddess. You saved us. Shui Di shook her head. I don't have such a great ability to snatch people from the god of death. Shui Di looked at Shui Bing'er and the other four who were intact, and couldn't help feeling horrified. Is the power of time really so strong? It's almost like resurrecting the dead. I'm afraid even gods can't do it. Hearing her words, Shui Bing'er suddenly remembered the last figure in her memory. It's him, it's Gu Yi, right? Where is he? Shui Bing'er could not maintain her usual calmness and indifference, and her expression was a little excited. Looking at Shui Bing'er's reaction, Shui Di pointed outside. Shui Bing'er ran out directly. Two backs came into view. One had long hair like snow, and the other had loose green hair. Unfamiliar hair color, but the figure that would appear in her dreams at midnight. How could she make a mistake? The white-haired man was the man she had been thinking about. Gu Yi! Shui Bing'er shouted at him. Hearing the voice, the two turned around. The familiar face came into her eyes, and she could no longer hold back, running towards him and throwing herself heavily into his arms. She didn't say anything, just lying quietly in his arms, and soon she sobbed slightly. She no longer had the calmness when she led the Tian Shui team, and just wanted to immerse herself in that touch of warmth. Okay, it's okay. Bingdi's face changed a little, and his delicate fists clenched tightly, feeling very jealous. If she could, she would also like to throw herself into his arms like this. Your hair. Shui Bing'er looked at Gu Yi's snow-white hair, not understanding why it became like this. Bingdi snorted in dissatisfaction, it's not for you, otherwise why do you think you and the other three women lying in the ice cave are still alive now? How could this happen? What did you do? Shui Bing'er left Gu Yi's arms, pinched the snow-white hair, and even felt a little dry. Tears fell down. It's okay, you can recover after a few days of rest. Gu Yi's big hand brushed her little face and wiped away her tears. Shui Bing'er in my memory is not a little crybaby. Bingdi pouted and said nothing more. Recover for a few days? What a lie, playing with time, and you will eventually be played by time. The evil eye tyrant lord has such a terrifying skill as the light of time and space. Why hasn't it been used for tens of thousands of years, unless it knows the true existence and death? Although Gu Yi has gained new insights on the basis of the evil eye tyrant lord during this period of time, restoring some lifeless items will naturally not have any impact on his own vitality. But if he reverses something with life, how much life he restores will be deducted accordingly. This is not as simple as vitality, but a real deduction of life, to be precise, lifespan. In order to save Shui Bing'er and the other four, Gu Yi consumed decades of his life. Even if he has a stronger vitality, it will not be replenished, and the lost life will be lost forever. Even if his lifespan is continuously improved due to cultivation, that vitality will not come back. Shui Bing'er is not stupid. How can she recover after a few days of rest after turning white overnight? Okay, absorb the soul ring first. Gu Yi stretched out his hand and the ice crystal phoenix appeared in front of them. This ice crystal phoenix was the 30,000-year-old soul beast that Shui Qing and others defeated. It was already on the verge of death, but Gu Yi kept it alive, and it is still dying. As for the other ice crystal phoenix, its soul had already returned to the underworld. Under Gu Yi's gaze, Shui Bing'er killed the ice crystal phoenix and began to absorb the soul ring produced by the 30,000-year-old soul beast. Is your body really okay? Bingdi looked at him worriedly. Shui Bing'er's cultivation was too low to feel it, but as one of the three kings of the far north, how could Bingdi not feel the decline of Gu Yi's aura? Don't worry, maybe this is my chance. Even if he had studied the mystery of time for such a long time, he had only comprehended a hair of it. The decline of his body made him think of another possibility. The possibility of recultivating martial arts. Chapter 296 Choice martial arts can be said to be the foundation of Gu Yi's foothold in this world. He never forgot how he started practicing. The Meridian martial soul played an extremely important role in his practice, allowing him to quickly overcome his weak period. However, after practicing to this point, martial arts has gradually become a supplementary ability. He called himself a martial god, but he didn't really have the foundation to be a martial god. The strongest power is not martial arts. Thinking back to the path of cultivation before, I realized how naive my previous thoughts were, which were full of loopholes. Although martial arts have brought great changes to the world, it can allow people who have not awakened soul power to cultivate soul power. But this is not the way of martial arts, he thought. The real way of martial arts should be another way of cultivation independent of the soul master system. You can cultivate to the supreme existence with your own strength, instead of relying on soul rings like now, to go further. When did he start to change? Gu Yi looked at the vast snow and wind, and his heart was also a little confused. Perhaps it started from the creation of this kind of magic skill, or the integration of the evil god bead. When his own mental power exceeded the power brought by soul power, everything changed. Especially after the awakening of the soul eye martial soul, he put all his focus on it, ignoring the martial arts that should have a bright future. After practicing to this point, even if Guyi wanted to change his martial arts practice again, it would be extremely difficult. Bingdi, what will happen if I continue to use the power of time? Guyi looked at the white snow, and a terrifying idea emerged in his mind. Hearing this, Bingdi was stunned for a moment, looked at him seriously and said, "You are crazy. Human lifespan is not as good as soul beasts. In order to save these 4 women, a lot of lives have been consumed. Even if your lifespan is longer than that of ordinary humans, I am afraid that you will really run out of energy if you do it again." He must dispel this idea, although I don't know what Guyi is thinking in his heart. My practice path has been smooth sailing over the years, and I have hardly encountered any major obstacles. I am the best in everything I do. The fantasy world is also constantly getting better. Although there are still many people hunting soul beasts, there are not as many as before. Although it has brought too many changes to this world. But I seem to be assimilated by this world. Guyi smiled bitterly. Life is nothing but life and death. No one can decide their birth, nor can they stop their own death. The only thing they can control is life and death. I want to give it a try. What do you want to do? Ice Emperor looked at him, but it seemed that he had never really seen him. Time can reverse everything. If it is used on oneself, can it make the body return to the state that has never been cultivated? Since saving Shui Binger and others, the decline of the body made Guyi think of this matter. Everyone's cultivation will be recorded by the body, and every operation of soul power will leave a mark on the body. What Guyi wants to do now is to make his body return to the state that has never been cultivated, and start all over again. You are crazy, you will die. Ice Emperor did not understand the power of time, but she saw the plummeting life after saving Shui Binger. Using the power of time to attack oneself, this kind of thing is probably only Guyi can think of. Shui Emperor walked out of the ice cave at this time. Shui'er, please try to persuade him. He actually wants to use the power of time to return his body to the state of cultivation. Is he crazy? Shui De pressed her hand to tell her not to be so excited. After all these years of contact, Guyi has never been an impulsive person. He has his own considerations for everything he does. Can you tell me what you think? Shui De did not speak to comfort Guyi, but wanted to hear his wild ideas. People on the Douluo continent have very limited thinking. Only Guyi can be considered a person who has truly jumped out of this circle. Shui'er you. Bing Di pointed at Shui De in disbelief. Unexpectedly, even she did not stand on her side. Binger, if you have any questions, wait for him to speak first. Guyi glanced at Shui De. During the time we have been together in the human world, you have also seen the martial arts that I have developed. Shui De nodded. She has indeed seen a lot of martial arts techniques, which contain a lot of wild ideas, especially the theory of opening up the meridians. This theory has made her gain a lot. To be honest, what I wanted to create at the beginning was not simply the martial arts of the present. It was a path different from that of a soul master, where practitioners can rely on their own strength to continuously improve towards higher strength. No need to be limited by soul rings, one's strength comes entirely from one's own practice. No need to rely on the bones of soul beasts to make oneself stronger. Soul beasts and humans are both creatures, so why can't human bones be stronger than soul beasts? The 2 emperors of ice and snow looked at him in a daze. The flesh of soul beasts has always been stronger than that of soul masters, and no one has ever thought of such a thing, daring to use human bones to compare soul bones. This idea has never been seen before. Unfortunately, I failed after all. At this point, Guyi's expression was a little lonely. With the knowledge of another world, he still did not escape the cage of soul master, but instead let himself sink deeper and deeper. Are you willing to give up everything in front of you? Invincible power, the throne at your fingertips, eternal life. As long as you are willing, all of this will happen in the blink of an eye, and no one will be able to stop you. Have you thought it through? Shui De asked a soul-searching question. Yes, is there anyone who is stupid enough to give up this, something? One of these 3 things is what countless people dream of but cannot get. But do you want to give up what you have got? Go to gamble on an obsession that has no possibility. Guyi was silent. The words of Shui De finally made him hesitate. The most powerful force in the entire Douluo continent was about to be placed in front of him. As long as he completed the assessment of the evil God King step by step, he could become the supreme God King. In addition, his own faith was enough to make him a god. At that time, it would be a combination of two gods, or even a double god king. At that time, no one in the entire god realm would be his opponent. He led the god realm and governed more than 100 extraordinary worlds, and billions of lives were under his control. What power, treasures, beauties, everything is available, countless. Martial arts is a road where you can't see the road ahead and don't know the result. A road with a bright future and countless glory in your hands. A road with twists and turns, and even life-threatening. Even a fool would know how to choose. Have you thought about it? Shwedi asked again. Chapter 297 Exploration of Martial Arts. I've decided. Guyi raised his head and suddenly felt that everything around him had changed. His mind became broader and the world brighter. Bing Di was puzzled, while Shwedi looked calm. Why do you want to do this? You'll die. Neither she nor Shwedi had ever explored the power of time, and they didn't know what harm it would cause. The only thing they knew now was that using the power of time to affect living beings would cost their lives. Even if I don't have any cultivation, I still have mental strength and won't die. Don't worry. Guyi smiled calmly. The Eye of the Soul was his last trump card. Okay, I know I can't beat you. But I want to remind you that I, Shwedi, and women like you all need you. Bing Di was a little sad. Even if Guyi couldn't become a god, she didn't care that much now. Being able to stay with him for the rest of my life, I have no regrets in this life. Why are you so sad? I'm not going to do this right away. At least I have to wait until I sort out my martial arts and send these 4 women away before I start. Martial arts can't be rushed. Beside her, Shui Bing'er's body kept shaking, and her strength was constantly leaking out. The flying snow around her condensed into ice crystals. Ultimate Ice. Ice Emperor was amazed, and Snow Emperor didn't expect that this beautiful woman in front of her would actually have ultimate ice. This is normal. Bing'er's martial soul is the Ice Phoenix, which is the top ice attribute martial soul. Ultimate ice is unattainable for ordinary soul masters, but it is within her reach. Soon, Shui Bing'er's soul power shook, and a black soul ring rose from her side. Success! Shui Bing'er stood up. She didn't expect things to be so easy. Shui Bing'er threw her body into Guyi's arms again. After being apart for so long, she no longer had any reserve to speak of. She just wanted to feel his warm embrace. Bing'er! Someone shouted at the entrance of the ice cave. Teacher! Shui Bing'er finally let go of her delicate body that was pressed against Guyi. After all, she was still a little girl, and she couldn't let go in front of acquaintances. Especially this acquaintance, who was also a teacher. Dean Shui, long time no see. Guyi waved at her. He and Shui Qing knew each other naturally. It was she who sent Shui Bing'er here, otherwise that kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Gu, Yi. Shui Qing was shocked. She didn't expect to see him here. Thinking back to the scene she saw just now, her good disciple couldn't escape his clutches after all. Guyi's excellence didn't need anyone to say, but after all, he was too fickle and too ruthless. Thank you, Lord Martial God, for saving my life. I will repay you one day. Soon, 2 figures came out of the ice cave. They were Shui Yuer and Bai Ying. You have recovered well. I will take you out. For the next period of time, Guyi did not want anyone to disturb him. There must be no problems with martial arts. Thank you, Lord Martial God. Shui Qing was not polite. Her own disciples had been kidnapped. What's wrong with sending them out? Then let's go. Guyi held Shui Bing'er's waist and waved his hand. The 5 people disappeared on the spot. With the power of space mastered to his level, he could do whatever he wanted. We are at the outskirts of the far north. Shui Yuer looked at the surrounding environment in shock. The wind and snow were much smaller than the place just now, and even some houses could be seen at a glance. The rest of the journey will depend on you. I won't send you off any longer. Wait for me at Tian Shui College, I'll give you an explanation. Guyi held Shui Bing'er's waist and kissed her deeply. Shui Bing'er's eyes widened, a little panicked, struggling slightly. It wasn't that she didn't want to get close to Guyi, but someone was around, and she couldn't bring herself to do it. However, she gradually immersed herself in Guyi's long kiss. She closed her beautiful eyes and enjoyed the affection from her lover. Cough, cough. Hearing these 2 coughs, Shui Bing'er woke up instantly and pushed him away in a hurry. Turning around. I know, I'll wait for you. Guyi touched her hair and disappeared on the spot. Shui Bing'er looked at the northernmost land full of ice and snow, where Guyi was. Bing'er, let's go. Shui Qing shook her head. Young people should never meet two amazing people, otherwise they will never get out of it in their lifetime. No matter how many people have passed by, as long as he appears, everything will be dim. After sending my little lover, where should I start from? Since I can't beat him, I can only choose to join. If you want to walk the martial arts path again, you must think clearly about the next route before you can go on. The most important thing now is to sort out the context. Bingdi and Swaiti looked at him. As for martial arts, Swaiti has studied them more deeply than Bingdi in recent years. I have studied your martial arts and skills. These two are like complementary and different. Martial cave is soul skill. Kung Fu is meditation. I have never walked out of the path of soul master, but just innovated on the original path. Swaiti saw it very clearly and understood it very well. Yes, when I first awakened my martial soul, I started the path of creating skills. It is to make the cultivation of my own soul power faster, and martial arts is to increase my own attack power. Just like you said, it is not a real path. In addition to these, there are 3 skills of using strength, light, dark, and transformation. I call it national art. It can allow your body to be trained in all aspects, and long-term practice will not be inferior to the physical improvement brought by absorbing soul rings. Guyi admired Shueti's comprehension very much, and Bingdi was a little behind in this regard. So much so that when the conversation got to the end, Bingdi could only stare blankly and stand aside to listen to them. If you want to truly get rid of the path of Soul Master, you can only return to the origin and start from the meridians. Guyi nodded. Shueti was indeed a natural creature who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His comprehension was indeed not weak, but it was a pity that he was limited by the body of a soul beast. Guyi also wanted to start from the meridians and rebuild the martial arts. With the 8 meridians connected, how should we go on? He was asking Shueti and himself. The two of them pondered for a long time, and suddenly raised their heads at the same time, with a gleam in their pupils, and said in unison, acupoints. Guyi finally realized the stupidity he had committed. Why do the acupoints need blood to activate? Maybe they should be used to store energy. There are 365 acupoints in the human body, and each acup ointment can contain a lot of power. If they can be filled up, the power they can have will be unprecedented. The two discussed day and night, constantly imagining the possibility of using acupoints for cultivation. Bingdi had given up long ago. This kind of thing is not suitable for her. It's feasible. After several days of deduction, the two agreed that this method was feasible. If all the 365 acupoints in the body were used to accumulate power, perhaps even gods could be killed. In their imagination, each acup ointment could be used as a soul core to complete the task. Chapter 298 Guyi who became a child. At this point in the exploration of martial arts, Guyi and Shueti could not deduce any further. The limit of power has been exceeded. Even if one has a broader vision, it is difficult to do it without the corresponding practical theory. Are you ready? Shueti and Bingdi looked at Guyi in front of them seriously. Half a month had passed since that discussion, and the Faith Light group in the Sea of a Spirit had become more powerful. At that time, even if there was any problem, the power of faith could save it in time. Bingdi and Shueti looked at each other. If they really came here and faced a life and death crisis, they could only sacrifice their own soul origin. Don't worry, we have been calculating for so long, and even if it fails, we will not die. Guyi seemed very calm. The power of time began to surge in his body. This time, Guyi only targeted his physical body, and did not affect his mental power. Every time the power of time stayed in his body for a period of time, Guyi could feel the power in his body disappearing. After an incense stick, the huge soul core in his body dissipated by 1/10. At the same time, Guyi's hair became drier. While letting his own power disappear, his life was also consumed. Guyi is now equivalent to bearing the influence of these two forces on himself. Does it really have to be 6 years old? Ice Emperor could feel that the life in Guyi's body was constantly dissipating, even though he had once reached the level of titled Douluo, coupled with his own very strong physique and vitality, he could not withstand such consumption. Snow Emperor looked at Guyi without moving his eyes. It has to be like this. If he wants to truly break the restrictions of the Soul Master, he can only start from before he awakens. Any element of the martial soul carried in the body will have an impact on the martial arts he wants to take. Bingdi suddenly realized that Guyi had more than one martial soul. If he only reduced his physical body, what would happen to his martial soul, the eye of the mind? What Bingdi could think of, Guyi and Suidi naturally also knew. I have already thought about it. Although the eye of the soul is also a martial soul, it is not related to the physical body, but belongs to the pure soul. The third eye between the eyebrows is just the world to define the power of the soul, that is, the eye of the soul is an existence outside the physical body. It will not affect the practice of martial arts. It is precisely because of this that Guyi made such a choice. If the eye of the soul no longer exists, Guyi will really hesitate whether to do it. The power of time continues to work on his body, and Guyi's figure is slowly shrinking. The originally strong blood in his body is also dissipating between heaven and earth at this moment. Guyi suddenly heard a click sound from his body, which means that the stable soul core in his body has broken, and the power is constantly dissipating. The body is like a sieve, and power is constantly flowing out of the body. The meridians have returned to normal, and they have lost their former toughness bit by bit, and slowly become narrow. The power is constantly dissipating, and his body makes him feel unprecedentedly weak. 15 years old, 12 years old. The body also shrank slowly, from a handsome and elegant man to a teenager now, and then slowly transitioned to a child. The traces of cultivation in the body slowly faded, and the external soul bone near the dantian also dissipated under the power of time. When he set foot on the road of cultivation again, these things would be useless. Martial arts is a road of moving forward without hesitation, so why rely on other people's bones? This is disloyalty to martial arts. Until the luster on the meridians completely dissipated, Guyi finally stopped using the power of time. How many years? From nothing to something. How much thought and effort was spent to cultivate a weak child to be invincible in the world, to destroy the world with a wave of his hand, and to cross 1,000 miles with one step. These do not belong to him now. Are you okay? Shwedi asked softly. Except for feeling a little cold, there is nothing wrong. Without the powerful strength of the past, Guyi's body was directly exposed to the cold north. Although he lost his soul power, his terrifying mental power still existed. He used his mental power to build a protective shield around his body to resist the invasion of wind and snow. We seem to have forgotten to consider a problem. Guyi suddenly realized a terrifying problem, which he and Shwedi had overlooked. What? Bingdi couldn't sit still at first. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Now he told her that there was a problem. My body is no different from that of a 6-year-old human child. Even if I can practice again, I need to spend more than 10 years to cultivate to my previous appearance. Shwedi thought she had forgotten something, but it turned out to be this. It's just a dozen years, it's gone in the blink of an eye. Guyi shook his head helplessly. What can he do now? Instead of just living day by day, there will always be a day when he grows up. What he should care about most now is the problem of practicing martial arts. The rest of my life depends on you. Guyi can only reduce the consumption of mental power now. After all, too much consumption will have a certain degree of impact on his body. The spirit and body are closely related. Once the body cannot withstand the strong spirit, it will cause damage to the body. I didn't expect that you were so cute when you were a child. Bingdi bent down and touched Guyi's head. She was delicate and her face was white and rosy. Guyi opened her hand dissatisfiedly. Come, let your sister hold you. Guyi's dissatisfied expression made Bingdi even more excited. She stretched out her hands and hugged Guyi directly in her arms. Unless he used his spirit, he really couldn't get out now. But once he used too much spirit, it would cause damage to his body. He could only bear it silently. Suddenly, Suidi stretched out her hand to Bingdi. Savior, great savior. Guyi's face was almost crushed by Bingdi. Very excited. Ah, Suidi, why did you learn bad things from Bingdi? Taking Guyi from Bingdi's hands, Suidi also carefully played with Guyi's pink face. Otherwise, why do people say that children's faces are the most tender? I'm afraid that even Bingdi and Suidi can't compare to Guyi now. The touch is really good. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the poor young. When I grow up, you just wait obediently. Guyi shouted out the classic famous line. The two Bingsu emperors not only did not stop, but became more aggressive, constantly rubbing his face. We're waiting for you to grow up. The Bingdi smiled and didn't take Guyi's threat seriously at all. After a few times of addiction, they finally let go of Guyi. Guyi's originally pink face turned red at this moment. Guyi's originally pink face turned red at this moment. Just wait for me, you guys. Guyi walked into the ice cave angrily and started his training journey again. This time he will not be affected by other things, and will unswervingly walk towards the direction of martial arts. Chapter 299 The Changes of the Two Bingsu Emperors. 3 months later. In the far north, a child stood in the ice and snow, ignoring the extreme cold weather, swinging his fists and feet, each of which was magnificent and contained a lot of power. Brother Guyi, come over for dinner. Bingdi stood on a high place and called out to Guyi, who was still exercising. Hearing the call, Guyi, who was swinging his fists and feet, looked depressed, put away his posture, and walked leisurely on the snow again. He ran on the ice, leaving no traces wherever he passed, and no footprints on the snow. He moved a few times, climbed up the ice with his hands and feet, and stood in front of Bingdi. Bingdi, stop calling me brother, it sounds too awkward. Guyi knocked off Bingdi's hand and said with some dissatisfaction. But you are just a little brother now, brother Guyi. Bingdi not only did not change, but also bent down and pinched his pink cheeks a few times very skillfully. After a while, Bingdi let go of Guyi's little face. Now he likes to pinch his face more and more. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't pinch it a few times a day. Unable to resist, Guyi could only let Bingdi tease him unscrupulously. Looking at the ice cave, Guyi felt dizzy again. Bingdi was too much, and there was an even more excessive woman inside. I'm back. How's the progress today? Shwedi is like a good wife and mother waiting for her children to come home. The originally pure ice has been transformed into a multifunctional ice cave with several more rooms. Training room, kitchen, bedroom, dining table. Everything is available, but everything is made of ice. However, these are not ordinary ice, especially the ice bed where Guyi sleeps now. That is ice marrow. Although it is not as good as the ice silkworm of Tianmeng, it is also a 1000-year ice marrow, which has a significant increase in cultivation. Not bad, the body has reached the level of absorbing the first soul ring, and the progress is good. Guyi sat down, and without caring, he directly picked up the big meat bone on the table that was still steaming and started to chew it. Don't worry, drink some water. Shwedi handed over a glass of iced juice, which is a fruit unique to the far north, called snow spirit fruit. It tastes excellent, silky, and can slightly increase cultivation. Guyi was also used to Shwedi's care, so he didn't refuse. He took a big sip and continued to gnaw on the meat bones. Exercising the body consumes a lot of energy, so it is natural to need energy replenishment. These big meat bones are all soul beast meat found by Bingdi and Shwedi for him, which contains a lot of energy. In the first few days, Shwedi's cooking skills were not very good, but after making it a few times, coupled with Guyi's teaching, his cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and it can be said to be delicious. The two Bing and Shwedi didn't eat, but just looked at him with a faint smile, just like looking at a child, no, just looking at a child. Guyi was used to it, and he didn't stop eating until his little belly was full. He drank a large glass of juice with satisfaction and leaned back on the chair. You're eating with your mouth full of oil again. Shwedi was disgusted, and handed over a snow-white handkerchief to gently wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth for him. Guyi was no longer surprised by this, and quietly let her act. Ice Emperor looked at this scene with amusement. Such a life would not be boring even if tens of thousands of years passed. Okay, practice for a while, digest the food and prepare for a nap. Shwe Emperor picked up the bowls and chopsticks on the table and cleaned up the debris very naturally. Hearing this, Guyi also stood up and sat in the practice room. His abdomen kept moving, the soul beast meat in his stomach was consumed at a very fast speed, and the energy was quickly circulated in his limbs and meridians, nourishing his body. Perhaps because of the loss of strength, Guyi's national martial arts realm has improved very quickly in these 3 months, and it is still very simple to speed up the absorption of food. Guyi could feel that the energy in his danshan was full and could not be improved, so he knew that he had cultivated to the 10th level of soul power, but this time he did not awaken the martial soul, and the body could not be called soul power, but internal force. Compared to the previous practice speed, now it is almost flying fast, all kinds of soul beast meat plus various spiritual fruits, and so many years of practice experience, there is no obstacle. The Jotyen Liuhi Sutra, as a technique he had been constantly modifying, was enough to allow him to practice until the 8 extraordinary meridians were connected. He had already had the experience of opening them before, so this time would be faster than the previous practice. However, Guyi was not in a hurry. To open the 8 extraordinary meridians, he needed a stronger force. Now that he only had the 10th level of internal force, it was still a bit difficult to open them. He could start practicing the second stage of martial arts. Guyi had not forgotten why he had to abandon his practice and practice again. He had to practice martial arts again. This time he would not let other forces enter his body. The soul ring system, Guyi had discovered many defects in it after practicing it until now, and bone replacement was a taboo for practitioners. At the beginning, he had added several bones that did not belong to him in order to have stronger power. Although it was faster for practice, it was a devastating blow to martial arts. The short-term increase in strength was a great blow to future practice. Okay, brother Guyi, it's time for a nap. Bingdi, I want to continue practicing for a while. If you are tired, take a rest. Guyi shook his head unconsciously and did not move. Bingdi came over with a playful expression on his face. Brother Guyi, you are not good. Shuer will come in person later, but she won't be as easy to talk to as her sister. His face was embarrassed. My God, who can tell me how the 2 emperors of ice and snow became like this? He was completely treated like a child, everything from daily life to eating and sleeping was arranged for him. Let's go. Life is not easy, Guyi sighed. When he came to the bedroom, Shuede was already lying on his back. The ice bed they slept on was not as simple as before. It was covered with a layer of ice bear fur, so it was not irritating at all. There was also a long pillow on the bed. Come up. Guyi climbed onto the bed and slept next to Shuede, while Bingdi followed and lay on the other side of Guyi. The 2 Bing and Shuede slept on both sides of Guyi. 2 different fragrances kept drilling into Guyi's ears. If he was not still in the same body as before, how could he let the 2 women be so arrogant? The heart is willing but the strength is insufficient. A 6-year-old body really can't do anything. Fortunately, he doesn't have Ma Hongjun's evil fire, so he doesn't have to worry about not being able to control himself. Snow Queen and Ice Queen lay on their sides, one on the left and the other on the right, and put their snow-white jade arms on his body. Guyi looked at the top of the cave, indifferent. Guyi fell asleep quietly with his mind empty and smelling the fragrance. The 2 women also looked at him for a while and fell asleep on their sides. This kind of life is really comfortable. I haven't had this experience for hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 300 The Second Step of Martial Arts. After waking up. Are you ready to start? Yes, the acupoints are a feasible solution we have jointly researched. If the acupoints are not opened, it will be difficult to open the 8 meridians. Guyi sat in the practice room. The Jotyen Liuhi Sutra had already been modified. It was not a big change, but the place where the power gathered had changed. It moved from the original danshan to other acupoints. The Jotyen Liuhi Sutra began to operate, and the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth continued to drill into the body, merge into the body, and turned into streams of pure power. After running in the body for a week, Guyi merged these energies into the acupoints on the chest. The energy did not leak out, and it stayed there quietly. It could be used more easily if it wanted to. However, Guyi could also feel that the acupoints in his chest were more astringent than the danshan. Success! He opened his eyes, an array of light burst out from his eyes. Guyi continued to exchange his cultivation experience with Shuede. After coming into contact with the human society, Shuede, especially after coming into contact with his martial arts, was not inferior to Guyi in terms of his understanding of cultivation. From time to time, he could make some amazing remarks, which often gave him great reminders. Guyi did not dwell on anything. Since the plan was successfully completed, the second step of martial arts was also considered to have entered the entry stage. The next step was to accumulate strength. How much power the acupoints could contain depended on how strong the human body was. The stronger the body was, the more terrifying the power contained in it would be. The reason why the soul beast could contain the cultivation of hundreds of thousands of people was largely because the structure of the body was different from that of the human body, and it also had various blood talents, which could contain more power. Just like some soul beasts are born with strong bloodlines, even 1,000-year soul beasts can fight with 10,000-year soul beasts with ordinary bloodlines, and even win. At this time, national martial arts plays a vital role. Every time I exercise, I sweat profusely, and all the muscles in my body are exercised. The effect is very significant, which is much more effective than being hit by stones or running. However, I have been studying soul guides to increase gravity recently. Although the strength of the body can be continuously improved through national martial arts, it is just that external stimulation can also make faster progress, and with the supplement of various energies, it will definitely not harm the body. I have walked the martial arts again, but I must not forget to forge the artifacts. Recently, I have been a little worried. I just need to do the final experiment. There are too many metals in the Space Soul Guide, especially rare metals. At the beginning, Zhengzhen City and Sun Moon Continent had obtained a large number of rare metals, and there was no shortage of them for research. In addition to daily practice, Guyi has another task, forging a soul guide to control gravity. The most important thing in making a soul guide is the outline of the magic circle, and the rest of the appearance is just a small matter. It only needs to be burned with flames and processed by the Snow Emperor. Having lost his cultivation, he also lost his meridian martial soul. The original energy field that he had cultivated to perfection also dissipated, but it does not mean that Guyi can no longer control any attributes. The beginning of the Jotien Liuhi Sutra was the mastery of various forces in nature. Now it is just a repeat, and there are no other external factors this time, which can make it easier to complete all this. A week later, Guyi had 4 flags. These 4 flags were made entirely of Shinayan, and there were complex patterns engraved on them. This is the gravity control device he forged. As long as it is inserted around, it can work, and it can increase the gravity by up to 10 times, and control the gravity according to the amount of soul power in the flag. It is not the same as an ordinary soul guide, but Guyi has studied the forging method of the Shura blood sword and the patterns on the soul bone, and outlined the magic circle. Guyi inserted the flags around him, forming a square with an area of a about 16 square meters, which was enough for him to complete some exercises. Get ready! Xuedi standing outside reminded. Although they had tested the effect of the gravity flag before, the experimenter was not Guyi but Bing Di. Although the 6-year-old Guyi had made great progress in the past 3 months, he was still too weak. If the gravity flag got out of control, it might even crush his internal organs in an instant. Naturally, he couldn't be the experimenter. Bing Di was the best candidate. Begin. Xuedi also released her soul power directly. The gravity flag, which was not strange at first, changed greatly the moment Xuedi released her soul power. A special force field was generated around him. Guyi felt his body sink and his head became a little heavy. 1 times the gravity. Xuedi reminded outside. Guyi nodded. This force was just right for him. Don't underestimate this double gravity. It's not just about carrying a heavy object. Every cell in the body is being squeezed by gravity. Even the internal organs will be affected. It's not an effect that can be produced by simple exercise. Raising his hands and feet, Guyi began to move slowly in the gravity field, adapting to the changes in his body. He slowly began to practice boxing, and each punch and kick burst out with terrifying power, bombarding the air with crisp sounds. This was not caused by the friction between the body and the clothes. It was the effect of actually exploding the whole body's strength at one point. Standing in the gravity field, Guyi could feel that there was power constantly being tapped out of his body, nourishing the consumed power. The body also became stronger and more powerful in this process. The boxing method was changeable, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes fierce and sometimes soft. The boxing level was also improved at this moment. 1 hour. Guyi, who was already drenched with sweat, walked out of the gravity field, gasping for breath, and a small part of the place where he was standing was actually melted. Although it was very small, it was very obvious. Are you okay? Xuedi asked while wiping the sweat off Guyi's body. It really seemed like caring for a child. Very cool. It turns out that only in this high-pressure environment can the realm of Chinese martial arts be promoted. The blood in his body kept surging, and the speed of his body growth was much faster than before, which naturally brought physical hunger. Gurgle gurgle. Go back, don't be hungry. The Snow Emperor put away the gravity flag, then directly hugged Guyi in his arms and flew towards the ice cave. The head covering method, Xuedi did it without any discomfort, very spacious. Guyi could only immerse himself in the darkness and couldn't breathe at all.